a magical bookshop, a mafia king, a wedding she never meant to crash. Bailey Sutton falls asleep reading a choose-your-own romance and wakes up in the story wearing the wrong dress, at the wrong wedding, married to the wrong man. Devyn Chaleur is a French mafia king who rules his territory with ice and iron. He doesn't believe in accidents, he doesn't believe in love, and he definitely doesn't believe the bookish stranger who claims she fell through a magical door, but someone murdered his real bride. And Bailey, clumsy, kind, completely out of her depth, might be the only one who can help him find the killer. The problem, the more time she spends with the king, the harder it is to remember. She's supposed to be finding her way home while unraveling a conspiracy that threatens both of their worlds. Accidental marriage, grumpy sweet hero, bookworm heroine, trips into love, a fast-paced, slow-burn portal fantasy romance set in modern-day New England. This book also includes a bonus copy of Olympus Bewitched, Accidentally His Bride, a Mafia Romantasy novel. Oops, I'm in a Story number 1 by Marian T. Copyright 2025 by Marian Pinheira. All rights reserved. This audiobook and its contents are protected under copyright law. No part of this audiobook may be reproduced, distributed, transmitted, uploaded, recorded, publicly performed, or shared in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the copyright holder, except for brief quotations used in reviews or commentary permitted by law. Unauthorized copying, re-uploading, or redistribution of this audiobook is strictly prohibited. All characters and events appearing in this work are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, businesses, companies, events, or locales is purely coincidental. Thank you for listening. You can also find Accidentally His Bride, a Mafia Romantasy by Marian T. and the first book in the Oops, I'm in a Story series on Amazon. Chapter 1. The moment I step out of Love Studio, I put my earbuds in. It's instinct at this point. Something bad happens. I reach for a book. It's been that way since I was 8 years old, and figured out that stories were better than real life, or at least better than the version of real life that involved my father's voice shaking the walls and my mother's silence filling up all the spaces in between. Books were my door out, still are. Today's door is Olympus Bewitched by Alice Bloom. I've listened to it so many times. I've lost count, but that's the point. I don't need surprises right now. I need Blair and her awkward crush on Mr. Handsome and the cozy magic of Silver Mist. I need a world where self-taught witches solve crimes and the mysterious man at the diner counter turns out to be worth all the pining. The narrator's voice fills my ears, warm and familiar, as I start walking. Magnetic hazel eyes collided with mine, and I quickly snapped my head back. As mortifying as it was to admit, having our gazes meet was already more excitement than I could handle. I smile despite everything. Blair is such a mess. I love her for it. My feet carry me down the sidewalk, while my mind stays in Panda's diner, watching Blair try not to combust from the sheer proximity of a beautiful man. I'm not really paying attention to where I'm going. That's the whole point of this, to not be here, in my body, on this street, in this city where Marilyn Hewson just walked back into my life with a designer engagement ring and a smile that said, I remember exactly who you are. And isn't this fun? It's not fun. It's the opposite of fun. But I'm not going to think about that right now. I'm going to think about Blair, who just spilled coffee on her textbook, and Mr. Handsome, who's about to do something impossibly charming A raindrop lands on my nose. I blink, looking up. The sky has gone the color of wet slate. And even as I'm processing this, the clouds open up and rain comes down in sheets. Great, perfect, exactly what today needed. I pull my jacket over my head and look around for shelter. I'm on a street I don't recognize. Old brick buildings, iron lampposts, cobblestones, slick with rain. How long was I walking? Where even am I? And then I see it, a shop tucked between two taller buildings, like something that doesn't want to be found. Light glows from its windows, and my photographer brain immediately starts cataloging warm color temperature, maybe 2,700 Kelvin, the kind of tungsten glow that makes everything look like a memory. The buildings on either side cast long shadows over the entrance, but the window itself is lit from within, drawing the eye exactly where it wants you to look. Someone designed this. Someone understood that light reveals and shadow conceals, and they used both to make this little shop feel like a secret meant only for whoever stumbles across it. There's no sign outside, no name, just the light and the rain and the strange pull in my chest that makes me pause the audiobook and take out my earbuds. The rain is soaking through my jacket now. I should find a coffee shop, something normal, somewhere with Wi-Fi and overpriced lattes and people looking at their phones. Instead, I push open the door. The first thing I notice is the warmth, not just temperature, though that too, the kind of warmth that seeps into your bones after you've been cold for too long, but something else, something that settles over me like a blanket I didn't know I needed, pressing gently against all the tight, anxious places in my chest until they start to loosen. I stand just inside the doorway, dripping onto a worn Persian rug, and try to make sense of what I'm seeing. The shop is bigger than it looked from outside, much bigger. The ceiling soars overhead, crisscrossed with dark wooden beams, and from those beams hang dozens of brass lanterns. The light they cast is uneven, intentional, bright where it wants you to linger, dim where it doesn't. A photographer's lighting setup, I think, except no photographer would have this kind of patience, this kind of craft. The brightest glow falls on the books. Of course it does. That's what this place wants you to see. Bookshelves line every wall, floor to ceiling, made of wood so dark it swallows the light around it. The books themselves are another story. Leather-bound spines in jewel tones catch the glow and throw it back. Emerald, ruby, sapphire, amber. Cracked paperbacks with yellowed pages nestle between them, their covers faded to soft pastels. The spines aren't arranged alphabetically or by size. They're arranged by color, I realize. Gradients that shift from warm to cool and back again, leading the eye on a journey around the room. Someone curated this. Someone who understood visual rhythm. I take a step forward, then another, and then there's the smell. Cream cheese garlic buns, fresh from the oven. My stomach clenches. Peppermint hot chocolate layered underneath, and beneath that, old paper and leather, the kind of smell that makes you want to curl up and never leave. It's the olfactory equivalent of a weighted blanket. It's unfair, is what it is. The floorboards creak softly under my feet, but it's a friendly sound, a welcome sound, like the shop is acknowledging my presence. Okay, that's a weird thought. Shops don't acknowledge people, but this one, I turn slowly, taking it all in. There are armchairs scattered throughout the space, mismatched but somehow cohesive. Velvet and leather and worn brocade in burgundy and forest green and midnight blue. A fireplace dominates one wall, flames visible behind the grate, even though I can't remember hearing them when I came in. Small tables hold stacks of books, and ceramic cups and candles in brass holders. A glass display case near the counter catches my eye, filled with objects I can't quite make out. The light doesn't reach inside the case. Intentional again. Whatever's in there, the shop doesn't want me looking too closely. Not yet. And on the wall behind the counter, painted in elegant gold script, he weighs. Just that. No subtitle, no established date, no clever tagline, just the name, illuminated by a single beam from somewhere above, like a title card in a film. Whoever owns this place knows exactly what they're doing. I look around for that whoever, someone to ask about. I don't know anything, whether they're open, whether I'm allowed to be here, whether this place is real, or if I've wandered into a very elaborate fever dream, brought on by emotional distress and low blood sugar. No one. The shop is completely empty. A bell sits on the counter, brass, tarnished with age, the kind with a little button on top. I walk over and press it. The chime that comes out is strange. It doesn't fade the way bells normally do, diminishing into silence. Instead, it seems to swell, filling the space, sinking into the walls and the books, and the very air before finally, gently dissolving. I wait. Nothing. I press it again. Same strange chime, same swelling silence, same lack of shopkeeper materializing from a back room. Hello? My voice comes out smaller than I intended. I clear my throat and try again. Is anyone here? The fire crackles. That's the only answer I get. I should leave. I know I should leave. This is the part of the horror movie where the audience is screaming at the girl to get out of the creepy house, and she never listens. And then something terrible happens, and everyone in the theater is like, well, what did you expect? You walked right into the obviously haunted bookshop. But Huey's doesn't feel haunted. It feels like a creme brulee, caramelized and golden on the surface. All that careful presentation, but underneath, there's something richer, denser, something you have to crack through to find, which is maybe the creepiest thing of all. When I think about it, but I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about anything. I want to sink into one of those velvet armchairs and disappear into a book and forget that Marilyn Hewson exists, that heart exists, that my whole life is a series of small surrenders I keep making because I don't know how to do anything else. The bookshelves seem to lean toward me. That's not possible. Obviously, bookshelves don't lean. Bookshelves are inanimate objects, made of wood and nails and probably some kind of industrial varnish. But these bookshelves, they want me to look at them. I can feel it, so I do. I drift along the shelves, like I'm being pulled by something I can't see. My fingers trail over the spines, leather smooth as buttercream, cloth rough with age, like the texture of raw linen. Embossing that catches against my fingernails. The titles blur past. Some are in English, some in languages I don't recognize, some in scripts that don't look like any alphabet I've ever seen. I don't stop to examine any of them. I'm looking for something specific. No, that's not right. Something specific is looking for me, and then I feel it. A tug, gentle but insistent, like someone has hooked a finger through my ribs and is pulling me toward the far corner of the shop, where the lanterns don't reach and the shadows gather thick enough to hide whatever's waiting there. There's a book there. It shouldn't be visible. There's no light falling on it, nothing to make it stand out from the darkness around it, but I can see it anyway. A small volume, bound in burgundy leather so deep, it's almost black, gold lettering on the spine, gilded edges that gleam, despite having no light to catch. I reach for it. My hand is trembling. Why is my hand trembling? The leather is warm under my fingers, not room temperature warm, body warm, like the book is alive, like it's been waiting for me to touch it. Okay, Bailey, okay, let's think about this rationally. Possibility 1. This is a normal book that happens to be warm because there's a heating vent behind this shelf. Sure, that's plausible. Possibility 2. This is not a normal book, and I should put it back immediately and walk out of this shop and never return. Possibility 3. I've completely lost my mind, and I'm actually still at Louvre Studio having a breakdown in the supply closet. And none of this is real. I pull the book from the shelf. Apparently we're going with possibility 1. The title stares up at me in ornate gold script. Choose your own Mafia King. I blink. A choose your own adventure. Romance. With Mafia heroes. A surprised laugh escapes me. It's such a ridiculous concept. Ridiculous and wonderful. And exactly the kind of thing I would have devoured in high school, back when I was still naive enough to believe that love could look like danger and turn out safe. I flip open the cover. The first thing I see is an illustration. It's gorgeous, the kind of artwork that makes you stop breathing for a second. Lush and romantic, rendered in colors so rich they seem to glow against the cream-colored page. The composition is perfect. A girl at the edge of a ballroom, positioned according to the rule of thirds. Chandeliers creating leading lines that draw your eye straight to her. Men in dark suits occupy the shadowed edges of the frame, their faces obscured, their presence a threat that the lighting makes palpable. And the girl looks like me. I mean, she has dark hair, that's all. Lots of romance heroines have dark hair. It doesn't mean anything. I turn the page. Meet our heroine, Bailey. My heart stutters. Okay, coincidence. Bailey's a common name. There are probably thousands of Baileys walking around Portland alone. It doesn't. Dark hair, violet eyes, a single dimple on her right cheek when she smiles. My hand flies to my face, to my right cheek, to the dimple that only shows up when I smile, the one my mother used to call my secret dimple because it hides the rest of the time. This isn't possible. I turn another page, and there she is, the heroine, Bailey, illustrated in full color, taking up the entire page. She's not similar to me. She is me. The same wave to her dark hair, the same slightly too wide eyes, the same slope to her nose that I've always thought made me look like a cartoon character. Even the way she's standing, shoulders slightly hunched, arms crossed over her stomach, like she's trying to take up less space. That's me. That's how I stand in every photo anyone's ever taken of me. My hands are shaking now, actually shaking. The book trembles in my grip. Okay. Let's think. Let's be logical about this. This is a prank. It has to be a prank. Marilyn found out I'd be working her wedding. She set this up somehow, paid someone to make a custom book, planted it here, is probably watching from a hidden camera right now, laughing at the look on my face. I look around the shop, still empty, still silent, except for the crackle of the fire and the rain drumming against the windows. No cameras that I can see, no Marilyn lurking behind the shelves with her phone out, just me and the book and the impossible girl on the page who wears my face. I should put it down. I should put it down and walk out of this shop and never come back and pretend this never happened. Instead, I turn the page. I can't stop reading. I know I should. I know this is insane, but every page I turn reveals another detail that shouldn't be possible. And every time I tell myself, this is the last one, I'll stop after this, I don't. I can't. Book Bailey tucks her hair behind her left ear. When she's nervous, so do I. Book Bailey bites her bottom lip when she's thinking, I'm doing it right now. Book Bailey tilts her head to the left when she's confused, like a dog hearing a strange sound. I catch myself mid-tilt and force my head straight. What is happening? What is happening? Someone would have had to watch me, really watch me, for a long time to know these things. And why would anyone do that? Why would anyone care enough about me to put me in a book? I'm no one. I'm nobody. I'm a photography assistant at a bridal studio who can't afford her own apartment and spends her lunch breaks listening to audiobooks so she doesn't have to think about her life. I'm not the kind of person who ends up in stories, and yet a shadow falls across the page. I jerk my head up, but there's no one there, just the empty shop, the glowing lanterns, the bookshelves that seem closer than they were before. On the small table beside me, there's a cup, a delicate porcelain cup, hand-painted with tiny roses, steam curling up from its rim. It wasn't there before. I'm absolutely certain it wasn't there before. I stare at it. The steam keeps rising, and the way it catches the light is beautiful, soft, and diffuse, like the fog from a smoke machine on a photo set. It carries a scent that makes something in my chest ache, sweet and floral, roses and honey, and something underneath I can't name. Don't drink it, the sensible part of my brain says. Don't drink the mysterious tea that appeared out of nowhere in the creepy magical bookshop. That's literally how every fairy tale goes wrong. But my stomach is louder than my brain right now. It always is. When I'm like this, when I'm tired and sad, and just so done with being careful, with being safe, with doing the smart thing and the right thing, and the thing that won't get me in trouble. Once in a pink moon, I just want to do what feels good, even if it's not safe, especially if it's not safe. I pick up the cup, take a sip. Oh, it's really good. It's unfairly good, warm and sweet, and layered in a way that makes me want to close my eyes and just taste it. There's honey, definitely, and roses, but not the cloying kind. Something deeper, more complex, the tea equivalent of a perfectly balanced dessert where every element is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. I take another sip, and then another, and somewhere between the third sip and the fourth, I realize I've stopped panicking. The fear is still there, the confusion, the absolute certainty that none of this makes sense, but it's muffled now, distant, like it's happening to someone else. That should probably worry me more than it does. I settle deeper into the armchair I don't remember sitting down in and turn back to the book. 4 heroes, 4 routes, 4 ways the story can go. The book lays them out for me like a tasting menu, each one illustrated with the same gorgeous, impossible detail as everything else. Quinn Hadraff, Mafia King of the North. His territory spans Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. White blonde hair, blue eyes, icy demeanor, cold but fiercely loyal. Once you earn his trust, his illustration is all cool tones, silvers and blues and whites, the kind of palette that reads as expensive and untouchable. He's beautiful in the way a glacier is beautiful. You don't want to get too close. Skye Wyndham, Mafia King of the West. The Berkshires and Western Massachusetts fall under his reign. Dark hair, silver eyes, mysterious and quiet, the one no one sees coming until it's too late. This one is all shadows, deep purples and blacks, with points of light that catch like stars in a night sky. His expression is unreadable. His eyes seem to follow me as I look at the page. That's unsettling. Wolf Sedaris, Mafia King of the East. Boston and the Massachusetts coast boo to him, broad and rough-edged, with a scar through one eyebrow. The most dangerous of the four, and the most fiercely protective. Warm colors here. Golds and oranges and deep reds, like embers in a dying fire. He looks like he could break someone with his bare hands. He also looks like he'd pull a stranger out of a burning building and never mention it again. And then Devyn Chaleur, Mafia King of the South. Connecticut and Rhode Island answer to him alone. Dark-haired, golden-eyed, legendarily impatient. His anger runs cold, not hot, and that makes him more dangerous than all the others combined. I don't look at his illustration. I don't know why. Something about the description makes my stomach clench. His anger runs cold, not hot. That's the opposite of what I grew up with. My father's anger was hot, explosive, loud enough to rattle the windows and send my mother retreating into silence. Cold anger sounds worse. Cold anger sounds like the kind you can't see coming. So I skip Devyn's route. I play through Quinn's instead. And play is the right word, because the book works exactly like a choose-your-own adventure. Decisions branch into new paths. Pages tell me where to turn next. The story unfolds differently, depending on what I choose. I finish Quinn's route, then Sky's, then Wolf's. I don't touch Devyn's. The shop has grown darker around me. The rain still drums against the windows, but softer now, like it's tired. The fire has burned down to glowing embers. My teacup is empty, though I don't remember finishing it. I should go. I should have gone hours ago. Heart is going to kill me. I was only supposed to be on my lunch break, and by now it must be. I check my phone. Dead. Completely dead. Even though it was at 60% when I walked in here. That's fine. That's probably fine. Phones die sometimes. It doesn't mean anything. I set the book down on the table beside my empty cup, lean my head back against the velvet armchair. The cushions seem to mold around me, impossibly soft. I'll just close my eyes for a second, just until I can gather the energy to face whatever disaster is waiting for me at the studio. Just until I wake up to the sound of running, not running, fleeing, frantic footsteps on marble, the rustle of fabric, ragged breathing that sounds like barely contained sobs. I jerk upright, and the world is wrong. No velvet armchair, no amber lanterns, no bookshelves arranged by color like a designer's fever dream. Instead, marble floors, so polished I can see the ghost of my own reflection, stained glass windows that fragment the light into shattered rainbows, pews draped in black silk, and roses everywhere, massive arrangements of them, the kind that cost more per stem than I make in an hour. They're beautiful. They're also scentless, which means they're the really expensive kind, bred for appearance over everything else. A chapel. I'm standing in a chapel, and there's a figure in black running toward me. My first thought, absurdly, is ghost. My second thought is to form a cross with my fingers, because that's what they do in the movies, right? Ghosts hate crosses, or is that vampires? Either way, I'm raising my hands, ready to... Wait, is that mascara running down her cheeks? Since when do ghosts wear makeup? S'il vous plaît, and speak French. The ghost, woman, bride, grabs my shoulders, and her nails dig in hard enough to make me wince. Okay, definitely real. Definitely real, because she smells amazing, like jasmine, and something sweeter, and her nails are also definitely going to leave marks. I look at her, but my own confusion and shock makes me blind to her as a human. All I can see is her as the subject of a photo, black gown trailing behind her, like a river of ink, veil half torn and streaming, even with her makeup ruined, and her hair coming loose from what was probably an elaborate updo. She's the kind of beautiful that doesn't seem real, the kind you see in Renaissance paintings, all soft edges and luminous skin, delicate features, the sort of bone structure that looks good from every "Are you listening to me?" She switched to English, and it makes her terror more palpable and instantly effective in snapping me out of my mental fugue. Focus, Bailey. He's gone insane. Who's he, and why should I care? You should hide too. Before I can respond, she's running again, heading for the left wall, for a panel carved with roses that I somehow know isn't just decorative. She presses her palm against the center bloom. A door groans open. Hidden, secret. She looks back at me one more time. Her eyes are the color of rain, wide with terror and something that might be gratitude. And then she's gone, swallowed by the darkness behind the wall. The door slides shut. I stand there, alone, in a chapel that smells like money and scentless roses and someone else's ruined wedding. Or maybe it's just that I've never been a tattletale, even when it would have been easier, even when it would have saved me. There's something in me that can't do it, can't sell someone out, even a stranger, even when I don't know if she deserves my silence. I look Devyn Chaleur in his golden, impossible eyes, and I say nothing. The silence stretches between us. 1 second, 2, something shifts in his expression. It's barely there, just the slightest tightening around his eyes. But I catch it. I'm trained to catch it. Years of photographing brides has taught me to read the micro expressions people don't know they're making. He's surprised. He didn't expect me to stay silent. You were here when she ran. It's not a question. You saw where she went. Still, I don't answer. Another shift. This one I can't read as easily. Interest, maybe. Or something colder. Dis-moi, he says softly. Tell me, where is my bride? His bride, the beautiful, terrified girl, with mascara running down her face, was supposed to marry this man with his banked anger, and his golden eyes, and his small army of men with guns. The thought rises up before I can stop it, and maybe something shows on my face, because Devyn's expression shifts again. You think you're protecting her. His voice is still soft, still quiet, but there's an edge to it now, sharp enough to cut. How noble. I should stay quiet. I should stay small. I should do what I've always done, what I learned to do in a house where anger filled every room, and the only way to survive was to become invisible. But something happens instead. Maybe it's the adrenaline. Maybe it's the sheer impossibility of this situation. The fact that I'm standing in a book I fell asleep reading, being interrogated by a fictional Mafia king about a bride I watched escape through a secret door. Maybe it's the memory of Marilyn's smile this morning and Hart's ultimatum. And every single time I've swallowed my own voice because it was easier than fighting. Or maybe I'm just tired of being the one who backs down, tired of being the one who stays quiet, tired of being someone that people look at and see nothing worth taking seriously. I lift my chin. I'm not telling you anything. The words hang in the air between us. I have no idea where they came from. That's not me. I don't talk back. I don't challenge. I don't look dangerous men in the eye and refuse to give them what they want. Except, apparently, I do. Apparently, in this world, in this story, I do. Devyn doesn't react, not visibly. His face remains perfectly still, perfectly composed. But something happens behind his eyes. A door opening, a calculation being made. And then Devyn Chaleur smiles. It's not a nice smile. It's the smile of a man who's used to getting everything he wants and who's just found something that refuses to be gotten. It's also, unfortunately, a devastating smile, the kind that transforms his whole face, softens those sharp angles, makes him look almost human, almost approachable, almost like someone you could trust, which he isn't, obviously. He's a mafia king with an army and a runaway bride, and a legendary temper, and I am not going to be distracted by a nice smile, handsome smile. I meant handsome, no, horrible, horrible smile, and he's someone else's groom. Let's not forget that. His bride literally just ran away. So any attraction I might be feeling is completely inappropriate, and also probably a symptom of whatever was in that tea. But his bride ran away, so technically he's single now, available, ready to— Oh my gosh, Bailey, stop. Très bien, Devyn murmurs. Very well, then you'll pay the price for your silence. He reaches out, catches my chin between his thumb and forefinger, tilts my face up toward his. His touch is warm, his hands are steady, no tremor, no hesitation. He touches me like he has every right to, like my personal space is just another thing he owns. My brain is doing that thing it does when too much is happening at once, just stalling, buffering, like a computer that's been asked to process a file that's way too big. Okay, let's break this down. Fact 1, I was in a bookshop. Fact 2, I drank mysterious tea. Fact 3, I fell asleep. Fact 4, I am now in a chapel. Fact 5, a bride just ran past me and disappeared through a secret door. Fact 6, she told me to hide because someone, he, has gone insane. Conclusion, I am hallucinating. That tea was definitely drugged. This is all happening in my head, while my body is probably slumped in that velvet armchair, and the mysterious shopkeeper is calling an ambulance. The chapel doors burst open. Men pour in, a dozen of them, maybe more, all in dark suits, all armed. They fan out with military precision, guns raised, and within seconds, I'm surrounded. I should be terrified. I am terrified, but there's also a small, hysterical part of my brain that's thinking, this is the inciting incident. This is where the story really starts, which means the men part, and he walks through. I didn't look at his illustration in the book. I skipped right past it, didn't let myself linger, didn't want to know what he looked like. But I know anyway. Dark hair, a little too long, pushed back from a face that's all sharp angles, golden eyes, actually golden, like honey, like amber, like something that shouldn't exist in nature. The kind of coloring you'd have to color correct in post, because no one would believe it was real. He's tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a suit that fits him so perfectly. It had to be made for him, charcoal gray, with a subtle sheen that catches the stained glass light. The light from the windows falls directly on his face. It should be unflattering, that angle. It exposes everything. Most people look worse in direct overhead light. It creates shadows under the eyes, highlights every flaw. He doesn't have any flaws, or maybe he does, and he just doesn't care who sees them. Something twists in my stomach, something warm and unwanted. No, absolutely not. I already did my stupid thing for the day. I drank the mysterious tea, and now I'm hallucinating. And I am not going to make things worse by being attracted to the figment of my drugged imagination. Devyn Chaleur, Mafia King of the South. The one route I refuse to read. He stops in front of me, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to meet his gaze, close enough that I can see the faint scar at the corner of his jaw, the way his mouth is set in a line that isn't quite a frown, but isn't anywhere near a smile. He doesn't look angry. That's somehow worse. My father's anger was a wildfire, loud and hot, and impossible to miss. You always knew when it was coming. You had time to get out of the way. But this man, his anger, is buried deep. I can feel it underneath the surface, banked like coals that could flare at any moment. But his face gives nothing away. His body gives nothing away. He holds himself like a man who learned a long time ago that showing emotion was a weakness he couldn't afford. I wonder who taught him that. When he speaks, his voice is low, quiet, the barest trace of a French accent curling around the vowels. And oh no, that's attractive too. That's unfairly attractive. Where is Abigail? Abigail, so that's her name. The runaway bride, with the rain-colored eyes. I could tell him. I could point to the hidden door. Explain that I just woke up here, that I have no idea what's going on, that I'm not part of whatever this is. But something stops me. Maybe it's the way she looked at me before she disappeared. The terror in her eyes, so raw and real, it made my chest ache. He's gone insane, she said. And if she meant him, if she meant the man standing in front of me, with his golden eyes and his cold anger, and his army of men with guns, then she was running from him. No wonder she ran, and my stupid, traitorous body likes it. Heat blooms where his fingers meet my skin. My breath catches. My pulse does something complicated that definitely isn't fear, or at least isn't only fear. His golden eyes drop to my mouth for just a second, just long enough for me to notice. And when his gaze comes back up to meet mine, there's something new in it, something knowing, something that says he felt that too. And he's very aware that I'm trying to pretend I didn't. This is bad. This is very, very bad. My bride ran away. His thumb traces along my jaw, slow, unhurried. You will take her place. My heart stops, starts again, starts pounding so hard. I can feel it in my throat, my temples, my fingertips. Number. This is the one route I didn't read, the one hero I avoided, the one story I refused to let myself fall into. And now I'm trapped in it. Bienvenue à ta nouvelle vie, Devyn says softly. Welcome to your new life. His golden eyes hold mine, and there's something in them I can't read, something that lives in the shadows. His perfect composure can't quite hide. Bailey, he knows my name. How does he know my name? But of course he does. I'm the heroine of this story. I just have no idea how it ends. Chapter 2. They don't let me walk. Well, they try to let me walk. 2 of Devyn's men flank me the moment we leave the chapel, their hands hovering near my arms, in that universal gesture of move along now. And I do move. I'm moving. My legs are working, technically, even if they feel like they're made of something unreliable. Jello, wet cement, overcooked pasta. But apparently, I'm not moving fast enough. I hear footsteps behind me. Quick, decisive. And then the world tilts sideways, and I'm suddenly up as in off my feet, up, as in cradled against a broad chest that smells like expensive cologne, and something warmer underneath, up, as in Devyn Chaleur has just scooped me into his arms, like I weigh nothing, and he's carrying me out of his own wedding chapel without breaking stride. What are you? Put me down. You are too slow. That's it. That's his entire explanation. 4 words, delivered in a tone so matter-of-fact, you'd think he was explaining why the sky is blue. I was too slow. So obviously, the only logical solution was to pick me up and carry me like a, I can walk slower than I'd like. That's not a reason to, it's the only reason that matters. His arms tighten fractionally, adjusting my weight like it's nothing, and I become acutely aware of several things at once. 1. His chest is very solid, very, very solid. The kind of solid that makes you understand why women in romance novels are always swooning against things. 2. His arms are very strong, not straining strong, not showing off strong, but casually carrying a whole human without breaking a sweat strong. 3. He smells really, really good. Cedar and something smoky and warm skin. And stop smelling him, Bailey. 4. His men are watching. That last one snaps me back to reality. A dozen armed guards, trained and disciplined, and not one of them reacts to their boss carrying a strange woman out of the chapel. Like this is completely normal behavior, like he does this all the time, like they've learned not to question anything he does, no matter how insane it seems. What kind of man inspires that level of obedience? The kind from the book, Bailey. The kind you specifically avoided reading about. I stop struggling, not because I've accepted this. I have not accepted this, but because fighting him is clearly pointless, and also I'm a little worried about what happens if he decides to just drop me. Also, my face is approximately 3 inches from his neck, and I'm trying very hard not to breathe. He carries me out of the chapel and into the blinding brightness of late afternoon, golden light, blue sky, the kind of weather that photographers call magic hour, because it makes everything look like a dream. There are cars lined up on the gravel drive, sleek and black and expensive, and he walks straight toward one of them without slowing down. A man in a dark suit scrambles to open the back door. Devyn deposits me inside. One moment, I'm in his arms. The next, I'm on soft leather, slightly breathless, and he's straightening, and he doesn't step back. He's still there. One hand braced on the roof of the car, the other on the open door, and he's looking down at me with those impossible golden eyes. The afternoon light catches his face at an angle that should be unflattering. Direct sun is harsh on everyone. But apparently, Devyn Chaleur didn't get that memo. Neither of us moves. I should say something. I should demand answers, or threaten to scream, or do literally anything other than sit here staring up at him like my brain has completely stopped working. But his gaze drops to my mouth just for a second, just long enough for me to notice. And when his eyes come back up to mine, there's something in them I can't read, something that makes my breath catch for reasons that have absolutely nothing to do with being manhandled. Then he steps back, the door closes, and he's gone. I sit there, heart pounding, trying to remember how oxygen works. My hand flies to my hair. Is it a mess? Why do I care if it's a mess? He literally just manhandled me out of a building, and I'm worried about my hair. I catch my reflection in the tinted window. My face is red, actually red, not, oh, she's a little flushed, red, but full-on tomato. Someone painted feelings across her cheeks red. Oh no, he definitely saw that. Okay, Bailey, think. Fact 1, I am in a car. Fact 2, I was just carried here by a fictional mafia king because I wasn't walking fast enough. Fact 3, he looked at my mouth. Fact 4, my body is still tingling everywhere he touched me. Fact 5, facts 3 and 4 are deeply concerning, and I'm choosing to ignore them. Fact 6, I am failing to ignore them. The engine starts. We begin to move. There's a driver up front, separated from me by a privacy partition. Another man in the passenger seat. Neither of them turns around or acknowledges my existence, which is somehow worse than if they'd pointed a gun at me. At least with a gun, I'd know where I stood. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window and watch the world slide by. We're on a private road, trees lining both sides, and the afternoon light slants through the leaves in patterns that make me think of Impressionist paintings, Monet, Renoir, artists who understood that light could be broken into 1,000 pieces and still be beautiful. And then the trees end, and I see it, the estate, stone walls, the color of old honey rise, 3 stories high, with dormer windows and copper gutters gone green with age. The architecture is French-influenced, old money elegant, the kind of building that whispers about generations of wealth, so vast it stopped being about money a long time ago. Gardens, geometric hedges, a fountain in the center of the circular drive, water catching the late sun like liquid gold. Everything is perfect, everything is precise, not a single blade of grass out of place. This place is him, every inch of it designed, curated, controlled, and now I'm in it. The interior matches the exterior, grand, impeccable, intimidating, high ceilings, a chandelier that costs more than my annual salary, marble floors, so polished I can see my own reflection, small and rumpled, and completely out of place. Staff members move through the space with quiet efficiency. They glance at me as I pass, their expressions carefully blank, and I realize with a jolt that they don't know who I am. Of course they don't. To them, I'm just the woman from the chapel, the stranger who appeared at the exact wrong moment, an anomaly in this perfect house. A silver-haired man leads me up a sweeping staircase, down a hallway lined with paintings, and stops in front of a door. Your room, miss. Someone will bring you dinner shortly. My room, like I'm a guest at a hotel. I step inside. The room is beautiful. A 4-poster bed with silk hangings, antique furniture, windows overlooking the gardens, a fireplace, a door that probably leads to a bathroom, with marble floors and gold fixtures. It's also, unmistakably, a cage. The door behind me doesn't lock. I check, but when I ease it open a crack, I see them, 2 men on either side of the hallway, backs straight, faces forward. I close the door. Okay. I sink onto the edge of the bed and try to breathe. The mattress is impossibly soft, the kind of expensive soft that makes you feel cradled. Under other circumstances, I might appreciate it. Under these circumstances, all I can think about is the man who carried me here, his arms around me, his eyes on my mouth. Stop it, Bailey. My phone. The thought cuts through everything else. My phone was dead in the bookshop, but maybe I dig into my pocket with shaking hands. It's there, small and familiar, and so beautifully ordinary. I press the power button. The screen lights up. 73% battery, full signal, everything working exactly as it should. For one wild, hopeful moment, I think, I can call for help. I can call 911. I can call Heart and tell her I've been kidnapped by fictional characters. And please come get me. And then I see the date. The date is wrong. Not just wrong, impossible, according to my phone. It's 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks before the day I walked into Hugh Hayes' bookshop. 3 weeks before Marilyn came into the studio. 3 weeks before everything. I stare at the screen. I stare at it until the numbers blur. Then, with fingers that don't feel like mine, I open my text messages. They're there, all of them. Messages from Heart about work schedules. Messages from the group chat with the other assistants. A message from my mom asking if I wanted to come home for dinner next Sunday. But the dates are wrong. Everything is from 3 weeks ago or earlier. I check my email. Same thing. I check social media. My accounts are there. My posts are there. My life is there, laid out in pictures and status updates. Exactly as I remember it, except I scroll through Love Studios' page, looking for the post about Marilyn's wedding, the one that made Hart assign me to the account. Because she knew it would twist something in me. It's not there. Marilyn's wedding hasn't been booked yet. Because according to this timeline, Marilyn hasn't walked into the studio yet. Because according to this timeline, that day hasn't happened. I open my contacts, find Hart's number. My thumb hovers over the call button, and I realize I have no idea what I would say. Hi, it's Bailey. I know we talked yesterday, except yesterday hasn't happened yet. Also, I'm trapped in a book, and a Mafia king wants to marry me. How's your Tuesday? I set the phone down on the bed beside me. I stare at the silk canopy above me, and I try very, very hard not to scream. Here's the thing about photographs. A photograph can lie. Not obviously, not in ways most people would notice, but in small, subtle ways that change everything. A shadow removed, a color corrected, a person edited out, and the background filled in so seamlessly, you'd never know they were there. The finished image looks right. It looks real, but if you know what to look for, you can tell there's something off about the lighting, something wrong with the way the edges blend. The picture is lying to you, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's what this feels like. My life is here, my apartment, my job, my phone full of messages from people I know. Everything is in place. Everything looks right, but something has been edited. Time has been moved. Events have been shifted, and I'm standing in the middle of it, like someone photoshopped me into a picture I was never supposed to be in. The book, it has to be the book. Heways gave me a book that had my name in it, my face, my mannerisms, described in ink that looked centuries old, and I read it, fell asleep in that too comfortable armchair, and woke up here in a world where my life exists, but the timeline has shifted, in a world where 4 Mafia kings rule from the shadows, in a world where I'm apparently going to marry one of them in 3 days. Whether I like it or not, I laugh. It's not a good laugh. It's the kind of laugh that comes right before crying or screaming, or possibly both. The kind of laugh that tastes like burnt sugar at the back of your throat, something that should be sweet but went wrong somewhere. I press my hands over my face and try to breathe. In, out, in, out. I am not going to have a panic attack in a silk-draped room in a fictional Mafia king's mansion. I am not. It's not going to work. I inform the ceiling with as much dignity as I can muster. I refuse to panic. I'm going to stay calm and rational, and the door wasn't locked. I scream. Not a dignified scream, not even a movie heroine scream, just a strangled yelp of pure shock that has me jerking upright so fast I lose my balance, and then oh no, I'm falling off the bed. My hand shoots out to grab the bedpost, but the silk sheets have tangled around my legs, and for one horrible, endless moment, I'm just hanging there, half on the mattress, half off, one leg trapped in expensive fabric, arm wrapped around carved mahogany, like it's a life raft. Devyn is standing in the doorway, watching. His expression gives absolutely nothing away. Not amusement, not concern, not even mild curiosity about why his future bride is currently attempting to strangle herself with bed sheets. One eyebrow lifts, maybe a millimeter. maybe less. I scramble upright with as much dignity as I can muster, which is none. Zero dignity. Negative dignity. I wasn't. I gesture vaguely at the bed, the sheets, my own treasonous limbs. That wasn't. He says nothing. Gravity, I inform him. It was a gravity issue. Still nothing. Just those golden eyes, watching me like I'm a particularly confusing math problem he's been asked to solve. Also, you should knock, I add, because apparently my mouth has decided to keep going without permission from my brain. That's a thing people do, knocking before entering rooms, especially bedrooms, especially the bedrooms of people they've kidnapped. His lips twitch. It's barely there, the ghost of almost amusement, gone so fast I might have imagined it, but I didn't imagine it. I saw it. I saw it. Devyn Chaleur, Mafia king, legendary temper, banked Cole's anger, almost smiled at me because I was being ridiculous. Oh no, oh no, no, no. The wedding will take place in 3 days. His tone is clipped now, all business. Like the almost smile never happened. There's paperwork to complete. Legal formalities. He's changed out of his wedding suit. Now, he's in something simpler, dark trousers, a white shirt with the sleeves rolled to his forearms, the collar open at the throat. The late afternoon light catches the hard line of his jaw, the sharp angles of his face. He fills the door frame, the way he fills every space he enters, not just physically. Though he is tall, broad-shouldered, built like someone who knows exactly what his body can do. It's more than that. It's presence. It's the absolute certainty that everything around him exists because he allows it to. Those golden eyes find mine. My pulse jumps. My breath catches. My whole body goes tight in a way I don't want to examine too closely. No, absolutely not. I am not going to be attracted to the man who literally picked me up and carried me out of a building because I wasn't walking fast enough. The man who just watched me nearly strangle myself with bedsheets and didn't even offer to help. That would be insane. That would be. He takes a step into the room, and my thoughts scatter like startled birds. I find my voice somewhere in the wreckage of my composure. You can't just marry someone. There are laws. You need consent. I need to understand what you are. The interruption is sharp, efficient. He cuts through my protests like they're inconveniences. What I am. You appeared in my chapel. Another step closer. I can smell him now. Cedar and smoke, and that warmth underneath. And my knees feel suddenly unreliable. At the exact moment my bride vanished. You refused to tell me where she went. You gave me nothing but silence and defiance. I want to back away, but I'm standing by the bed. There's nowhere to go. That doesn't mean I don't believe in coincidence. His gaze drops to my mouth. Again, second time. I'm counting now, just for a second, just like before, in the car, and just like before. My breath catches, and my heart does something complicated. And I hate that he can see what he does to me. When his eyes meet mine again, there's something sharp in them, searching. You will stay where I can see you, until I understand what you are. Coincidence or conspiracy. I don't yet know which. I'm not a conspiracy. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Small miracle. I'm a photography assistant from Providence. I don't know how I got here. I don't know why the date on my phone is wrong. I don't know anything. He tilts his head slightly, studying me like I'm a puzzle he can't solve. And it's making him impatient. The date on your phone, he repeats. I shouldn't have said that. I should have kept my mouth shut, given him nothing, the way I did in the chapel. But I'm tired. I'm confused. And some reckless part of me wants him to know that I'm just as lost as he thinks I am. It says it's 3 weeks ago, I tell him. Except I remember those 3 weeks. I lived them, and now they haven't happened yet. Something happens to his face. It's not much. A flicker in those golden eyes. A tightening at the corner of his jaw. If I weren't trained to notice micro expressions, I might have missed it entirely. But I am trained, and I don't miss it. He recognizes what I'm describing. I don't know how. I don't know why. But something in my words has landed. Something has struck a nerve. For a long moment, he just looks at me. The impatience is gone. In its place is something I can't name, something almost like uncertainty. Though that doesn't seem like a word that belongs anywhere near this man. Interessant, he murmurs finally. The word is soft, almost to himself. And then, without another word, he turns and walks out. Not a goodbye, not an explanation, just gone. Like he got more than he came for, and he needs to think. The door closes behind him. With a soft click, I sink onto the bed, breathing hard, heart pounding against my ribs. What was that? What does he know? And then I do what any rational person would do. I try the window. It opens easily. No locks, no bars, just a 3-story drop to the gardens below, with nothing but perfectly manicured hedges to break my fall. I close the window. I try the door again. The guards are still there. One of them glances at me, his expression professionally blank. Is there something you need, miss? I'm a prisoner. The words come out before I can stop them. Too loud, too blunt. The kind of thing I never say, because I learned a long time ago that saying hard things out loud doesn't change them. The guard doesn't even blink. Is there something you need, miss? He repeats, in exactly the same tone. My face goes hot. I want to apologize. For what? I don't even know. For making this awkward. For putting him in a position where he has to pretend he didn't hear me. For being the kind of person who blurts out uncomfortable truths and then feels guilty about it. No, I manage. No, thank you. I close the door gently, carefully, like that somehow makes up for what I just said. I sink down against it, my back against the wood, and pull my knees up to my chest. The room is beautiful. The bed is soft. The guards are polite. But I'm not a guest. I'm not a bride. I'm a prisoner. They're calling a bride in a world that shouldn't exist, with a wedding in 3 days, and no idea how to stop it. Coincidence or conspiracy, he said. I don't yet know which. Neither do I. But there's something he's not telling me. Something he recognized when I told him about the time shift. Something that made even Devyn Chaleur impatient, certain, in control of everything. Pause. I'm going to find out what it is. Sleep doesn't come. I lie in the impossibly soft bed, staring at the silk canopy, and my brain won't stop spinning. The guards change shifts outside my door. I hear the quiet exchange of words, the soft footsteps. Moonlight spills through the windows, making everything look like a black and white photograph. Abigail, the name floats up from wherever I've been pushing it down. The terrified bride in the black gown. He's gone insane. You should hide too. Why did she run? I reach for my phone. Before I can think better of it, the screen lights up, bathing my face in blue glow. If this world has my social media accounts, my emails, my whole digital life, then maybe it has hers too. I type Abigail Briones into the search bar. Results flood the screen. She's everywhere. Society pages, charity galas, philanthropy profiles. The daughter of Patrick Briones, apparently. A name that shows up in articles about territory politics and old money. and the kind of power that doesn't need to announce itself. I scroll through images. Abigail at a fundraiser, smiling beside her father. Abigail cutting a ribbon at a children's hospital. Abigail giving a speech about continuing father's vision for the territory. In every photo, she's polished, perfect. The kind of poised that takes years to learn, but something about the images makes me pause. I've spent years photographing people, brides mostly, women on the most emotionally charged day of their lives. You learn to read body language. You learn to see the cracks in the performance. Abigail's smile never reaches her eyes. It's subtle. Professional cameras, professional lighting, everything designed to make her look happy, engaged, present. But there's a distance in her gaze, a careful blankness that I recognize because I've spent my whole life perfecting the same expression, the smile you wear when you're performing someone else's version of who you should be. I find an interview, some lifestyle magazine, soft focus photography, the headline reading, Abigail Briones, the territory's favorite daughter. The questions are predictable. Her charity work, her education, her beautiful relationship with her father. Her answers are even more predictable. Father has always been my greatest inspiration. Everything I do is to honor his legacy. I was so fortunate to attend boarding school in Switzerland. It taught me independence. A family is everything to me. I'm so grateful for the opportunities Father has provided. I read the words again. Father, father, father. She talks about him constantly, but in every quote, there's no warmth, no anecdotes, no dad and I used to, or he always made me laugh when. Just titles and gratitude, and the careful language of someone who's learned exactly what she's supposed to say. I dig deeper, find a puff piece about her childhood. Abigail was sent to Shane Academy at age 7, where she flourished in an environment that encouraged her natural leadership abilities. Age 7, sent away at age 7 to a boarding school in another country, and this is framed as flourishing. My chest tightens. I know this story, not the specifics, but the shape of it. The daughter who performs devotion for a father who never quite sees her. The child who learns early that love is earned through achievement, through obedience, through becoming exactly what someone else needs you to be. I scroll through more photos. Father and daughter at a ribbon cutting. Father and daughter at a press conference. Father and daughter posed in front of a fireplace for a holiday card. In every single image, there's space between them. Not much, just enough. The kind of distance that a camera captures, even when no one meant it to. His hand on her shoulder, but not quite touching. Her smile bright, but her body angled slightly away. Two people who've learned to look connected without actually connecting. My father's anger was loud, hot, impossible to ignore, but I think Patrick Briones's might be something else entirely. Cold, distant. The kind that doesn't shout, just withdraws, just makes you feel like you're reaching for something that's always 6 inches too far away. Different weapon, same wound. I set the phone down on my chest and stare at the ceiling. Abigail Briones was supposed to marry Devyn Chaleur, the perfect political match, the territory's favorite daughter, and the Mafia king of the South. And instead, she ran. He's gone insane. You should hide too. She has to be talking about her groom. Even if all of these articles seem to imply that theirs was a match made in Mafia paradise, and if she were indeed talking about him, who's now my current captor, there's only one way to find out if he's insane like she implies. And thank goodness Google still works, even if I've just found myself In another world, Devyn Chaleur, articles and photos pop up, and I find it absolutely weird that my stomach starts churning when I read of how there's this whole bridal war that unofficially took place the moment Devyn released an actual PSA about needing a bride to maintain peace in his territory. This world seems to be just as modern and advanced as mine was, maybe even more. But it's surprisingly archaic when it comes to marriage and relationships. Do the women in this world really not see anything wrong in competing for a man's attention? Is marrying for love not? What was that? I freeze and hold my breath. And there it is again. Footsteps in the hallway, steady, unhurried, and getting closer by the second. Could it be Abigail, or the king, or someone else? Someone insane? Phew, the footsteps have passed my door, before eventually fading into silence. I let out the breath I was holding, fall back into my bed, which is unfortunately a lot more comfortable than the one I have back home. In the other world, hysteria bubbles in my throat, but I manage to swallow it back. The other world, I can't believe those words, are starting to feel normal. I squeeze my eyes shut, but sleep refuses to come. Questions abound, and memories that I still can't make sense of. A bride in a black wedding gown, someone insane, and a mafia king who wants to marry me. Because, oh, why did he want to marry me? I think that matters, right? But exhaustion pulls me under before I can even figure things out. Chapter 3. The summons comes at 9. A sharp knock, the first knock I've heard in this house, actually, which makes me wonder if the staff are held to different standards than their employer. And then a woman's voice, quiet but firm. The king requests your presence in his study. The tone speaks louder than words in this case. She says it's a request, but we both know I'm not really being offered a choice. I glance down at my clothes, same jeans and blouse I was wearing when I walked into Huey's a lifetime ago, but they're wrinkled now, slept in looking, even though I didn't sleep in them. I smell like stress and stale fear, and the faint ghost of that bookshop tea. Not exactly how I'd choose to face an interrogation, but captives can't be choosers, right? Coming, I say. The woman who leads me through the house is middle-aged, efficient, her dark hair pulled back in a severe bun. She doesn't make conversation, doesn't look at me, except to ensure I'm following. I'm a task to be completed, nothing more. We go down the main staircase, through a hallway I didn't see yesterday, and stop in front of a pair of heavy wooden doors. The woman knocks once, waits for a response I don't hear, and then opens the door and steps aside. Miss Sutton, she announces. I step into my captor's study, which is unsurprisingly immaculate, and the photographer in me appreciates it. The composition and the lines, the way light falls through tall windows onto dark wood and leather. Built-in bookshelves line 2 walls, filled with volumes arranged by height and color. A massive desk dominates the center of the room, its surface empty except for a single pen, a single notepad, and a laptop closed with geometric precision. No clutter, no warmth, no photographs, no mementos, no evidence that a human being actually works here, rather than a very organized machine. This room reveals him, I realize. The rest of the estate is impressive, but impersonal, the kind of grandeur that comes with old money maintained by staff, existing independent of whoever happens to live there. But this space, this is his, every inch of it, designed for control, for order, for the absolute elimination of chaos. And behind the desk, not rising as I enter, is the man himself. Devyn is in a charcoal suit today, perfectly tailored, the kind that probably costs more than 6 months of my rent. He's holding a pen, tapping it against the desk in a quick, restless rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Even seated, even still, there's an energy to him, an impatience that seems to hum just beneath the surface. The door closes behind me. He doesn't offer me a seat, doesn't greet me, just looks at me with those golden eyes. And I feel it in my chest, a tightening, an awareness that has nothing to do with fear and everything to do with something I don't want to name. Not now, Bailey, not ever. Focus. Tell me who sent you. No preamble, no pleasantries, just the accusation, sharp and direct. No one sent me. My voice comes out steadier than I expected. Small miracle, given that my heart is trying to beat its way out of my chest. Then explain how you ended up in my chapel. I shouldn't tell him the truth. I should make something up, something plausible enough for him to consider letting me go. That's the smartest and safest thing to do. I fell asleep in a bookshop, I blurt out, and woke up watching your bride run away. But my mouth gets me in trouble before my brain can take control. Bailey, you idiot. A bookshop. 1 second, there's that restless energy, that constant motion, and the next, stillness. He weighs. I find myself elaborating, even though I feel I'm just digging a deeper hole for myself by doing so. I don't know if you've heard of it. Go on. Those 2 words nearly knock me off my feet because it speaks volumes. Him asking me to continue instead of telling me I've lost my mind. Have you been there? I blurt out. Is that why? He looks at me, asking with remarkable politeness. Why do you think you have any right to ask questions? Fair point. And so I do as he asks and pick up where I left off. I tell him about the bookshop that appeared out of nowhere, the tea that tasted like comfort and made me feel safe when I shouldn't have, the book, the impossible book with my name in it, my face in the illustrations, my life described in ink that looked centuries old. He starts drumming his fingers on his desk when I tell him about the 4 roots, the 4 kings, about choosing Quinn and Sky and Wolf. But you did not pick my root. Wow, either he knows something about Hueys, or he's just really good at playing along with the way he asks me about his root so easily. And while my brain is now sufficiently in control, urging me this time to play it safe and lie, you seemed too intense for someone like me. I end up stammering the truth out again. Is that so? You were described as someone with a legendary temper, and so I scared you away. No, it's not. I feel like I should apologize. I'm really tempted to apologize. I have a feeling I've offended him for not choosing his route. It's just, never mind. Proceed with your story. Right. I'm dying to apologize, but I have a feeling saying, I'm sorry, is just going to make him hate me even more. Well, the rest of my words tumble out in a rush at the impatient note in his voice. I tell him about falling asleep in the velvet armchair, about waking up in his chapel, about the woman in black who grabbed me, begged me not to tell, and disappeared through a door that shouldn't exist. When I finish, silence fills the room. Devyn hasn't moved, hasn't blinked. As far as I can tell, he's just watching me with those golden eyes. And I'm acutely aware of how ridiculous this all sounds. A magical bookshop, a book with my name in it, a portal to another world. If I were him, I wouldn't believe me either. My stomach chooses this moment to growl loudly, mortifyingly, undeniably loudly, like some kind of dying whale sound that echoes off the immaculate walls of his immaculate study. My face goes hot. I can feel the blush spreading from my cheeks down my neck. And there's nowhere to hide, no way to pretend. That didn't just happen. Sorry, I didn't. I haven't eaten since. I don't actually know when I last ate. Yesterday, the day before. Time has gotten slippery, and I don't know why my stomach decided now was the moment to announce itself. It has terrible timing. I'm so sorry. Stop talking, Bailey. It's not like I was trying to be dramatic or anything. I'm just apparently a dying whale now. Stop talking. Sorry, I'll stop. I want to die, but then I see something, and suddenly I want to live again because his horribly handsome face. I saw something, not softness exactly. Nothing about this man could be described as soft, but the hard line of his mouth changes, just fractionally. The corner of his lips twitches, and for a moment, just a moment, he looks almost amused at me because I'm ridiculous. You weren't brought breakfast, he says. It's not a question. I know, I don't think so. Maybe. I wasn't really paying attention. I was planning an escape from your heavily guarded mansion. No, he picks up his phone, presses a button, and speaks in rapid French. That's too fast for me to follow. The only word I catch is maintenant, now, delivered with the kind of impatience that suggests someone is about to have a very bad morning. He sets the phone down, looks at me again. You're either telling the truth, he says slowly, or you're the most creative liar I've ever encountered. I'm not lying. Then you're a problem I don't know how to solve. He rises from behind the desk, and even though I knew he was tall, even though I was literally carried by this man yesterday, the full height of him still catches me off guard. I dislike problems I can't solve. He moves around the desk toward me. My heart rate picks up. My breath catches. Every instinct tells me to step back, to put distance between us, but something keeps my feet rooted to the floor. Pride, maybe, or something stupider. He stops in front of me, close, too close. I can smell him again. That cedar and smoke scent that my brain has apparently decided to catalog against my will, and I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. This is fine. I'm fine. I can have a conversation with a terrifyingly attractive Mafia king from 3 inches away without my brain short-circuiting. Probably. In my world, he says, mercy is seen as weakness. Unknown threats are eliminated quickly, efficiently, without hesitation. His voice is low, measured, by rights. I should have you questioned by people far less patient than myself. I should be terrified. I am terrified. So why is my stupid heart doing something that feels less like fear and more like, no, absolutely not. Do not finish that thought. But he reaches out. His fingers catch my chin, tilting my face up toward the light from the windows. It's the same gesture from yesterday, assessing, clinical. But this time, his thumb brushes along my jaw, and the touch sends something warm and startling down my spine. I stop breathing. He turns my face slightly, like he's examining me, looking for the lie. The light catches my cheekbone, my temple, and I realize with a jolt that this is exactly how I'd position a subject for a portrait. He's composing a shot, reading me the way I read photographs. His gaze drops to my mouth. 3rd time. I'm still counting. Every time he does it, my pulse goes reckless, and my brain forgets how to function. Every time his eyes come back up to mine, I have to remember how to breathe. This time, when his gaze meets mine, there's something in it I can't name, something that makes the air feel thick, something that makes me very, very aware of how little space exists between us. You talked back to me, he says softly, in my own chapel, surrounded by my men. Either you're very brave or very stupid. The defiance rises up before I can stop it. The same defiance that got me into this mess. The same defiance that keeps surprising me. Like there's a version of myself I'm only now meeting. Maybe both. Something happens to his face. His mouth doesn't curve, not quite. But something around his eyes changes. A slight crinkling at the corners. A barely there shift that suggests the possibility of a smile without actually committing to one. The almost smile. It's devastating. The almost smile is somehow worse than an actual smile would be. Because an actual smile I could dismiss. I could tell myself, it's just a smile. People smile all the time. It doesn't mean anything. But this almost feels like something I earned, something rare, something he doesn't give to just anyone. Oh no, Bailey, no. He releases my chin, steps back, and just like that, the almost smile is gone, replaced by cool authority. My jaw tingles where he touched it. I resist the urge to press my fingers there, to see if his touch left a mark. It didn't. Of course it didn't, but it feels like it should have. 3 days, he says. Prove you're not my enemy, or I'll treat you as one. 3 days to prove I'm not a conspiracy. 3 days to convince a mafia king that I'm just a photography assistant who got lost between worlds. 3 days until a wedding I never agreed to. And if I prove it, I hear myself ask, what then? His golden eyes hold mine. Then we'll discuss what happens next. It's not an answer. It's barely even a promise, but it's more than I had 5 minutes ago. Okay, I say. 3 days. A knock at the door keeps him from answering, and a woman carrying a tray enters the room. The smell of fresh bread and coffee hits me, and my stomach makes another undignified noise. I close my eyes. Please ignore that. I don't think I can, Devyn says. It was quite emphatic. My eyes fly open. Was that? Did he just? His face gives nothing away. Absolutely nothing. But there's something in his eyes. The faintest glimmer of, he's teasing me. The Mafia King is teasing me about my stomach growling. I don't know what to do with that information. Eat, he says, gesturing to the tray the woman has set on a side table. Then we'll begin. Begin what? Your 3 days. He moves toward the door. I'll have Mrs. Lime bring you appropriate clothes. You'll join me for dinner tonight. And we'll see if you can convince the household you're not a threat. And if I can't, he pauses at the threshold, looks back at me over his shoulder. Then dinner will be very awkward, and he's gone. I stand there, staring at the closed door, trying to process what just happened. The Mafia King made a joke. 2 jokes, actually. His face didn't even change when he said them. Just that perfectly neutral expression, those golden eyes, giving nothing away. And then, deadpan humor, delivered so dryly, I almost missed it. Then dinner will be very awkward. I press my hands to my cheeks. They're warm, too warm. What is wrong with you, Bailey? My stomach growls again, and I give up trying to understand my own reactions. Food first. Existential crisis about finding a fictional Mafia King's dry humor attractive later. The tray holds fresh bread, still warm, butter, a pot of strawberry jam, coffee, strong and dark, a small dish of mixed berries. It's simple, it's perfect, and the first bite of bread, slathered with butter and jam, is so good I nearly cry. I eat everything, and while I eat, I think, 3 days. 3 days to prove I'm not an enemy. 3 days before a wedding that still looms over everything, even though neither of us has mentioned it directly. I should start panicking by now, but all I can think of is how he's almost smiled twice, that barely there crinkling at the corners of his eyes. That shift that suggests amusement without committing to it. I'm keeping track of those too. The eyes to mouth count, the almost smiles, the way my heart beats differently when he's close. I'm keeping track of all of it, and I don't know why. Chapter 4. Mrs. Lime's hands don't stop moving. She's arranging flowers in the hallway. White roses, perfect and unblemished. And she's been answering my questions for the past 5 minutes without actually telling me anything. It's impressive, really. An art form. Every response is warm and polite and completely empty, like biting into a beautifully decorated cake and finding nothing but air inside. And Mr. Chaleur, I try. You mean the king? The gentle emphasis has me hastily correcting myself. Yes, the king. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? Or in this case, address as the other worlders do, even if you're being forced to marry your own crush captor. What is, he like? A very private man. Another stem adjusted. Another door gently closed, as you will surely come to realize in your own time once you become his proper wife. My mouth opens and closes. Mrs. Lime obviously thinks it's my honor to marry their king, and so maybe someone else in his staff thinks otherwise. 30 minutes later, and I have my answer. 0. I've already tried the groundskeeper. 10 minutes about the roses. Nothing useful. The young maid who brought towels. 3 deflected questions, while somehow making me feel rude for asking. And no one has given me anything. Honestly, I'm not sure what I'm looking for either. A clue, maybe, to the kind of paradise imprisonment, either in marriage or in the dungeons, that awaits me. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. So I go back to Mrs. Lime and ask, what about Abigail? Mrs. Lime is arranging another set of flowers, but this time the question makes her hands stop, just for a heartbeat, just long enough for me to catch the fracture in her composure, something that looks a lot like fear flickering behind her eyes before the pleasant mask slides back into place. I wouldn't know anything about that. Her voice is steady, but her hands have resumed their work with just a little too much focus. Will there be anything else? She's already stepping back as she says it, creating distance. I let her go, because pushing won't help, and because I recognize that fear. Whatever happened to Abigail, the staff knows, and whatever they know, they're too afraid to talk about, which means I need to find answers somewhere else, somewhere that doesn't have a pulse and can't be trained to keep secrets. I'm studying a painting that might be a Monet. The brushwork is right, but the color temperature seems warmer than his usual palette. When I become aware that my shadow count has changed, 2 guards behind me, same as all morning, and one very tall, very silent presence that has materialized approximately 3 feet to my left. I don't jump. I'm proud of that. Does appearing out of nowhere run in your family? I ask, without turning around, keeping my eyes fixed on the painting, like it's the most fascinating thing I've ever seen. Or is it a skill you had to practice? You haven't eaten. That's so far from what I expected him to say that I do turn then, startled out of my careful composure. Devyn is in another one of his perfectly tailored suits. This one a deep charcoal that makes his eyes look almost amber in the light from the windows. Liquid gold with depths I can't read. His dark hair is pushed back from his face, and there's a tension in his jaw that suggests he's been awake for a while, dealing with things I'm not privy to, carrying weights I can't see. He looks like a man with too much on his mind, and somehow that only makes him more unfairly attractive, which is honestly just rude, not my problem. I remind myself firmly. He's the one who kidnapped me, proposed to me, whatever this is. I'm not hungry, I say. I'm investigating. You're eating. He says it like the matter is already decided, like my input on the subject of my own stomach is an irrelevance he doesn't have time to consider. And then, without waiting for a response, he turns and starts walking, clearly expecting me to follow. Like a well-trained pet, I don't follow for about 3 seconds. Then he pauses, glances back over his shoulder, and raises one eyebrow in a way that manages to communicate both impatience and inevitability at the same time. A look that says, "We both know how this ends, so why are you making it difficult?" My feet start moving. Traitors. My feet are absolute traitors. And I'm going to have a serious conversation with them later about loyalty and self-respect, and not just doing whatever the intimidating Mafia King wants. This is ridiculous, I inform him, as I catch up, slightly breathless, from the pace he's setting with his stupidly long legs. You can't just decide when I eat. I'm not a child. I'm a grown woman with autonomy, and you skipped breakfast. I wasn't hungry at breakfast. And that's not the point. And dinner last night. I was tired, but you're not listening. And lunch yesterday. I open my mouth, close it, open it again. Nothing comes out, because he's right. And I don't have an excuse for that one. And he knows it. The truth is that my stomach has been a tight knot of anxiety since I woke up in that chapel, and food has been the last thing on my mind. But how does he know that? Why is a Mafia King tracking the eating habits of his captive bride-to-be? Fine. I try to say it with dignity, try to make it sound like a choice rather than a surrender. I'll eat, but only because I don't finish the sentence. What's the point? We both know I'm going to do what he wants. We both know I already am. Something changes at the corner of his mouth. Not quite a smile, but close. That almost smile that I'm learning to recognize. The one that makes me feel like I've surprised him in a way that pleases him. I look away before I can examine why that pleases me too. He leads me to a small dining room I haven't seen before, flooded with natural light from a bay window that overlooks the gardens. A vase of white roses sits at the center of the table, and there's only one place setting laid out on the crisp white tablecloth. One setting. He's not staying. I don't know why that thought brings something that feels almost like disappointment. That's ridiculous. I should be relieved. I am relieved. Definitely. Absolutely. 100% relieved. Devyn pulls out the chair and looks at me expectantly. You're kidding. The look he gives me suggests he has never kidded about anything in his entire life, that the very concept of kidding is beneath him. An inefficiency he eliminated from his existence years ago. I sit down with dignity, making it very clear through my posture that this is my choice, and I am choosing it freely. He pushes my chair in, and his hands brush my shoulders as he does, just for a second, just the barest whisper of contact through the fabric of my blouse. My breath catches, then he steps back, and I'm left staring at the empty place setting and trying to remember how breathing works. A staff member appears with a covered plate, and when they lift the silver dome, I'm expecting something elaborate, foie gras maybe, something architectural. Instead, it's a grilled cheese sandwich, golden brown, perfectly toasted, with tomato soup on the side, the kind of meal you eat when you're sick or sad or overwhelmed. The meal I used to make for myself in my tiny Providence apartment after particularly brutal days at work. I stare at it. How did you? I look up, But Devyn is already at the door, one hand on the frame, his back to me. "Eat," he says. "Then you can continue your investigation." And then he's gone. I sit there for a long moment, turning the question over in my mind. How did he know? Why did he care? Then I pick up the sandwich and take a bite. Oh, it's perfect. Crispy bread, buttery and golden. Cheese that stretches when I pull it apart. The kind of grilled cheese that takes patience to make, low heat and careful attention. I hate that it's perfect. I eat every bite anyway. I'm almost starting to feel like I have actual freedom when I turn a corner and nearly collide with a wall of charcoal soot and warm skin. Oh no, not again. Devyn's hand shoots out before I can stumble backward, his fingers wrapping around my elbow with a grip that's firm but not painful. The contact sends a jolt through me, like the air before a thunderstorm, like something waiting to happen. "You need to watch where you're going." His voice is low, close enough that I can smell cedar and smoke, and something underneath that's just him. I look up. He's right there, inches away, close enough that I can see the individual striations of gold and amber in his eyes, the faint shadow of stubble along his jaw, the way his pupils have gone just slightly wider than they should be, close enough that I can count his eyelashes if I wanted to, which I absolutely do not want to do. That would be completely inappropriate. I'm counting his eyelashes. "Stop it, Bailey. Maybe you need to stop appearing around corners," I manage. And I'm proud of how steady my voice comes out. He doesn't smile, but something changes around his eyes. That barely there crinkling at the corners, the almost smile that hits so hard, precisely because of its rarity. "It's my house," he says. "I can appear wherever I like." How convenient for you. He's still holding my elbow. Neither of us moves. 1 second. 2. His gaze starts to drop. I see it happening. See the way his eyes begin their familiar journey toward my mouth. And then he catches himself, stops, holds my gaze with something that looks almost like effort. He wanted to look. He didn't look. I notice the absence, like I notice the presence. I'm keeping track of both now. What is wrong with me? Then he releases my arm and continues down the hallway like nothing happened. I watch him go, heart pounding, trying to remember what I was doing before my entire world narrowed down to golden eyes and warm fingers. Right, investigating. Focus, Bailey. The chapel in daylight is different from my memory of it. Less ominous, more beautiful. Afternoon sun pours through the stained glass windows, casting patterns of color across the stone floor, ruby and sapphire and emerald, shifting slowly as the light moves. I stand in the spot where I woke up, trying to see what I saw that day. The woman in black, Abigail. Rain-colored eyes wild with terror, mascara running down her cheeks. He's gone insane. You should hide too. She disappeared through a wall that shouldn't have had a door, and I never told. I walked toward the back corner, toward the wall that looked solid but wasn't. In daylight, I can see it, a seam in the stone that's almost invisible unless you know where to look. I press my hand against the cool surface, push, and the wall gives way, swinging inward to reveal a narrow passage beyond. No light inside, just darkness. I glance back at my guards. The younger one takes a step forward. "Just looking," I call out. "I'm not going far." I slip into the darkness before he can change his mind. The passage is cold, narrow, the walls rough stone. I use my phone as a flashlight, the pale beam cutting through the dark. 20 feet in, my light catches something, a stone in the wall, slightly askew, like someone moved it recently and didn't quite put it back the same way. My heart beats faster. I reach out, wiggle the stone. It shifts, comes loose. Behind it is a small hollow, and inside that hollow, tucked away like a secret someone was desperate to keep, a journal, small, leather-bound. The cover is soft under my fingers, worn smooth by handling. I open the front cover. This journal belongs to Abigail Briones. My hands begin to shake. I take the journal back to my room because I need light and privacy to understand what I've found. I curl up on the bed and open to the first page. The early entries are almost entirely about her father, what he expects, what he wants, how to please him. She writes about him the way someone writes about an impossible exam, always studying, never passing. But as I turn the pages, someone else appears. She never names him, just he and him. A man who watches her, who knows things he shouldn't, who corners her in hallways and smiles like he's already won. The final entry is barely legible, the handwriting wild and slanting. I know what he is now. I know what father did. I'm not a bride. I'm a transaction, but I'm done hiding. I'm going to confront him tonight. And I'm going to... The entry ends, mid-sentence, mid-word, like someone stopped her. I stare at the blank space where her words should continue, and the blood in my veins has gone to ice. My hands are shaking so badly. The journal trembles in my grip. Abigail didn't run from the wedding. She ran from him, whoever he is, and her father knew. Her father was part of it. So what stopped her from finishing that sentence? Footsteps in the hallway, heavy, deliberate, coming closer. I shove the journal under my pillow, heart hammering. The door opens before I can arrange my face into anything resembling calm. Devyn, of course it's Devyn. Who else would walk into my room without knocking? Like privacy is a concept that simply doesn't apply to him. He closes the door behind him, takes 2 steps inside, stops. His golden eyes sweep over me, my position on the bed, my too still posture, the way my hand is resting, just a little too casually near the pillow. He sees everything. He always sees everything. You went to the chapel. He moves closer as he speaks. I should stand up, should put myself on more equal footing, but I don't trust my legs right now. He stops at the edge of the bed, looking down at me. And you found the passage, he says. I could tell him. I could pull out the journal and hand it over, but until I understand what I'm dealing with, I don't know who to trust. What else did you find? Nothing, I say. Just a dark hallway. I didn't go far. Devyn doesn't move, doesn't blink. He knows I'm lying. I can see it in his face, and I know he knows. And this terrible awareness stretches between us. But he doesn't push. Instead, he reaches out. His fingers catch my chin, tilting my face up toward him. It's the same gesture he's used before, but this time, his thumb traces along the line of my jaw, slow and deliberate, and I stop breathing entirely. You're keeping secrets, he says, and his voice has dropped to something low and soft. From me, his eyes drop to my mouth. 4th time. I'm still counting. My pulse is doing something completely unreasonable. My skin is burning everywhere he's touching me, and everywhere he isn't. Stop it, Bailey. Focus. Everyone has secrets. I manage. Even you. Something changes in his expression. That almost smile again. Yes, he agrees. Even me. He holds my gaze for a long moment, long enough to feel the weight of everything we're not saying, long enough for me to wonder, what would happen if one of us moved, if one of us closed that last, impossible distance? Then he releases my chin, steps back. Dinner is at 7, he says, his voice cool again. Don't be late. And then he's gone. I sit there, not moving, barely breathing, my hand pressed against the pillow, that hides Abigail's journal. He knows I found something. He knows I'm hiding it. And he let me keep it anyway. I pull the journal out and clutch it to my chest. I'm not a bride. I'm a transaction. Abigail's warning was never finished, but somehow, some way, I'm going to find out what stopped her. Chapter 5. I pick up my fork, put it down, pick it up again. Devyn is watching me do this. I can feel his gaze, like a physical thing, steady and patient, and probably cataloging every nervous tick I have. The candles flicker between us, casting shadows that make his golden eyes look darker, deeper, full of things I can't read. We should discuss expectations, he says. Expectations, I repeat, like an idiot, for the marriage. Right, the marriage, the thing happening in 2 days. The thing I keep forgetting about, because I'm too busy cataloging the exact shade of amber his eyes turn in candlelight. Not something a normal person does, Bailey. Stop it. I clear my throat. So, about that. It's not up for negotiation. Seriously, it's illegal to force. I am not forcing you to do anything. You have a choice. Marry me and live. Do not marry me and die. Seriously, shall we continue with our discussion? I almost ask him if I have a choice when I see the way his eyes are gleaming. And I already know he's going to tell me I have a choice again. Continue and live. Do not continue and die. I'm honestly tempted to call his bluff, like 99% tempted. But since 1% of me isn't completely convinced it is a bluff, what are your expectations? I know how to choose my battles and when to admit defeat. Public appearances. You'll stand beside me at court, present a unified front. And if I trip over my own feet in front of all your important political allies, I don't like anyone touching what's mine. My heart skips a beat, so be sure not to let any of them catch you. But now I tell my heart to unbeat even as I choke back a laugh. And oh, there it is again, that twitch at the corner of his mouth. I'm starting to think that's as close to a smile as he gets. As for our private life, do not skip a beat, heart. You'll have your own chambers. I won't force anything. I should feel relieved. I do feel relieved. The little dip in my stomach is relief, definitely. Your activities. You'll have freedom within the estate. Continue your photography, if you like. I blink. My photography? You work at a bridal studio. Louvre. He says it like he's reciting facts from a file. You're a photographer, a photography assistant. There's a difference. Not to me. I have no idea what to say to that, so I just start eating as the candles continue to flicker, and the silence between us gradually grows heavier. I should let it go. Finish dinner, go back to my room, and figure out what happened to Abigail. Instead, I open my mouth, and if I wanted to see someone, the words fall out before I can catch them. Devyn's fork pauses, just for half a second. Unsee someone, he repeats. Not that I would. My face is getting hot. Why did I ask this? I'm just asking what the rules are. For informational purposes. Informational purposes, yes. You want to know if you can take a lover for informational purposes. Hearing him say it like that makes me want to crawl under the table. There are no rules. His voice is flat. You're free to do as you like. Oh, good. That's good. Silence. I should stop talking. I should absolutely stop talking right now. And you? He raises an eyebrow. Kings have. I wave my fork vaguely. Realize I'm gesturing with silverware. And put it down. Historically, you know, mistresses. Would it bother you if I had one? No. Too fast. I answered too fast. It's a strategic marriage. You said so yourself. So it wouldn't bother me at all, strategically speaking. We stare at each other across the candlelit table. My heart is beating too fast. I don't share. The words come out low, almost rough, like they escaped without his permission. I stare at him. I thought you said. I know what I said. He's still sitting perfectly straight, still controlled, but something has cracked. I can see it in his eyes, in the way his fingers have tightened around the stem of his wine glass. I don't share, Bailey. His voice drops even lower. If you're mine, you're mine. I don't care if this is strategic or temporary. No one else touches you. No one else makes you laugh. No one else gets to see that dimple. My hand flies to my cheek before I can stop it. What dimple? The one you showed the guard this morning. The one with the curly hair. His eyes are fixed on my face. You smiled at him, really smiled, and I saw it appear, right there, on your right cheek. He noticed my dimple, the secret one. He noticed, and he noticed who I showed it to. And he's been watching me closely enough to track which of his guards makes me smile. I should be alarmed. I am the opposite of alarmed. Fine, I hear myself say. Then the same goes for you. I know this is insane. I shouldn't even be wasting time establishing rules for a marriage I'm not supposed to want. But no mistresses, no companionship elsewhere. I've come to realize that I must have left most of my brain cells back in my world. If I have to be yours, then you have to be mine. And so here I am, saying things old world me would never even have considered saying. That's the deal. That's my condition. His eyes crinkle at the corners, that almost smile. Those are your terms. Those are my terms. And if I refuse, then I show my dimple to every guard in this house. He makes a sound, low, almost startled. It takes me a second to realize he's laughing. A single huff of air and a crinkling around his eyes that transforms his whole face. Agreed, he says. Good, good. We're both smiling now. Or I'm smiling, and he's doing his almost smile thing. And I'm 99% convinced that I've lost my mind. I mean, I just virtually agreed to marry a total royal stranger, didn't I? My breath catches when he suddenly stands, and all I can do is gulp as he moves around the table, slow, deliberate, each step bringing him closer until he's right beside my chair. Stand up. It's not a request, but his voice is softer than I've heard it before. I stand. We're close now. Close enough that I have to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. He's so much taller than me. His hand comes up, touches my jaw. His thumb traces along my cheekbone. Slow, and I stop breathing. You're trembling, he says. I'm cold. His other hand finds the back of my head, fingers threading through my hair. You're not cold. No, I'm not. I'm burning up from the inside. His gaze drops to my mouth. 5th time. I'm still counting. He leans in. His breath ghosts across my lips. I close my eyes, and someone knocks on the door. Sir, the voice is muffled but urgent. There's a situation in Hartford. The Baron needs you immediately. Devyn doesn't move. His hands are still on me, still cradling my face, and I can feel the war happening in his body. Then his jaw tightens, and he steps back. The absence of his touch makes me sway. We'll continue this. His voice is rough, and then he's gone. I sink into my chair. Okay, Bailey. Okay, what just happened? I press my hands to my cheeks. They're burning. My whole body is burning. I should be glad he got called away. I should be relieved that I didn't let a Mafia king kiss me while we made ridiculous demands about not sharing each other. I am so glad. I am so relieved. I am such a liar. The hallway is empty. No guards. I don't try to remember the path. I just walk, letting my feet carry me wherever they want to go, letting the rhythm of movement calm the chaos in my chest. I turn a corner, and find myself in a hallway I've never seen. The walls are older here, the plaster cracked, and there's a door at the end of the hall, glowing, faint amber light seeping from around the edges, warm and familiar. Number, it can't be. But even before I push the door open, I know. I can smell it. Cream cheese garlic buns, and peppermint hot chocolate, and old paper and leather. The door swings open. He weighs. It's exactly as I remember. The soaring ceiling, the dark wooden beams, the brass lanterns casting their intentional light, bookshelves arranged by color, a fireplace crackling. I step inside. The door closes behind me. The last time I was here, I fell asleep and woke up in another world. The last time I was here, I drank tea that tasted like safety and opened my eyes to find armed men and a groom demanding answers I didn't have. I should leave, but there's a book on the table beside the velvet armchair. Not the same book. This one is smaller, bound in midnight blue instead of burgundy, silver lettering instead of gold. The title gleams, The Transplanted Life. I open it. The first page is an illustration. A girl at a crossroads. One path leading back to a door marked Origin. The other leading forward into color and light. She has dark hair and violet eyes. She looks exactly like me. I turn the page. The text is handwritten, elegant script that seems centuries old. You came through Huways. You fell asleep reading a story, and you woke up inside it. You're wondering if you can go back. Here's the truth. There's nothing to go back to. Your life wasn't copied into this world. It was moved, transplanted whole. The apartment in Providence exists here. In this world's timeline, the job at Louvre exists here. The people you know, your mother, your boss, they exist here, exactly as you remember them. There is no parallel, you wondering where you went. There is no hole in another world where your life used to be. This is your life now, the only one you have. I turn another page. You're worried about your mother, whether she's scared, whether she's looking for you. She isn't. In this world, you've always been here. You've always been Bailey Sutton of Providence, photography assistant at Louvre Studio, reader of too many books, owner of a secret dimple that only appears when you really smile. The only thing that's changed is you. I turn another page. The handwriting here is different, older, more formal. Perhaps you're wondering how this is possible. Huways doesn't follow the rules. You know, it exists outside of time, outside of the boundaries between worlds. It opens doors to people this world needs and closes doors behind them so gently that no one notices they were ever open. When you came through, Huways didn't just move your body, it moved your story, your history. Every thread that connects you to other people was lifted, carried, and rewoven here. Your mother's memories were adjusted, not erased, but shifted. She remembers raising you. She remembers your childhood. She remembers everything that matters. The only difference is that those memories now belong to this world instead of the old one. I stare at the words. My mother's memories were adjusted. That should horrify me. Some cosmic force rewrote my mother's mind, changed her understanding of reality, and did it so seamlessly she never noticed. But the horror doesn't come, because if the alternative was my mother waking up tomorrow and not knowing where I was, if the alternative was her calling the police, filing missing persons reports, spending the rest of her life wondering what happened to her daughter, then maybe this is kindness. Maybe knowing what souls need means knowing that some doors need to close completely. No cracks, no drafts, no lingering grief for the people left behind. I turn to the final page. You are destined to be here, but you're not the only one. Remember that. I close the book. I should feel trapped, horrified, that there's no escape hatch, no way to undo this. But the feeling that fills my chest isn't horror, it's relief. I don't have to feel guilty about my mom. I didn't abandon anyone, because there's no one to abandon. My life is here, my whole life, transplanted, waiting for me, and if I want to stay, I can. A shadow falls across the book. On the small table beside me, there's a cup, delicate porcelain, tiny painted roses, steam curling from the rim. I know what this tea does. Last time, I drank it because I was tired of being careful. This time, I drink it because I choose to, because this is my life now, and I'm done fighting it. The warmth spreads through me, golden and sweet. My eyes grow heavy. I curl into the armchair and I sleep. I wake up in my own bed for a long, disoriented moment. I just lie there, staring at the silk canopy above me. The sheets are smooth beneath my fingers. My dress from last night has been replaced with a nightgown I don't remember putting on. How did I get here? He weighs magic. It has to be. The bookshop delivered me back while I slept, tucked me into bed, and disappeared. My phone is on the nightstand. I reach for it and freeze. There's a text from Hart. So you're marrying the Mafia king of the South. Could have told me yourself, instead of having your fiancé's lawyer call the studio. Very classy, Bailey. Very professional. I had to find out from some man in a three-piece suit that my assistant is becoming royalty, or whatever it is those people call themselves. Don't expect a wedding gift. Do expect me to hold this over your head forever. Also, congratulations, I guess. He better be worth it. I stare at the screen. Devyn contacted Love Studio, had his lawyer call Hart, and explain that I wouldn't be coming back. Handled my job without asking me. I don't know whether to be furious or grateful. He didn't ask. He just decided. Classic Devyn. But also, I didn't have to face Hart. I didn't have to lie or make excuses. He did it for me. I need to talk to him about the job thing, about last night, about the almost kiss that's been playing on repeat in my head. I get dressed and step into the hallway. The study is empty. The small dining room, the library. No Devyn. Day 2. Still no Devyn. By afternoon, I've worked myself into a state that I refuse to call anxiety. Maybe he regrets last night. Maybe the almost kiss made him realize this is a mistake. Maybe there's someone else. The thought appears out of nowhere, sharp and unwelcome. He said he doesn't share, but I'm not his yet. The wedding hasn't happened. I find Mrs. Lime arranging flowers in the east wing. Mrs. Lime, I was wondering if you could tell me where the king is. Her face softens. He hasn't told you. About what? The king left for New Jersey yesterday morning. There's been trouble at the border. A gang trying to move drugs into our territory. So, he's working with the FBI. Mrs. Lime looks at me oddly. What is that? New World information unlocked. FBI does not exist here. Noted and filed. But in the meantime, never mind that. I, got my wires crossed, I say lamely. So when you say he went to New Jersey, the king always handles these matters personally. Mrs. Lime explains. He doesn't ask his men to face dangers. He won't face himself. Dangers. My alarm must have shown on my face, with Mrs. Lime quickly reassuring me. There is no need to be concerned. The king always comes back victorious. 3 years ago, he took 4 bullets in a skirmish with the Boston faction, finished the fight before he let the medics look at him. 4 bullets. He always comes back, my lady. You can count on it. I want to, but hasn't she heard about there being a first time for everything? I walk back to my room, on legs that feel like they belong to someone else. Devyn is in New Jersey, fighting with guns and knives and whatever else people use when they're trying to kill each other. And tomorrow is our wedding day. The clock on my nightstand ticks past midnight. 1, 2. Every time I start to drift off, my brain conjures images I don't want to see. Devyn bleeding, Devyn surrounded, Devyn taking 4 bullets and not stopping. Tomorrow I'm supposed to get married. Tomorrow I'm supposed to walk down an aisle and stand beside a man I've known for less than a week and promise to be his if he comes back, if he's still alive. I stare at the ceiling. I don't know when I started caring. I don't know when this shifted from terror to something else. He almost kissed me. He said he doesn't share. He noticed my dimple and tracked who I showed it to, like it mattered, like I mattered. And now he's somewhere in New Jersey, fighting people who want to kill him. And I'm lying here in silk sheets, wondering if I'm going to be a bride tomorrow or something else entirely. The clock ticks past 3, past 4. Wedding or funeral, I don't know. I won't know until morning. And morning, whether I'm ready or not, is already here. Chapter 6. My lady, please. I pry my eyes open and find a young maid standing over me, her face tight with barely concealed panic. My head feels stuffed with cotton. My body feels like it's been filled with sand. What time is it? Past 9, my lady. The ceremony begins at 11. We need to start preparing you now. 9. I finally fell asleep sometime after dawn, which means I got maybe 3 hours. But the maid said ceremony, which means there's a ceremony to attend, which means he's back. The words come out in an uneven croak. Devyn, the king, he came back. The maid blinks at me. Of course, my lady. He returned late last night. He's been in his study since dawn, preparing for the day. He's alive. He's here. He came back. Something loosens in my chest. Something I didn't realize had been wound so tight. I press my hand to my sternum and try to remember how to breathe normally. My lady, are you well? You've gone very pale. I'm fine. I push myself upright, ignoring the way the room sways. Let's get started. The next 2 hours pass in a blur. I'm bathed, perfumed, powdered. My hair is pinned and curled and arranged into something elaborate that I barely recognize. Makeup hides the shadows under my eyes, making me look like someone who actually slept. And then there's the dress, Abigail's dress. They bring it in on a padded hanger. And for a long moment, I just stare. White silk and delicate lace. Clearly expensive, clearly beautiful. It's been altered to fit me, but as they help me into it, I can feel where it doesn't quite work. The bodice is slightly too loose. The waist hits half an inch too high. The proportions are wrong for my frame. This dress was made for someone taller, someone with honey blonde hair and a figure like a Renaissance painting. This dress was made for Abigail. I'm just the understudy who got shoved into it at the last minute. You look beautiful, my lady, the maid says. I look at my reflection. Dark hair, violet eyes, a face that doesn't match the dress it's wearing. I look like a bride, just not the one this wedding was designed for. Thank you, I say, and try to smile. The maid leads me through hallways I don't recognize, deeper into the estate than I've ever been. We pass through a heavy oak door, down a narrow staircase, and into a passage carved from solid stone. Underground. We're going underground. Okay, Bailey, this is fine. This is totally normal. Brides walk through underground tunnels to their weddings all the time. My mind starts doing what it always does when I'm nervous. What if this is a prank? What if there's no wedding? Just Devyn waiting to tell me he's changed his mind? What if this isn't a wedding at all? What if it's an execution? The passage curves, and I can see light ahead, warm, golden light. We turn the final corner and, oh, I stop walking. I stop breathing. It's a cavern, a massive, underground cavern, cathedral high, with stalactites descending from the ceiling like frozen chandeliers. But they're not frozen at all. They're glowing. Someone has strung them with thousands of tiny lights, and they catch and refract off the mineral formations until the whole space shimmers like something out of a fairy tale. The floor has been laid with pale stone, polished to a mirror shine. White flowers cascade from arrangements throughout the space. Rows of chairs face a raised platform where the judge waits, and every seat is filled with people in expensive clothes, their faces turning toward me. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I was expecting something cold and formal and political. I wasn't expecting magic. My lady, the maid, touches my elbow. It's time. Music starts, something classical and solemn, echoing off the cavern walls. Every head turns toward me, and I walk. The aisle feels endless. Each step brings me closer to the platform, closer to Devyn, closer to a future I never chose. I keep my eyes forward, my chin up. The photographer in me is still working, still cataloging the way light plays off the stalactites, the whispers that follow me. That's the new bride. No one knows where she came from. She's not Abigail, obviously not Abigail. Look at her. I keep walking. One man catches my attention. He's seated near the middle, dark-haired and handsome, watching me with an intensity that feels different from everyone else's curiosity. Something about his smile makes my skin prickle. I look away and keep walking, and then I see her. Third row, beaming, tears streaming down her face as she clutches a handkerchief and waves at me like we're at a parade instead of a wedding. Mom, my mother is here. My mother is here in this underground cavern at my Mafia wedding, wearing a floral dress that's completely wrong for the occasion, and smiling like this is the happiest day of her life. How is she here? How did she? My eyes snap to Devyn. He's watching me with that unreadable expression, but there's something in his eyes, something that might be satisfaction. He did this. He flew my mother here from Oregon, found her, contacted her, arranged everything, and didn't say a word. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I keep walking, and now I can hear my mother's voice carrying over the music. That's my baby. Look at her. Oh, she's so beautiful. I knew it. I knew from the moment she told me about him. You can hear it in someone's voice. You know, when it's real love, I could just tell. Real love. She thinks this is real love. That's my mother. Rose-colored glasses, permanently affixed. I reach the platform. Devyn is right there, and everything else fades. Up close, I can see what I couldn't from the entrance. The slight tension in his jaw, the faint shadows under his eyes. He didn't sleep either, or maybe he hasn't slept in days, handling whatever happened in New Jersey, and came straight here to marry a woman he barely knows. His eyes meet mine, and for just a second, I see something flicker there, relief. Then it's gone, and his face is a mask again. You came. You brought my mother. We actually speak at the same time, and I don't care if this doesn't mean anything. For me, it's cute, and it bodes well for us, period. She was very enthusiastic about attending. The corner of his mouth twitches as he says this, that almost smile. She thinks we're in love, I admit apologetically. Yes, she mentioned that several times. Before I can respond, the judge steps forward, and the ceremony begins. He speaks about duty and commitment, and the binding nature of vows. I stand beside Devyn and try to focus, but my mind keeps drifting to my mother, sniffling happily in the third row. to the stalactites glowing overhead, to the warmth of Devyn beside me. I sneak glances at him. His profile is sharp and serious. His hands are clasped, perfectly still. He could be carved from marble, for all the emotion he shows. And then it's time for the vows. Devyn turns to face me, takes my hands in his. His grip is warm and steady, and my pulse jumps traitorously. He speaks in French first. I don't understand the words. My French is limited to bonjour and croissant and eureka. Or maybe the last one isn't even French. So no, I don't understand a single word he's saying. But his tone, oh, his tone. I understand the weight of each word, like he's carving promises into stone. And the way his eyes never leave mine as he speaks. It's what makes 9/10 of the law. And I secretly like that it's so. Devyn finishes the French and switches to English, standard words now. But his voice is still low, still intense, and he's still holding my hands like he has no intention of letting go. Then it's my turn. I say the words I'm supposed to say. I promise things I'm not sure I can deliver. My voice comes out steadier than I expected. The judge nods. You may kiss the bride. I brace myself. This is it, the obligatory kiss. It'll be quick, perfunctory, just enough to satisfy the ceremony. He's not the type for public displays. He doesn't keep it brief. His hand comes up to the back of my head, fingers sliding into my carefully arranged hair. His thumb traces along my hairline, and then he kisses me. Not brief, not perfunctory, not for the crowd at all. His mouth is warm and firm and insistent. He kisses me like he's been thinking about it, like the almost kiss 3 nights ago has been living in his head, the same way it's been living in mine. His other hand finds my waist, pulling me closer, and I forget about the watching crowd, forget about the political theater, forget about everything except the taste of him. When he finally pulls back, I'm not breathing. His eyes drop to my mouth. 6th time. I'm still counting, even now, even with my lips tingling and my heart pounding. I'm still keeping track. He looks at my mouth like he's considering another taste. He doesn't, but I know he thought about it. Breathe, he murmurs. I take a shaky breath. His almost smile appears. The judge declares us married. The crowd applauds. Somewhere in the 3rd row, my mother is sobbing with joy, and Devyn tucks my hand into the crook of his arm and leads me back down the aisle as husband and wife. The reception is held in the grand ballroom, above ground, crystal chandeliers, white flowers everywhere, a string quartet, waiters with champagne, and tiny foods I can't identify, and people, so many people wanting to congratulate us, all of them watching me with curiosity and calculation. My mother finds me within minutes, pulling me into a hug so tight I can barely breathe. Oh, sweetheart. Oh, Bailey. I'm so happy for you. He's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Did you see the way he looked at you during the vows? Like you were the only person in the room. That's real, baby. That's the real thing. I hug her back, breathing in the familiar scent of her perfume. Thanks, Mom. And this place. She gestures at the ballroom with wide eyes. When his people called me, I thought it was a joke, my Bailey marrying into this. But then they sent the plane tickets. 1st class, Bailey, 1st class. And I thought, well, if this is a joke, it's an expensive one. He sent you 1st class tickets and a car from the airport with a driver who called me ma'am. She beams. He also invited Pastor Jim, but he couldn't make it. Pastor Jim's in this world too. He was so instrumental in helping my mom and me cope with the complex mixture of relief and grief that Mom and I battled with when my father died. I'm glad he's here, but I just don't know how to process it, or maybe this. And the way Hugh Hayes works is simply impossible to process, and I should just go with the flow and keep doing what's right. Devyn appears at my elbow, and my mother's face lights up even brighter. There he is, the man of the hour. She actually reaches out and pats his arm, and I watch Devyn's expression flicker with something that might be alarm. Thank you for flying me out here. It means the world. Of course, Devyn says, and his voice is stiff, uncomfortable. Bailey's family is my family now. Oh, listen to him. My mother turns to me, pressing a hand to her heart. Isn't he just perfect? I look at Devyn. He looks at me. Something passes between us, some shared acknowledgement of the absurdity. He's something, I say. My mother beams, like I've confirmed all her romantic suspicions. Someone whisks her away to meet the Baron of something or other, and I'm left standing beside Devyn. Your mother? I nearly laugh. It's so like my mother to leave even someone like Devyn at a loss for words. She hugged me. I saw. She told me I have kind eyes. This time, I can't help it. I laugh. She tells everyone that. He looks at me sideways. She seems happy. She is happy. She thinks this is a fairy tale. And you? His voice drops. What do you think it is? I don't have an answer. Before I can try to find one, the man from the ceremony appears at my elbow, the handsome one, up close. He's even more striking. Dark hair artfully tousled, jaw sharp enough to cut glass. Eyes warm and sympathetic in a way that feels almost too perfect. Your Majesty. He takes my hand before I can react, pressing a kiss to my knuckles. What a pleasure to finally meet you. You must be completely overwhelmed. I'm sorry, have we? Amos Carp. His smile widens. I'm a friend of your husband's. Well, an associate, anyway. Something about the way he says friend makes me think they're anything but. It's nice to meet you, I say. The pleasure is mine, truly. He hasn't let go of my hand. I can only imagine how strange this all must be, thrust into our world with no warning, surrounded by strangers. His expression turns sympathetic. If you ever need a friend at court, someone to help you understand how things work here, I hope you'll consider me. It's a kind offer. The words are kind. The tone is kind. His face is kind. So why do I feel like I'm being circled by a shark? That's very generous, I start, but I don't get to finish. A hand lands on my waist, warm, possessive, familiar. My wife doesn't need friends. Devyn's voice is calm, pleasant even, but there's an edge beneath it. She has me. Amos releases my hand and steps back smoothly. Of course, I meant no offense. Congratulations on your marriage. She's lovely. I know. The two men look at each other. Something passes between them. Something I can't read. Then Amos melts back into the crowd. I wait until he's out of earshot. Friend or foe? Neither. Devyn's hand is still on my waist, but my instincts are never off, so make sure to keep your distance from him. Night falls. The reception winds down. My mother hugs me one last time, promises to call tomorrow, and is escorted to a guest suite, and I follow Devyn to his chambers. Our chambers now, I suppose. The room is large, elegantly furnished, dominated by a massive 4-poster bed that I'm trying very hard not to look at. Devyn closes the door behind us, and the silence feels deafening. I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know where to look. He removes his jacket, drapes it over a chair with methodical precision, then his cufflinks, set carefully on the dresser. I owe you an apology. I blink. That's not what I expected. He turns to face me. The dress. It occurred to me as I watched you walk toward me. The fit was wrong. It was made for someone else. And I put you in it without thought. I'm still processing the fact that he noticed, that he was watching closely enough to see what I felt. I was not raised to be sensitive to such things. The words come out stiff, formal, but on this, I could have done better. For that failure, I ask your forgiveness. The apology hangs in the air. I shake my head. I think, I say slowly, I'd rather you stay exactly as you are. His brow furrows, confused. You don't care about the material things. I take a step toward him, without quite meaning to. The dress, the decorations, the flowers, none of that matters to you, but you care about what matters most. My voice softens, like flying my mother, all the way from Oregon, so I wouldn't have to be alone today. Something happens to his face. It's subtle. If I weren't trained to read micro-expressions, I might have missed it. A flush stains his high cheekbones. My eyes widen. Are you? Say another word, he says, his voice low and rough, and you'll regret it. Blushing. He kisses me, not gentle, not careful, nothing like the kiss at the ceremony. This kiss is a man staking a claim. His mouth is demanding, insistent, swallowing whatever I was about to say. His hand fists in my hair, tilting my head back, and his other arm wraps around my waist and pulls me flush against him. My toes curl, my brain empties. I grip his shirt, because my knees have forgotten how to work, and he kisses me deeper, harder, like he's punishing me for making him blush, like he's been wanting to do this for days, and finally doesn't have to hold back. When he finally pulls back, my heart is pounding against my chest, and when he guides me backward, toward the bed, I don't say a word. He guides me backward, toward the bed, gentle now, patient. I have read love poems. I have photographed brides, glowing with anticipation. I thought I understood what they were feeling. I understood nothing. What happened between us? It's a garden I have never walked in, a language I have never spoken. He leads, and I follow, and every touch writes something new on my skin. His heartbeat races beneath my palm, matching mine, two rhythms, finding each other in the dark. The contrast between us steals my breath. His strength, my softness, the way he holds me, like I'm precious, like I'm fragile, like I'm the most valuable thing he's ever touched. I am remade with each breath, each whisper, each moment that stretches into eternity. I am his, and he is mine. Something in me shifts, opens, becomes his in a way I cannot undo, would not undo, will carry with me always. I will never be the same again. Afterwards, we lie tangled together in the dark. My head rests on his chest. His arm is wrapped around me, his fingers tracing lazy patterns on my shoulder. His heartbeat is steady beneath my ear. I feel different, not just physically, something deeper, like a door has been opened that can never be closed again. The marriage is unbreakable now, he says quietly. In the eyes of my court, in the eyes of the law, you are mine, and I am yours, and nothing can change that. I don't respond. I'm still floating. His hand stills on my shoulder. The silence stretches, and then so quiet, I almost don't hear it. Who sent you, Bailey? Chapter 7. I wake up slowly, not the sharp jolt of alarm I've been experiencing every morning since I arrived here, where consciousness hits like cold water, and I spend the first 30 seconds trying to remember where I am and why. This is different. This is warmth seeping through my bones, a cocoon of silk sheets, and something solid behind me, and a hand splayed across my stomach, like it belongs there. Devyn, his chest is pressed against my back. His breath stirs my hair. His arm is wrapped around me, possessive even in sleep, and I can feel his heartbeat through my skin. Steady, slow, the rhythm of a man who isn't worried about anything. I lie very still, cataloging the sensations, like a photographer sorting through shots. The heat of him along my spine, the weight of his arm, the way my body fits against his, like we were designed to slot together, which is ridiculous, because we weren't. We're strangers who got married yesterday. Strangers who, his arm tightens. I stop breathing. He pulls me closer. A sleepy, instinctive motion, and his mouth brushes the back of my neck. Not quite a kiss, just contact, just his lips against my skin, warm and soft. And every nerve ending I have sits up and pays attention. The sound vibrates against my neck. You're awake. How can you tell? You stopped breathing. I start breathing again, pointedly. And he makes a sound that might be a laugh. It rumbles through his chest and into my back, and I feel it everywhere. I was just. He turns me in his arms. One motion, efficient. Suddenly, I'm facing him, and the morning light is catching the gold in his eyes, and his hair is mussed from sleep in a way that makes him look almost human, almost approachable, almost. Good morning, he says. Good morning. We stare at each other. His gaze drops to my mouth. 7th time. I'm still counting, and then he kisses me, soft, slow. Nothing like the claiming kisses from last night. This is gentle, in a way I didn't know he could be. His hand coming up to cup my face, his thumb tracing along my cheekbone, like I'm something precious. When he pulls back, I've forgotten my own name. That's a nice way to wake up. It's only when I see the corner of his mouth twitch did I realize what I've just blurted out. I start, and then stop, because his eyes are very gold this close, and his hand is still on my face, and I'm suddenly aware that I'm not wearing anything under this sheet. Yes, it's nice. Oh my gosh, Bailey. Do not tell him he's good at kissing. Very warm, I finish, temperature-wise. You're like a furnace. I'm going to stop talking now. His almost smile spreads into something real, something that makes my stomach flip. Warm, he repeats. Forget I said anything. I don't think I will. Can we start this conversation over? No. You're enjoying this. Very much. I want to bury my face in the pillow. But that would require breaking eye contact, and somehow I can't make myself do that either. Can we pretend the last 60 seconds didn't happen? Never. But he's smiling at me when he says this, and my heart, it just can't bear how beautiful he looks right now. Is this man truly my husband? The thought hits differently in daylight. Last night, wrapped in darkness, and his hands, and that strange magic of becoming. It felt like a dream, something happening outside of time. But now, the sun is streaming through the windows, and his eyes are gold in the light. And I still can't believe it. This man is my husband, but this man also harbors suspicions about someone sending me. Who sent you, Bailey? The question from last night echoes in my chest. He asked it in the dark, after everything, when I was still drifting in that hazy space between consciousness and sleep. I pretended not to hear, pretended I'd already fallen asleep, but I heard, and I don't know how to answer him with words he'd believe. Breakfast arrives on a silver tray, croissants, fresh fruit, coffee that smells like heaven. We eat together, him scanning documents, me trying not to stare at the way his fingers hold a pen. I check my phone while he reviews a second stack of papers. Force of habit. My audiobook app is still open to Olympus Bewitched, paused mid-chapter from before, from my old life, from the last time I needed a door out. What is that? I look up. Devyn's eyes are on my screen, on the book cover, with Blair's silhouette. and the shadowy figure of a man behind her. Just an audiobook. I've listened to it 1,000,000 times because it's hard to understand, because it's comforting, and the man on the cover, Mr. Handsome, I can't help the smile. He's the love interest, very mysterious, very brooding. Blair, that's the heroine. She's completely obsessed with him. Mr. Handsome, that's what Blair calls him. Then let Blair call him that, not you. I just have to laugh. You almost have me thinking you're jealous. Don't be absurd. It's just the way you sound, I suppose. Book obsessions are unhealthy. He returns to his documents with pointed focus. You should find better coping mechanisms. Honestly, if I didn't know any better, I'd really think this king of mine is jealous of a fictional character. But that's totally ridiculous, right? Devyn says he has to leave for work after breakfast, and my heart skips a beat when he cups my chin. Is he going to kiss me? Is he going to stay out of trouble? Warn me like I'm no different from a kid? Bummer. The estate feels too empty. The moment Devyn leaves, I resume exploring my new home, partly to kill some time, but also in hopes that maybe, just maybe, I'll find my way back to a certain magical bookshop. I walk the perimeter of the garden, keeping my eyes open for anything unusual. A door that shouldn't be there, a shimmer in the air, a brass lantern glowing where no lantern should glow. Nothing. Fine. Maybe I need to try harder. I stop in the middle of the path, close my eyes, and feel incredibly stupid as I whisper, "Heways, are you there? I could really use some help." I open my eyes. A hedge stares back at me. Cool. Very helpful. Maybe I need to be more specific, more intentional. In the books I've read, the portal fantasy books, the ones where girls fall through wardrobes and stumble into other worlds, there's usually some kind of trigger, a word, a gesture, a moment of desperate need. I'm desperate. Does that count? I look around to make sure no one's watching. Then, feeling absolutely ridiculous, I raise my hand and wave it in a vaguely mystical pattern. Abracadabra, nothing. Open sesame, a bird chirps mockingly from somewhere above me. Hocus pocus, the hedge continues to be a hedge. I slump against a stone bench and groan. This is pointless. Heways isn't going to appear just because I want it to. It's magic, real magic, the kind that doesn't follow rules. And I'm standing in a garden, talking to shrubbery like a crazy person. But then I think about Harry Potter, platform 9 3/4. You had to run at a solid wall, trusting that magic would catch you. You had to believe, even when every logical part of your brain was screaming that you were about to concuss yourself on bricks. Maybe that's what this requires. Not words, not gestures. Faith. I stand up, square my shoulders, look at the garden wall, solid stone, covered in ivy. This is a terrible idea. This is the worst idea I've ever had, and I've had some spectacular ones, including drinking mystery tea from a shop that shouldn't exist, and accidentally agreeing to marry a mafia king. But I'm going to do it anyway. I take a breath, close my eyes, think about Heways, the warmth, the light, the smell of cream cheese garlic buns and old paper and possibility. And I run straight at the wall, full speed, believing with everything I have that thunk, ow, ow. I stumble backward, hand flying to my forehead, stars dancing in my vision. Not platform 9 3/4. Definitely just a wall, a very solid, very unmagical wall that has now left what I'm pretty sure is going to be a spectacular bruise on my forehead. I sink down onto the grass and press my palm against the throbbing spot above my eyebrow. Okay, so that didn't work. Good to know. Very valuable information. I've learned something today, and what I've learned is that I am an idiot. The bird chirps again. I swear it's laughing at me. You're not helping. I inform it with dignity. Here, I spend the rest of the day with ice on my forehead and a growing sense of frustration. Heways isn't going to appear on command. Fine. That was always a long shot, but there's still Abigail's journal. There's still the mystery of what actually happened to her. And there's still that passage behind the chapel, the one she disappeared into, the one I only explored partway before I found the journal and retreated. Maybe I missed something. Tomorrow, I'll go back tomorrow, when my head isn't throbbing and my pride isn't quite so bruised. For now, I need to figure out how to hide this bump from my husband. Dinner is a quiet affair. Devyn is distracted, but I don't ask questions. If there's something he wants me to know, he'll tell me. So for now, I let it be. I'd rather not have his attention on me anyway, except when we're back in our bedroom. I make the mistake of washing my face. I'm standing at the sink, water dripping from my chin, when I push my hair back without thinking, just a quick swipe to get it out of my eyes. What is that? I freeze. Devyn is behind me, reflected in the mirror. He's already changed out of his jacket, his shirt unbuttoned at the collar, and his eyes are locked on my forehead, on the bruise I've been hiding all day. What is what? I try. He's across the bathroom, in 2 strides. His hand catches my chin, tilting my face toward the light, and his expression goes from questioning to thunderous in the space of a heartbeat. His thumb hovers near the bruise, not quite touching. What is this? It's nothing. It's not nothing. It's a bruise on your face. His voice is too controlled, too quiet. Who did this? No one. Bailey. I did it to myself, okay? The words come out too fast, too defensive. I ran into a wall. He stares at me. I stare back. You ran into a wall, he repeats flatly. Yes, the same wall you ran into yesterday. Or a different wall. How many walls are you running into? I stop, take a breath. It was the same wall, the same incident. I just didn't want you to know. Why? Because it's embarrassing. Because I was trying to summon a magical bookshop by running at solid stone, like a character in a children's book. Because I'm an idiot who can't even investigate properly without injuring myself. Because it's stupid, I say finally. The reason is stupid. His jaw tightens. His hand is still on my chin, his grip gentle, despite the tension radiating through him. Tell me. I was trying to find Heways. The bookshop. I thought maybe. I gesture vaguely with my free hand. Harry Potter, platform 9 3/4. You run at the wall, and magic happens. Silence. But magic didn't happen. I continue. Because apparently, I can't stop talking when I'm mortified. The wall was just a wall, and now I have a bruise. And you're looking at me like I've lost my mind, which, fair, I probably have. He doesn't say anything. His expression is unreadable, his golden eyes fixed on mine in the mirror. And then, the difference is approximately 3/4 of an inch of bruised forehead. I blink. His face gives me nothing, absolutely nothing. He delivers the line like he's stating a fact, perfectly neutral, perfectly serious. Did you just? I don't know what you're talking about. You made a Harry Potter joke. I made an observation about the metric distance between your expectations and reality. I don't know if I want to laugh or groan. You're not funny. I'm not trying to be funny. You're definitely trying to be funny. I'm trying to understand why my wife thought running headfirst into a wall was a reasonable course of action. It made sense at the time. Nothing about this makes sense, but his voice has softened, and his thumb finally brushes over the bruise. Featherlight, careful. You should have told me. I was embarrassed. You should have told me anyway. Why? So you could mock me with Harry Potter references. So I could. He stops. His jaw works. So I could take care of it. Oh, the words hang in the air between us. Reflected in the mirror, his hand is still on my face. His eyes are still locked on mine, and something in my chest cracks open. It doesn't even hurt anymore, I say softly. That's not the point. Then what is the point? He doesn't answer right away, just looks at me. His expression shifting into something I can't quite name. The point, he says finally, is that you're mine, and what's mine, I take care of. My heart does a slow roll in my chest. That's very possessive of you. Yes, you don't even sound sorry about it. I'm not. He's still touching my face, still looking at me like I'm something precious and infuriating and entirely his, and I should probably say something intelligent, something that addresses the fact that we barely know each other, and he still doesn't trust me, and there's a question hanging between us that neither of us wants to answer. Instead, I say, you could kiss it better. His eyes darken. I mean, that wasn't. I was joking. Were you? Yes, no, I don't. He leans in. His lips brush my forehead, exactly where it hurts, soft, gentle, and then he pulls back just enough to look at me, his face inches from mine. And the way he's watching me, intent, unhurried, like he has all the time in the world and plans to use it, makes my breath catch. But I want, he says quietly, to give my wife more. I swallow. More, being the perfect husband that your mother says I am. Oh no, the callback to my mom, the way his eyes are gleaming, the slow smile that's spreading across his face. I start to back away. I just asked for a forehead kiss. His hand slides from my chin to the back of my neck, and I'm giving you one. I don't think. He kisses me, and I forget all about walls and bruises and magical bookshops. I forget about everything, except the warmth of his hands and the way my whole body melts into his, like this is exactly where I'm supposed to be. When he finally breaks the kiss, I'm breathless. That was more than a forehead kiss. I manage. I'm an overachiever. You can't just. I can. He pulls back enough to look at me. Something warm flickering in those golden eyes. I did, and now he lifts me. One motion, easy, like I weigh nothing. Devyn, you are standing too still. That doesn't even make sense. It makes perfect sense. He's carrying me toward the bed, and I should protest. But his arms are warm and solid around me. And I can't remember why protesting seemed like a good idea. You're injured. You need rest. I have a bruise on my forehead, not a broken leg. Rest, he repeats, setting me down on the sheets. Doctor's orders. You're not a doctor. I'm your husband. He leans over me, one hand braced beside my head, close enough, and then he's kissing me again, and I stop arguing. The next day, I wake to an empty bed, morning light, and a note on his pillow. Meetings until evening, rest. Don't run into any walls. I stare at the note for a long moment, at the almost humor in that last line, at the initial instead of his name, like we're familiar enough now for shortcuts. Then I fold it carefully and tuck it into the nightstand drawer. I have work to do. The chapel looks different in morning light, smaller somehow, more ordinary, just a room with pews and stained glass, and a panel carved with roses in the back corner. I cross to the panel, press the center bloom. The door groans open. The darkness beyond is absolute. I turn on my flashlight and step through. The passage is just as I remember, narrow, cold, the walls pressing close on either side, Stone under my feet, damp and ancient. The air smells like dust and minerals and time. Last time, I stopped at the loose stone where I found the journal. I didn't go any further, didn't see what lay beyond. This time, I keep walking. The passage descends, gradually at first, then more steeply. Steps appear, uneven, worn, carved directly into the stone. I count them as I go. 10, 20, 30. The air gets colder. My breath fogs in front of me, and I wrap my arms around myself, wishing I'd thought to grab a jacket. The light from my flashlight catches dust motes, swirling in the air, dancing like tiny ghosts. 40 steps, 50, and then the passage ends. A door, not a panel that slides open at a touch, not a hidden entrance disguised as part of the wall. A door, ancient, heavy, made of wood so dark it's almost black, bound with iron bands that have gone orange with rust. There's a lock on it, massive, medieval looking, and when I try the handle, it doesn't budge. Locked. Whatever's behind this door, someone didn't want it found. I press my ear against the wood. Listen, nothing, no sound, no movement, no, wait. I step back, sniff. There's something else in the air, something underneath the dust and the cold and the ancient stone, something that wasn't there when I started down the steps. Sweet, cloying, wrong. I know what that means. Unfortunately. Chapter 8. The trail marker had said 2 miles. That was 3 hours ago. Carrie Dela Cruz was not, by any reasonable definition, an outdoorsy person. She was a paralegal from Hartford who'd let her sister convince her that hiking would be good for her soul. What her sister had failed to mention was that soul healing required a basic sense of direction, which Carrie did not possess. Her phone had died an hour ago. The protein bar in her pocket was long gone, and the trees, the endless, identical, mocking trees, had stopped looking majestic and started looking like a very green prison. This is fine, she muttered, pushing through another wall of undergrowth. This is totally fine. People survive in the wilderness all the time. She stopped, blinked, squinted, rubbed her eyes. There was a clearing ahead. That wasn't unusual. She'd passed a dozen clearings in the past hour. What was unusual was what was in the clearing. 4 men. 4 men she recognized. Everyone in New England knew about the 4 kings. It was an open secret. The same way everyone in certain parts of Mexico knew about the cartels. The difference was that these kings weren't villains. They were protectors. Ruthless, yes. Dangerous, absolutely. But they kept order. They kept people safe. And they were, according to every society page and whispered rumor, absolutely loaded. Carrie had seen their pictures in magazines, at charity galas, on the news, always in the background of important events. Never quite the focus, but somehow impossible to ignore. But pictures didn't do them justice. The first one, Quinn Hadraff, the king of the north, was tall and lean, with silver blonde hair, and features so perfectly symmetrical they almost hurt to look at. He stood with his arms crossed, impossibly still, like the air had frozen around him. He looked like winter, given human form, like he'd never raised his voice in his life, because he'd never needed to. The second was Wolf Sidaris, king of the East, and Carrie's heart nearly stopped. She'd heard the rumors about him. Everyone had. Borderline sociopath, they whispered, unpredictable, dangerous in a way that went beyond normal. Mafia dangerous. He was broader than the others, darker, with a scar cutting through one eyebrow, and a feral edge to his stance. Weight forward, shoulders loose, like a predator waiting for an excuse. His eyes scanned the clearing constantly, tracking movement, and even from this distance, Carrie could feel the violence coiled inside him, waiting. The third was Sky Wyndham, King of the West, and he was different. Where the others radiated danger, he radiated ease, relaxed smile, open posture, the kind of man who looked like he'd help you change a tire and then invite you to dinner at his estate. Carrie knew better, of course. You didn't become a mafia king by being nice. But looking at him, it was hard to remember that. He seemed so genuinely friendly. Devyn Chaleur, King of the South, the one they called the Dark Prince in certain circles. Though never to his face, he had dark hair pushed back from a face, all sharp angles, and barely contained intensity. His eyes were wrong, too gold, too bright, catching the light in a way that made Carrie's breath stutter. He was speaking to the others in a low voice, and even from this distance, every line of him said, "I'm in charge, and you already know it." The impatience. This was a man who solved problems with money or violence, and if you were smart, you took the money and disappeared. If you weren't smart, well, people who weren't smart around the King of the South didn't tend to stay problems for long. He was so thwip. Something stung her neck. Carrie had exactly 1 second to think, oh no, before her legs stopped working and the world tilted sideways. She was falling, the forest spinning around her. And then arms caught her, strong arms. A face swam into view above her, young, professional, blank. Tango 4 neutralized, the soldier said into his radio, requesting extraction for processing. The radio crackled. Copy that. Extraction team inbound. The soldier shifted her weight easily and carried her toward the tree line. As consciousness faded, Carrie saw him pause and bow, actually bow, toward the 4 men in the clearing. Devyn flicked his hand in dismissal without looking. Then everything went dark. The kings waited until the extraction team had disappeared into the trees before resuming their conversation. Quinn watched the forest swallow the soldiers, his expression revealing nothing. 4th civilian this month, who'd wandered too close to a convergence point. The security protocols were handling it. Memory modification, safe return to a hiking trail, a vague recollection of getting lost and being found by a kind park ranger. No harm done, just an inconvenience. The dreams, Quinn said, his voice low and flat. It wasn't a question. The 4 of them had shared many things over the past decade. Territory, secrets, the weight of crowns none of them had been born to wear. But this was different. This was something none of them could explain. For the past 3 nights, all 4 of them had dreamed of Abigail Briones. The same dream, her face pale and still, her honey blonde hair matted with blood, her eyes open, staring at nothing, dead. Clearer each time, Sky said. There's a door, old, rusted, and behind it, we know what's behind it. Wolf's voice was a low growl, his fingers flexing at his sides, like he wanted to hit something. The beast in him was closer to the surface today. The question is what we're going to do about it. The question, Quinn corrected quietly, is whether Huways is showing us what will happen or what already has. All eyes turned to Devyn. He stood slightly apart from the others, his gaze fixed on the mist curling between the ancient trees. The wild majesty of this place usually settled something in him, the raw power of nature, untamed and uncaring. Today, it just made him think of locked doors and passages that led nowhere. She disappeared before my wedding, Devyn said, into a passage behind my chapel. No one has seen her since. And you've searched? Skye asked. Every inch of the estate, every passage, every hidden room. Devyn's jaw tightened. Nothing. But you haven't searched where the dreams are pointing. Silence. The locked door in the passage. The one Devyn had sealed himself years ago when he first took the estate. The one that led to the old dungeons, chambers, from a darker time when the previous kings had dealt with enemies in ways that left no witnesses. He'd never opened it, never wanted to know what was down there. Now he might not have a choice. We'll reach out to our contacts, Skye said. If anyone in the other territories has heard anything, there may be times, Devyn cut in, when I'm not by my wife's side. The words hung in the air. Wolf's eyes narrowed. The new queen. She appeared at the exact moment Abigail disappeared. I don't believe in coincidences. You married her anyway. I did. And now I need answers. Devyn's voice was flat, final. I can't get them if I'm watching her every moment. A beat of silence. Then Wolf nodded. We'll look after your queen. Quinn inclined his head. The barest movement, but from him, it was as good as a blood oath. He never wasted words. His silence spoke for him. Be careful, Skye said, his voice dropping, all friendliness stripped back. If the dreams are true, if Abigail is dead, someone went to great lengths to make it look like she ran. That kind of planning takes patience, resources, someone with access. I know. And your wife? I'll handle it. They parted without ceremony. No handshakes, no farewells, just four men who'd walked through the same impossible door a decade ago, bound by secrets that no one else could understand. Devyn was halfway to the extraction point when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. Mrs. Lime, his housekeeper, never called during territory business. Never. He answered. What is it? Your Majesty. Her voice was urgent. I apologize for the interruption. It's the Queen. She's been unsettled this morning. Unsettled how? A pause. She couldn't eat breakfast. She's been in the library for the past hour with a cup of coffee. Her hands are shaking, sir. And when I asked if she was feeling well, she just looked at me like she'd seen something terrible. Devyn's blood went cold. I'm sure it's nothing, Mrs. Lime continued. But after what happened with... She stopped herself. I thought you should know. You did right. His voice came out sharp, hard. I'm on my way. He ended the call and changed direction, his stride eating up the ground. The helicopter pilot was running final checks when Devyn appeared, and the man took one look at his face and stopped asking questions. Home, Devyn said. Now. The pilot didn't argue. The helicopter lifted off, banking hard over the forest canopy. And Devyn stared out the window without seeing any of it. His mind was at the estate, in the library, where his wife sat with shaking hands and haunted eyes, where something had frightened her badly enough that Mrs. Lime, unflappable, professional Mrs. Lime, had broken protocol to call him. What had Bailey seen? What had she found? He thought about the dreams, Abigail's dead face, her bloody hair, her empty eyes, the locked door that all four kings had seen in their sleep, waiting in the darkness beneath his home. And he thought about Bailey, his wife, his queen, the woman who'd appeared from nowhere, who claimed to know nothing, who looked at him with those violet eyes like she was trying to decide if he was her salvation or her doom. She was changing him. He could feel it happening, the way his thoughts drifted to her during meetings, the way his chest tightened when she smiled, the way he'd carried her to bed last night, like she was something precious instead of something suspicious. She was working her way under his skin, into his blood, becoming necessary in a way that terrified him. An obsession. He'd had obsessions before. They always ended badly, for him or for someone else. But this was different. This was worse. Because Bailey wasn't just an obsession. She was a weakness, a soft spot in armor he'd spent a decade making impenetrable. And in his world, weaknesses got exploited. Weaknesses got people killed. The helicopter banked again, and Devyn closed his eyes. If Abigail were to come back, the thought surfaced, unbidden, cold, and sharp as a blade. If Abigail were still alive, if she walked through his door tomorrow, whole and unharmed, with explanations for everything, if he could go back to the way things were supposed to be. The arranged marriage, the strategic alliance, the queen who made political sense instead of emotional chaos. Could he give Bailey up? Could he look at her, his wife, his obsession, the woman who'd somehow become necessary in a matter of days, and tell her it was over, send her away, watch her walk out of his life for the sake of eliminating weakness, eliminating softness, eliminating any vulnerability that enemies could exploit? Could he do it? The helicopter roared over the treetops, carrying him home to a wife with shaking hands and secrets she couldn't hide. Devyn opened his eyes. He didn't have an answer, and that, perhaps, was the most terrifying thing of all. Chapter 9. I can't stop shaking. It's been hours since I came up from the passage. Hours since I stood in front of that ancient door and breathed in the unmistakable smell of decay. Hours since I climbed back up those 50 steps on legs that didn't want to hold me and pushed through the rose panel into the chapel. I made it back to my room, washed my hands, changed my clothes, went through all the motions of a normal morning, like I hadn't just discovered that something, someone, was rotting beneath my husband's estate. But I can't stop shaking. Breakfast was impossible. The croissants sat on the tray like accusations, and every time I tried to lift the coffee cup, it rattled against the saucer so loudly I was sure the whole house could hear. Now I'm in the library, curled into a leather armchair that probably costs more than my old apartment's rent, and I'm holding a fresh cup of coffee that's gone cold because I can't bring myself to drink it. My hands won't stop trembling. I keep seeing that door, smelling that smell, thinking about Abigail, beautiful, angelic Abigail, fleeing down that passage on her wedding day. But instead of finding safety, she found death. The coffee cup rattles again, and I set it down on the side table before I drop it. My fingers are ice cold. My whole body feels wrong, like I'm watching myself from somewhere outside, unable to do anything but observe the slow unraveling. Your Majesty, I flinch so hard I nearly knock the coffee over. Mrs. Lime is standing in the doorway, her silver hair perfectly coiffed, her expression professionally neutral, but something flickers behind her eyes as she takes in the sight of me, the untouched coffee, the shaking hands. Whatever my face is doing right now, is everything all right? She asks. You didn't eat breakfast. I could have something else prepared if... I'm fine. The words come out too fast, too high. Just tired. I didn't sleep well. She doesn't believe me. I can see it in the slight tension around her mouth, the way her gaze lingers on my trembling fingers. I'm fine, Mrs. Lime. Truly. She hesitates, then nods and withdraws, closing the door softly behind her. I stare at the space where she stood and try to remember how to breathe. What do I do? Does 911 even work in a world where Mafia billionaires are kings? What was black was white, and I still can't rule out that my husband could still be the man who had gone insane and Abigail was running away from. Time passes in a blur. I want to give justice to what the kitchen staff's prepared for lunch, but my stomach keeps revolting, and all I can see is Abigail's dead. The library door slams open. Devyn. He's still in his business clothes, dark suit, no tie, collar open, but something is different. His jaw is tight. His eyes are blazing. He looks like he flew here, like he ran, like something chased him through the halls. His gaze locks onto me, onto my face, my hands, the untouched food. Out, he says. And it takes me a moment to realize he's not talking to me. The staff member, who'd been adjusting the curtains, vanishes without a word. He crosses the room in 4 strides, crouches in front of my chair. His hands grip the armrests on either side of me, caging me in, and his face is inches from mine. What happened? I shake my head, not knowing where or how to start. You're shaking. You haven't eaten. Mrs. Lime said you looked like you'd seen a ghost. His eyes search my face, and whatever he finds there makes his expression go darker. Who hurt you? No one hurt me. Bailey, I'm serious. No one. Then what? He's so close. I can see the gold flecks in his irises, the tension in his jaw, the barely leashed fury vibrating through him. Tell me what's wrong so I can fix it. You can't fix this. Try me. I open my mouth, close it. The words are stuck in my throat, tangled up with fear and exhaustion, and the memory of that smell. His hands tighten on the armrests. If you don't tell me, he says quietly, I will assume the worst. I will have every member of my staff questioned until someone tells me what happened to my wife. I will. There's a body, I blurt out, in the passage, behind the chapel. Tell me you had someone with you. I can't. Devyn rises to his feet and gulp, because he's looking at me now, like I'm about to be the second dead body in this house. What part of staying out of trouble did you not understand? To be fair, I didn't even realize I was getting into trouble. Did you not think that I would have had my men comb through the estate for any hidden passage that Abigail could have used? Did it not occur to you that whoever caused her disappearance could also make you disappear? Well, now that you've, mentioned it, I stop speaking. Because right now, Devyn is looking at me like he doesn't want to kill me. He wants to kill me again and again. Do you not think it's strange that you were able to find a hidden passage that my people were unable to find? I can only shake my head. I honestly don't get what he's saying. That passage was not from this world. I nearly stop breathing. Like you, I can't believe what I'm hearing. And me, shock turns me numb as I listen to Devyn tell me of his past, and one I could never have imagined, even in 1,000 years. 10 years ago, I walked through a door that shouldn't have existed. He's not looking at me now. His gaze is fixed on the window, on the fading light, on something far away. I woke up here, and everything was different. Everyone knew my name, my face, my history, but I had no memory of any of it. I just had this. He gestures vaguely at the estate around us, a kingdom I never asked for, a role I didn't choose. I can barely breathe. Heways, I whisper. Yes, but when I told you about it, you acted like you didn't believe me, because you could be lying about Heways. Why would I even lie? Heways is not the only way to come to this world, or any other world for that matter. But unlike Heways, the other methods require you to pay a price in blood. Chapter 10. They take Abigail's body away. Just before dawn, I stand in the corridor with Mrs. Lime, watching men in dark suits carry something wrapped in white through passages I'll never walk again without remembering. Devyn is somewhere ahead of them, making calls, giving orders, handling the unthinkable. with the same cold efficiency he handles everything else. Mrs. Lime talks. I don't know if she's filling the silence or if she's decided I need to know these things, but she talks, voice low and steady, and I listen. Stories about the king, things I never knew, things the world outside these walls will never know. I file each one away, like photographs in an album, evidence of a man no one else seems to see. A phone buzzes, footsteps approach. One of Devyn's men appears at the end of the corridor, and whatever he says makes Mrs. Lime's face go pale. The court of stakeholders, she says in a low voice. Emergency session. They're convening now. Now. Not tomorrow. Not after we've slept or showered or had time to process that there was a body rotting beneath our feet for weeks. Now, the car is already waiting. Devyn appears beside me. I don't know from where. He just materializes the way he always does. And his hand finds the small of my back, guiding me forward. He hasn't spoken to me since we found her, hasn't looked at me really. His jaw is tight, his eyes fixed ahead, and I can feel the tension radiating off him like heat from a furnace. Mrs. Lime follows us to the car. She's still talking, quieter now, leaning close to my ear as we walk. More stories, more evidence. I don't know why she's telling me these things. Maybe she's afraid of what's coming. Maybe she wants me to understand what's at stake. Not just a king, but the man underneath the crown. Or maybe she just needs someone to know. The car door closes. The engine starts, and we're moving toward a room full of people who've already decided my husband is a murderer. The court of stakeholders meets underground. I don't know what I expected. Marble halls, maybe, or something that looked like a courtroom from a legal drama. Instead, we descend through layers of stone and security until we reach a chamber that feels ancient. Vaulted ceilings, torch-style lighting that flickers against the walls, a massive circular table surrounded by faces I don't recognize, faces that all turn toward us when we enter, toward Devyn. The weight of their stares is physical. Accusation, suspicion, fear. I can read it in the way they hold themselves, the way some lean back as he passes, as if guilt might be contagious. Devyn doesn't react, doesn't acknowledge. He walks to his seat like a man walking into his own living room. And he sits and he waits. I take the chair beside him. My hands are trembling. I fold them in my lap and will them to stop. The Baron of Greenwich arrives last, Patrick Briones. I know who he is. Before anyone speaks his name, the room shifts when he enters. A collective breath, a subtle leaning away, and his face is grief given form, raw, devastating. The kind of pain that hasn't had time to scar over, still bleeding fresh beneath the surface. Abigail's father, his eyes find Devyn immediately. The hatred in them makes my stomach turn. Devyn gives him nothing. Stone meeting stone. We are here, a silver-haired woman announces from the head of the table, to address the matter of Lady Abigail Briones. The matter, like she was a line item on an agenda. Her body was discovered yesterday in the dungeons beneath Chaleur Estate. The woman's voice is clinical, detached. Preliminary findings suggest she was killed, murdered. The older man's voice cracks. My daughter was murdered, and she was found in his house. His, not the king, not Devyn, just his, spat like venom. We don't yet have conclusive. Someone begins. She ran from him. Patrick is on his feet now, shaking. Everyone knows it. She ran because she saw what he was. And he caught her, and he, Baron, control yourself. I want justice. Spittle flies from the Baron's lips. I want him to pay for what you did to my little girl. and your own queen." He points at me, and heads snap to my direction. "She said so herself, did she not? She saw my daughter run away." "That's all I saw," I protest. "Then you know he killed her." A stunned gasp escapes me when I realize what he's forcing me to admit. "That's a lie. You are the one who's lying. You'll do everything to protect your murderous husband." The moment I hear him call my king a murderer, I lose it. I don't mean to, but it just happens. I'm on my feet before I realize I'm moving. "Stop calling him that. I know it's impolite to cry out like that, and that I should sit down and calm down too, especially with Devyn's gaze burning into the side of my face, commanding me to stay silent. "But this is our king you're accusing." It's like what I said. I've lost it, and the words are just rushing out, one after another. "Our king," my hands are moving of its own accord, making wild gestures that even I can't comprehend. "The same man who paid for Mrs. Lime's entire family to relocate after their house burned down out of his own pocket, not the treasury. The same man who jumped into a frozen lake to save a drowning puppy, a puppy. The man you're calling a monster once carried a 6-year-old girl 3 miles through a blizzard because her school bus broke down." I'm aware, distantly, that I sound unhinged, but I can't seem to stop. "Our king, my husband, who was almost your own son-in-law, wasn't he the one to pay off your loans before? What reason has he to murder Abigail? In all the years he served as your king, hasn't he served with honor? So how dare you slander him? My husband is a good man, not just that, but he's also beautiful, with an even more beautiful smile. Granted, you rarely see it, but he does smile, I swear, and when it happens, it's like watching the sky turn pink while pigs fly past. It's that man you're accusing, that man who will kill you himself if you say another word." Devyn's voice cuts through my rambling like a blade, and all I can do is freeze, because I think I also want to kill myself. What in the world did I just say? Devyn points at my chair. "Sit." I bow my head in shame. "Yes, Your Majesty." Someone snorts as I take a seat, and the sound is followed by another snort, and then there's a third one, and a fourth one, and I stop counting when I realize that there isn't some powerfully contagious virus sweeping over the room. It's just everyone laughing at me. "Who weighs? If you're listening, are you really sure I'm destined to be here? Maybe you wrote wrong, and what you really meant is that in this world I'll be deluded, deranged." "This session," the silver-haired woman says, with a voice that also seems to suspiciously shake with ill-suppressed laughter, "will reconvene when we have more information. The investigation continues. It's not an exoneration, but it's not a conviction either. That should be enough for Devyn to forgive my temporary insanity, right?" I start talking as soon as the door to our chambers closes behind us. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. They were saying those things, and I couldn't, and Mrs. Lime told me all those stories, and the puppy thing just came out, and Devyn is walking toward me, not walking, stalking, slow, deliberate steps that eat up the distance between us while I babble and back away. And I know I shouldn't have said anything, but they were looking at you like you were a monster, and you're not. You're really not, even though you're very scary sometimes. And if you think about it, I never said anything that's not true, even your smile." My back hits the wall. Oh no, too late. I'm dead. His hands land on my shoulders, not hard, but firm, pinning me in place. I squeeze my eyes shut. "No one," he says quietly, "has ever defended me before." My eyes fly open. He's close, so close. I can see the gold flecks in his irises, the tension in his jaw, the way his chest rises and falls, just slightly faster than normal. His expression is still controlled, still stone, but something underneath is cracking. What? I breathe. Stood up for me, put themselves at risk for me. His thumbs press into my shoulders. Not painful, but grounding. No one, ever. Oh, this man. Why did you do it? His voice is rough. You could have stayed silent. It would have been safer. Because they don't see you. The words come out soft. Not like we do. Not like the people at home who know what you're really like. I swallow. I just wanted them to see what I see. That you're not a monster. That you're actually... Don't say it. Don't say it, Bailey. I'm the most caring, protective. Stop talking. Stop talking right now. I'm sweetest. I stop speaking when I see the color staining his cheekbones. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Your blush. He kisses me. And yes, I know he's doing it to shut me up. But it doesn't matter. I melt anyway, and oh, this kiss. It's different somehow. And when he finally pulls back, you, he murmurs, are impossible. His gaze drops to my mouth. 8th time. I'm still counting, and then I stop counting. Because his hands are in my hair, and his body is pressing me into the wall. And I forget everything except the way he feels against me, around me, overwhelming every sense, until there's nothing left but him. That night, I finally find the courage to tell him everything. I leave nothing out. Abigail's last words, my fears about him being her murderer, but also how I came to realize that I need to make a choice, and so I chose to trust him. I trust him because I'm in love with him. There's something else, and my king, being astute as always, I try thinking of something to distract him, and for once, my brain actually works. I want to know more about you, your world. I find myself nervously tracing a line along his collarbone as I speak, unable to quite meet his eyes, because my words, while not a lie, aren't exactly the truth as well. What do you want to know? Were you and the other kings also friends there? What kind of life did you? We were in prison. The words have me forgetting my discomfort, and my heart aches when my gaze meets his. The past still hurts him, and that hurts me too. All 4 of us were. His voice is flat, matter of fact, like he's reciting someone else's history. Different cells, same facility. We'd been framed, each of us, separately, for crimes we didn't commit. As he speaks, his words frame a photograph in my mind, monochromatic, black and white, and shades of gray, because I don't think my heart can bear seeing what happened to him in full color. A young man, beaten nearly to death, framed for killing his employer, all because someone wanted the employer's wife. Thrown into a cell for a crime that was never his, left to rot, while the real monster walked free. One night, there was a riot. I find myself wrapping my arms around him as he speaks, a childish attempt to protect him from his memories. A storm outside, chaos inside. His voice continues above me, steady and distant. The power went out. Doors opened. His jaw tightens. I feel it more than see it. The shift of muscle beneath skin. It was a chance to escape. The kind of chance that doesn't come twice. But you didn't take it. We stayed, all 4 of us. We didn't know each other then. Didn't know we'd made the same choice. Until later, but we stayed. I don't ask why. I don't need to. These are men who would rather rot in a cell for crimes they didn't commit than become the criminals the world already believed them to be. That same night, the warden came to each of us, brought us tea, hot, sweet. His fingers resume their path along my shoulder, slower now, thoughtful. We drank it. And when we woke up, you were in Huey's, but it's not like yours. I blink. What do you mean? Ours is a grocery store. Oh, 4 hardened men, framed for crimes they didn't commit, survivors of a prison riot, transported by magic to another world, and they woke up in a grocery store. I can only blink again. Mafia kings and grocery stores. I have no idea how to process that. We were always hungry in prison, he says quietly. Used to fantasize about having an entire grocery store to ourselves. Oh, my heart. The image shifts in my mind. 4 starving men, waking up surrounded by abundance, aisles of food, stretching in every direction, more than they'd ever seen, more than they'd ever been allowed to want. Huey's gave them a feast before it gave them a kingdom. And in the paperback section, he murmurs, there were books, one for each of us, with our names on the covers, our faces. His hand stills on my back. They detailed our new lives, who we would be here, what we would have, the kingdoms waiting for us. If we chose to stay, I think about my own book, Choose Your Own Mafia King, the illustrations that knew my face before I'd ever seen them, the story that was already written, waiting for me to step into it. Is there a catch? His hand stops moving entirely beneath my ear. His heartbeat shifts, just slightly, just enough for me to notice. Yes, the word falls into the silence, like a stone into still water. What is it? He's quiet for so long. I think he won't answer. I can feel the tension gathering in his body, the way his muscles have gone tight beneath my cheek, the way his breathing has changed. Then, I had a sister. His voice has gone rough, distant, like he's speaking from somewhere far away, somewhere I can't follow. Baby sister, she was... He stops, swallows. I watch his throat move in the dim light. Our parents were not attentive. I tried to. Another pause, longer this time. She died. My heart splinters into 1,000 pieces. I always thought, he's not looking at me now. His gaze is fixed on the canopy above us, on something far away, something I can't see. I always thought I'd like to have a daughter, like her, a second chance to. He looks at me. You asked me about the catch earlier, and it's that. I shake my head. What exactly is he saying? I will never have children here. Children. He will never have children here, which means we will never have children here. And so, I really do try, to make myself care about this, to remind myself that this will affect our future both. But I can't, because right now, all I can think about is his sadness. All I can make myself care about is finding a way to make his heart stop aching. And that's how I find myself shifting up until I can press my lips to his jaw, his cheek, the corner of his eye, where I can feel the tension gathered like a storm. I'm sorry, I whisper. I'm so sorry. You should be angry with me. Should I? Do you not want a child in the future? I don't know, but we can always adopt, can't we? You're truly fine with that. Why wouldn't I be? Silence. And then, I should have told you from the start. I'm sorry. It wouldn't change a thing, even if you did. Why? Because I'm in love with you. Bailey? Oh, I think I fake a yawn. So exaggerated, it's almost cartoonish. So sleepy. Wow. Very tired. Long day. Court sessions and murder investigations and, Bailey, so much emotional processing really takes it out of you. Bailey. I squeeze my eyes shut and burrow into his chest. Good night. He's silent. I can feel him looking at me. Can feel the weight of the question I didn't answer hanging between us, like something fragile, something that could shatter if either of us breathes wrong. Then his chest shakes beneath my cheek. Once, twice, he's laughing. Impossible, he murmurs into my hair, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. Absolutely impossible. I smile against his chest and pretend to be asleep. Chapter 11. I'm standing in Devyn's study. Our study, I remind myself, though the word still feels borrowed, watching him read through a stack of documents that arrived by courier 10 minutes ago. Morning light slants through the tall windows, catching dust motes in the air, making everything look like an old photograph, sepia-toned, warm on the surface. His expression hasn't changed, stone as always, but his shoulders have gone rigid, tension climbing up his spine like something visible, something I can almost reach out and touch. The court has appointed a lead investigator, he says, for Abigail's murder. That's good, right? That means they're taking it seriously. He sets the document down, looks at me. Amos Carp. I remember him, the way you'd remember a nightmare. The details are fussy, but the feelings are vivid. Amos Carp. My gut clenches at the name. I don't have a reason, not a real one, not one I could articulate if someone asked. But the moment his name hits the air, I'm back at the wedding reception. That too warm smile, those eyes that watched me walk down the aisle like he was cataloging every step, the way Devyn's hand had tightened on my waist when he appeared. The man from the wedding, I hear myself say. The one who offered to be my friend at court. Yes, you told me to stay away from him. Yes, and now he's leading the investigation into the murder that happened in your house. Devyn doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. The silence says everything. I don't like him, I blurt, then wince, because that sounds childish. I mean, there's something about him at the wedding, the way he looked at me. It was... I trail off, searching for words that don't make me sound paranoid, too interested, like he already knew things about me that he shouldn't. I'm rambling. I know I'm rambling, but Devyn isn't cutting me off or looking at me like I've lost my mind. He's listening, actually listening, with that focused stillness that means I have his complete attention. Maybe I'm being crazy, I add weakly. It's just a feeling. Your feelings aren't crazy. He says it like a fact, like he's stating the weather. My men have been watching him for some time now. I blink. Why? Something about him also rubs me wrong. What kind of wrong? The kind that comes from other worlds, but not through Huey's. No. He picks up the document again, but his eyes aren't reading it. They're calculating. Definitely not from Huey's. So what do we do now? I ask uneasily. Because if Amos is one of the others, and he's the one in charge of investigating the murder he himself may have committed, 10 minutes later, and we've moved to another room in his estate, one I didn't even know existed until now. If you're going to be my queen, you need to understand my world. This room is much larger than most, with maps on the walls and a table covered in documents. The light slants through high windows at a harsh angle, the kind of light that flattens everything it touches, makes shadows stark and unforgiving. My photographer's brain catalogs it automatically. High contrast, blown highlights, the kind of lighting you'd use for an interrogation scene, not a lesson, a war room, I realize. The kind of space where serious decisions get made by serious people who know what they're doing. 2 soldiers stand by the door, faces carefully blank. I am not a serious person who knows what she's doing. This is New England. Devyn gestures at a map that's been divided into 4 colored sections, 4 territories, 4 kings. The treaty keeps the peace, but peace is a negotiation, not a guarantee. I nod like I understand. I do not understand. Each king maintains his own forces: intelligence, security, tactical response. Like James Bond, I venture, or Rambo. One of the soldiers by the door makes a sound. It might be a cough. It might be a strangled laugh. It's hard to tell. Devyn's gaze cuts to him. The soldier's face goes pale. Something in your throat. Devyn's voice is silk over steel. No, sir. Apologies, Your Majesty. Devyn turns back to me. His expression softens. Just a fraction, just enough that I notice. Let's just say they're trained to protect, and they're known to mean business. That's impressive. But they'll make sure to give warning shots before doing anything, right? Dead silence. I look at his men, whose shoulders are shaking, and then at Devyn. Warning shots, he repeats. Is that not a thing? No. But his voice is gentle, almost amused. It's not a thing. Oh, I feel my face heating. Well, it should be. Communication before violence. That's just good conflict resolution. One of the soldiers chokes. Devyn's head turns, slowly. The soldier immediately develops a fascinating interest in the ceiling. Perhaps, Devyn says, turning back to me with a warmth that looks almost like tenderness. We can discuss conflict resolution strategies later. For now, let's focus on the basics. I catch the soldiers, exchanging a look of absolute disbelief. I have a feeling they're wondering why Devyn hasn't divorced me yet. The 4 territories, Devyn continues, pointing at the map. North, Quinn Hadraff. West, Sky Wyndham. East, Wolf Sidaris. And south, that's you. That's us. Us. The word does something to my heart, makes it flip over in my chest. Rhode Island and Connecticut, I say, proud of myself for remembering. You control Rhode Island and Connecticut. We control Rhode Island and Connecticut. There it is again. We, us, our. Good. He nods once. You're learning. Behind him, both soldiers look like they might pass out. I think they're not used to hearing Devyn compliment anyone, much less for something as basic as knowing which states are under his rule. I bite my lip to keep from smiling. What about the other kings? I ask. Are they like you? No one is like me. That's not what I. Quinn is ice, doesn't speak unless necessary. Wolf is. He pauses, volatile, but honorable. Sky is good at retrieving information. People underestimate him. They shouldn't. And you, I can't help asking, how would you describe yourself? He looks at me, that golden gaze, giving me nothing. Impatient, he says finally, demanding, difficult to work with. You're not being difficult right now. I'm making an exception. For who? His mouth curves, just barely. Who do you think? I forget what I was going to say next. He steps closer, points at the map. I have no idea what he's pointing at, because his arm is brushing against mine, and his scent is everywhere, and my brain has apparently decided to stop functioning. The border here, he's saying, is contested. We've had skirmishes with. He stops. Bailey. Are you listening? Yes, absolutely. Borders, skirmishes, very important. His eyes drop to my mouth. 9th time. I'm still counting. You're not listening. I smile weakly. You're distracting. Unfortunately. Oh no. Is this it? Is he finally going to? So are you. Make me feel like I'm the luckiest woman alive to be married to someone like him, who's so good at. Oh, he's suddenly kissing me, right there in the war room, with 2 soldiers, trying desperately to become invisible. And I forget about maps and borders and everything, except the way his hand slides into my hair and tilts my head back, and someone clears their throat. Devyn pulls back, slowly, like he's not remotely embarrassed. to have been caught kissing his wife in the middle of a strategy session. Mr. Carp has arrived, Your Majesty. The warmth in my chest turns to ice, and I end up shivering when I'm left with no choice but to meet him again. He looks exactly like I remember. Handsome in a polished way, dark hair artfully tousled, jaw that could cut glass, eyes warm and sympathetic. The light from the window catches him like he's been professionally lit, every angle flattering, every shadow intentional. He enters the room like he belongs there, like every space he walks into reshapes itself to accommodate him. My photographer's eye recognizes what he's doing. It's the same thing I've seen in 1,000 headshots, the deliberate positioning, the calculated charm. The difference is, most people don't know they're doing it. Amos knows exactly what he's doing. Every instinct I have screams wrong. Your Majesty. He inclines his head to Devyn, then turns to me, and his smile widens. What a pleasure to see you again. Mr. Carp, I understand you were the last person to see Lady Abigail before her disappearance. He settles into a chair across from us, without being invited to sit. I was hoping to ask you some questions, in private, ideally. Standard procedure. No, Devyn doesn't raise his voice, doesn't elaborate. Just, no. Amos's smile flickers. With respect, Your Majesty. It's protocol for witnesses to be interviewed without, no, silence. Amos looks at Devyn. Devyn looks back. Neither of them moves. I watch the silent war play out between them. Amos's charm pressing against Devyn's absolute refusal. Waves breaking against a cliff face. There's no contest. There was never going to be a contest. Of course, Amos's smile returns, but it's thinner now, tighter at the edges. I understand. You're protective of your wife. Admirable. Devyn says nothing. Well then, Amos turns to me, leaning forward in his chair. Your Majesty. Bailey. May I call you Bailey? No, Devyn says. Back to Your Majesty then. But his tone is as thin as his smile this time. Can you walk me through what you saw that day? The day of the wedding. I take a breath. I was in the chapel. I saw a woman in a wedding dress running toward the back. She looked at me, just for a second, and then she disappeared into a passage behind the altar. And you're certain it was Lady Abigail? Yes, but you never met her prior to that day. Where is he going with this? It seems I've made you uncomfortable, Your Majesty. Devyn's hand lands on my knee under the table, warm, steadying, and it gives me strength to calm down. Shall we talk about something else? Something else? It must be so difficult for you, thrust into this world without warning, married to a man you barely knew, and now caught up in a murder investigation. And then he does something unexpected, with Amos suddenly reaching across the space between us to place his hand over mine. If you ever need someone to talk to, Devyn doesn't move. He doesn't speak. He doesn't even shift in his chair, but his stillness changes. It goes from passive to active, from waiting to hunting. The air pressure in the room shifts, and every hair on my arms stands at attention. Amos removes his hand quickly, like he's touched something that burned. I think, he says, and his voice has lost its smoothness. That's enough for today. I'll be in touch if I have more questions. He stands, nods to Devyn, glances at me one more time, and there it is, underneath the charm. A flash of calculation, cold and sharp as a blade. And then he's gone. The door closes behind him. I exhale. We're alone now. The study is empty, the soldiers dismissed, the door locked, and Devyn is standing by the window, with his back to me, every line of his body rigid. The late afternoon light catches him in silhouette, broad shoulders, the sharp line of his jaw, the tension coiled in every muscle. If I had my camera, I'd frame him exactly like this, backlit, dramatic. A man carved from shadow and golden light. It was just my hand, I say. He was trying to seem sympathetic. Devyn, he turns, and the look on his face steals my breath. Not anger, not exactly. His eyes have gone dark, his jaw tight, his whole body coiled, like he's barely keeping himself from going after Amos right now, and doing exactly what he offered to do this morning. Oh my, I should not find this attractive. This is possessive and probably unhealthy, and definitely not something a modern, independent woman should encourage. My pulse is racing anyway. What is wrong with me? He touched, Devyn says, crossing the room in 3 strides. What's mine? He's in front of me now, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes, close enough that I can feel the heat coming off his body, can see the tension in his jaw, can count the gold flecks in his irises if I wanted to. I want to. Stop it, Bailey. Possessive, I manage. My voice comes out breathier than I intended. Yes, no apology, no explanation, just fact. And then he kisses me, not gentle, not patient. This kiss is claiming, his mouth on mine like a brand, his hand sliding into my hair to tilt my head exactly where he wants it. I make a sound against his lips, embarrassing and needy, and he swallows it like it belongs to him too, because it does. Everything I am belongs to him now, and the terrifying part is that I don't mind. When he finally pulls back, we're both breathing hard. His forehead rests against mine. His eyes are still dark, still intense, still burning. Next time, he says, voice rough. He doesn't get to sit in the same room as you. That might be hard, given he's leading the investigation. I don't care. Devyn, I don't care. His thumb traces my lower lip. He looks at you like you're something he wants to take apart, like you're a problem to be solved. And I don't share. I remember the wedding, the dinner, his voice in my ear. I don't share. Some things don't change. I don't want him, I say softly. I don't want anyone except. I stop, feel heat rush to my face. His eyes sharpen. Except, say it. You're impossible. Say it, Bailey. I'm blushing. I can feel it. The heat spreading across my cheeks, down my neck, and he's watching it happen with an intensity that makes my toes curl. You, I say, the word barely audible. I don't want anyone except you, obviously. As if that wasn't completely clear from the way He's kissing me again. I decide I don't mind being interrupted. Later, when I'm alone in our chambers, waiting for Devyn to finish whatever kingly business pulled him away, I curl up in the window seat with my phone, force of habit. My thumb hovers over the audiobook app, Olympus Bewitched, my old comfort, my door out when life gets too heavy. But I'm smiling before I even open it, because I'm remembering breakfast yesterday, Devyn's jaw going tight when he saw the cover. Mr. Handsome, he'd repeated, like the words personally offended him. Book obsessions are unhealthy. You should find better coping mechanisms. He was jealous of a fictional character. In an audiobook, the memory makes something warm bloom in my chest. Devyn Chaleur, Mafia king, legendary temper, a man who makes barons cry with a raised eyebrow, threatened by a character named Paul Theodore, who exists only in narrated chapters and my imagination. I used to dream about men like Paul, patient, gentle, the kind who'd never make a woman feel small, safe, I'd thought. That's what I wanted, someone safe. But Devyn isn't safe. Devyn is impatient and demanding and possessive. and probably a little bit dangerous. He doesn't make me feel protected from the world. He makes me feel seen by it, and maybe that's better. I close the app without pressing play for the first time in years. I don't need a door out. I'm exactly where I want to be. Amos Carp walks to his car alone. The evening air is cool. The Chaleur estate looms behind him, all stone and shadow, and centuries of secrets. He'd smiled his way through the interview, played his part, said all the right things, but his jaw is tight as he slides into the driver's seat. The new queen is a problem. Problems can be solved. Chapter 12. Devyn has to leave. I watch him pack a small bag and try not to feel like a clingy newlywed, which I am. But he doesn't need to know that. Hartford, he says, without looking up. Territory business. I'll be back tomorrow. The investigation. He pauses, just for a moment. Among other things, I don't push. This is growth, Bailey. This is maturity. This is you, a grown woman, respecting your husband's boundaries and trusting that he'll tell you what you need to know. I want to pester him with 1,000 questions, but I don't. See, growth. There's a function tonight, he continues. Cross-territory, diplomatic. I was supposed to host, but I'll do it. The words are out before I've fully thought them through, but once they're in the air, I don't want to take them back. I'm his queen. This is what queens do, right? Host things, smile at people. Not hide in their rooms, reading books about transplanted lives. Devyn looks at me, really looks, with those golden eyes that see too much. You don't have to. I know, I lift my chin, but I want to. I'm the queen of the South. Might as well start acting like it. The corner of his mouth twitches. Not quite a smile. He doesn't give those away easily. But something warm flickers behind his eyes. Mrs. Lime appears in the doorway, her face pinched with worry. Sir, about the function. If the queen is to host alone, perhaps we should consider. She's not a child. Devyn's voice is dismissive, final. She can handle it. Mrs. Lime's mouth opens, then closes. She nods once and retreats. I should feel bolstered by his confidence. And I do, mostly, but there's a tiny, stupid part of me that wishes he'd been just a little more concerned, a little more reluctant to leave me alone with a room full of wolves. Stop it, Bailey. He trusts you. That's a good thing. I straighten my shoulders. I'm not a child. I can handle it. Devyn's mouth curves, just barely. I know. He crosses the room to me, cups my face in his hands, studies me like he's memorizing every detail, the shape of my eyes, the curve of my mouth, the single dimple that only shows when I really smile. My pulse kicks up. Then why? I manage. Do you look like you're planning something? I'm always planning something. His gaze drops to my mouth. 10th time. I'm still counting. And then he kisses me. Not soft, not gentle. This kiss is thorough. His mouth slanting over mine. His hand sliding into my hair, tilting my head. Exactly where he wants it. He kisses me like he's staking a claim, like he's leaving something behind for me to remember while he's gone. My toes curl in my shoes. When he pulls back, I've forgotten my own name. My face is burning. My knees have apparently decided they're not interested in supporting my weight anymore. Be safe, he murmurs against my lips. And then he's gone, and I'm standing in the middle of the room with my hand pressed to my mouth, and my heart doing something completely unreasonable in my chest. What was I supposed to be doing again? Right, function, hosting, queen duties. I can do this. I've got this. I am going to absolutely crush this. 3 hours later, and I'm fairly certain the world is crushing me instead. The grand ballroom of Chaleur Estate is filled with people I don't know, all of them watching me with sharp eyes and sharper smiles. The chandeliers cast everything in warm amber, 2,700 Kelvin. My photographer brain supplies, automatically, the kind of light that should make everyone look soft and approachable. It doesn't. I'm wearing a midnight blue gown that Mrs. Lime selected for me. It's beautiful, elegant, the kind of dress that says, I belong here. I do not feel like I belong here. The noble women circle me in slow orbits, their smiles showing teeth, but never reaching their eyes. They remind me of a shoot I assisted once, a jewelry campaign where the models were positioned to look like they were at a party, but every angle was calculated, every gesture rehearsed. These women have the same practiced quality, the same awareness of exactly where the light hits their faces. So lovely to finally meet you, Your Majesty. What a surprise your marriage was. We've all been so curious about the new queen. Curious, right? That's one word for it. I smile until my face aches. I make small talk about things I don't understand. I try to remember names and titles and which territory each person represents. And I'm failing spectacularly at all of it. And then I see Amos. He's standing near the champagne table with a woman on his arm, pretty, dark-haired, leaning into him like he's the sun, and she's been cold for years. She's laughing at something he said, her whole body turned toward him, and he's bored. His smile is perfect, his posture is attentive, but his eyes are somewhere else entirely, scanning the room, even as he murmurs something that makes her laugh again. Something about it makes my skin prickle. I can't articulate why. He's being polite, charming even, but there's a disconnect between what he's doing and what he's feeling, and the gap between them feels wrong. I turn away. I can avoid him. I can definitely avoid him. And that's when it happens. A woman in emerald green appears at my elbow. Her smile is apologetic. Her eyes are not. Oh no. Red wine splashes across the front of my midnight blue gown. I stare down at the spreading stain, at the ruined silk, at 3 hours of careful preparation, destroyed in a single calculated motion. How clumsy of me. The woman's voice drips with false sympathy. I'm so terribly sorry, Your Majesty. Gasps ripple through the crowd, murmurs, the distinct sound of people trying not to laugh. Queen Bailey. The voice is cool, quiet, so low it shouldn't carry. And yet somehow it cuts through the murmurs like a knife through silk. A man suddenly shows up in front of me, and it takes me a moment to realize who it is. Quinn Hydraf, the King of the North, is beautiful in a way that's intimidating. Silver blonde hair, features so perfectly symmetrical, they seem almost inhuman. Eyes the color of glacial ice, pale blue, nearly colorless, utterly cold. In this warm amber light, he should look golden. He doesn't. He photographs cold. I think absurdly, like his skin rejects warmth on principle. He doesn't smile, doesn't offer comfort or sympathy. He simply inclines his head, barely, like even that small movement is a concession, and says, "Allow me." Before I can respond, his hand is at my elbow, not touching, just guiding, and we're moving through the crowd. People part for him like water around a glacier. No one speaks. No one even seems to breathe. He leads me to a side corridor, summons a servant with a glance. Words are exchanged, quiet, efficient. And suddenly, there's a young woman at my side with fresh towels and what looks like an entire emergency dress repair kit. "Thank you," I manage. I turn. He's gone. I blink at the empty space where the King of the North was standing 2 seconds ago. The corridor is silent. The air still feels cold where he'd been. What just happened, Your Majesty? The young woman with the towels is looking at me expectantly. I can help with the stain. It won't take long. I shake off my confusion. Yes, thank you. That would be, yes. The young woman works quickly. The stain fades to something almost invisible. And when I return to the ballroom, 15 minutes later, I look mostly presentable again. Coincidence, I tell myself. Quinn Haydraff just happened to be nearby. He's a king. Kings attend diplomatic functions. It doesn't mean anything. Definitely a coincidence. Obviously, the second incident happens 40 minutes later. I'm standing near the refreshment table, trying to look like I belong, while simultaneously avoiding Amos's too watchful gaze when a waiter approaches with a tray of hors d'oeuvres. Would Madame care for a canapé? I glance at the tray. Tiny, elegant things that look like edible art. What are they? I ask. Coquille Saint-Jacques, Madame. Oh no, that's a lot of syllables. French syllables. At a party hosted by the wife of a French Mafia king, I pick one up because refusing food is apparently also a social faux pas, and smile at a nearby cluster of noble women who are watching me with barely concealed interest. These are delicious, I say. The coquillets. Silence. One woman's eyebrow arches so high it nearly disappears into her hairline. I believe, she says, her voice dripping with condescension. It's pronounced Coquille Saint-Jacques. My face flames. Of course, I rather liked her pronunciation. The voice is warm, golden, like sunlight made audible. A man materializes beside me. Where did he even come from? And the smile he gives the group is dazzling, genuinely dazzling. Golden hair, golden skin, a face that belongs on currency or cathedral ceilings. In direct light, he'd overexpose. Too bright, too much. Sky Wyndham, King of the West, coquillets. He picks up one of the canapés and pops it in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. You know, I think that's how I'll say it from now on. We're not native French speakers, after all. Why should we twist our tongues into pretzels? He turns to the cluster of women and smiles. It's the kind of smile that makes you think of sunshine and warm beaches and friendly golden retrievers, right up until you notice his eyes. His eyes are steel, cold. The smile of a man who could break every bone in your body and make it look like an accident. Don't you all agree? The women's faces contort like they've bitten into something rotten. Yes, absolutely. Pronunciation isn't important. Not important at all. Ha ha ha. The laughter is painful, forced, like glass being ground between teeth. Sky winks at me, actually winks, and murmurs, "Lovely party, by the way. I thank you." But he's already gone, vanished into the crowd, like morning mist. I stand there, still holding my coquillet, trying to process what just happened. 2 kings, 2 rescues, still a coincidence. I tell myself firmly, they're kings. They're at a cross-territory function. Of course, they'd mingle with the hostess. That's just politics, diplomacy, normal diplomatic things that normal diplomats do. Right, totally normal. Nothing to see here. The third incident happens near the balcony. I've stepped outside for air, just for a moment, just to breathe, when a familiar voice makes my skin crawl. "You seem lonely without your husband." Amos Carp steps out of the shadows, too close, too familiar. His smile is the same as always, warm, sympathetic. "Wrong. I could keep you company," he says, "if you'd like." Every instinct I have screams run. I'm fine, thank you. My voice comes out steady. Good. I was just. The lady doesn't need company. The voice is a low growl, direct, final. A man steps between us. Broader than the others, darker, with a scar cutting through one eyebrow. He doesn't smile, doesn't offer pleasantries. His weight is forward, shoulders loose. And there's something feral in his stance, a predator, waiting for an excuse. Wolf Sidiris, king of the East. Move along, carp. It's not a suggestion. Amos's charm flickers. Just for a moment, just enough for me to see the calculation underneath. Cold, sharp, dangerous. Then the mask slides back into place. Of course. Enjoy your evening, Your Majesty. He retreats. Wolf turns to me. His eyes scan my face once, checking, I realize, for any sign of harm, and then he nods, just once, and walks away. 3 kings, 3 rescues. This is okay. This is getting a little weird. But it's probably still a coincidence. A very strange, statistically improbable coincidence. Maybe all 3 kings just happen to have excellent timing and a strong sense of chivalry. And you haven't figured it out yet, have you? The voice is bright, cheerful, completely unbothered by my shell-shocked expression. I turn to find a young woman standing behind me. She's maybe 19, with dark hair piled artfully on top of her head, and eyes that sparkle with barely contained amusement. Her gown is a soft rose gold, and she carries herself with the easy confidence of someone who has never once doubted her place in the world. I'm Celine, she says, extending her hand. Quinn's ward. Well, technically, his ward. In practice, I'm his future wife. He just doesn't know it yet. I blink. I'm sorry, what? Quinn, she waves a dismissive hand. I'm going to marry him. He's just being difficult about it, because he thinks he's incapable of love, or whatever. Men are so dramatic. She rolls her eyes. Anyway, that's not important right now. What's important is your royal babysitters. My what? Devyn called the other kings. Before he left, she confides. Asked them to keep an eye on you tonight. Oh, you're blushing, Celine exclaims. That's adorable. Quinn never makes me blush. He just makes me want to throw things at his head. I press my hands to my cheeks. They're burning. I'm not. You're in love with him. Celine says it like a fact. And he's clearly obsessed with you. Or he wouldn't have called in favors from 3 kings to keep you safe at a party. She grins. I like you. We're going to be friends. I don't know what to say to that, so I just stand there, hands pressed to my burning cheeks, while Celine loops her arm through mine and declares that we're going to spend the rest of the evening together because, in her words, someone needs to protect you from the vultures, and it might as well be someone who actually likes you. And somehow, impossibly, the rest of the night isn't terrible. Celine is unstoppable. She talks over interruptions, doesn't register the social cues that should slow her down, and barrels through awkward silences like they're not even there. She deflects barbed comments with cheerful obliviousness. She steers me away from Amos 3 separate times. She tells me stories about Quinn that make me choke on my champagne. Stories he would probably have her imprisoned for sharing, she admits. But she's not worried, because he'd miss me too much. By the time the crowd thins and the evening winds down, my heart feels so full, it might actually burst. He called them for me. I'm standing near the edge of the ballroom, watching the last guests trickle out, when I realize I'm swaying, not from exhaustion, from happiness. Can I take this as a sign that maybe, just maybe, the King of the South is starting to have feelings for his accidental bride? Chapter 13. The Baron of Greenwich was fuming. His butler had just announced the arrival of the King of the South, and now every female servant in the manor seemed to have found urgent business in the front hall. The maids, the cook's assistants, even his wife's elderly lady-in-waiting, was peering around the corner with flushed cheeks and bright eyes. Did they not realize this man could be the murderer of his daughter? But no, one look at that sharp jaw and those golden eyes, and apparently all sense fled from their minds. They were staring at Devyn Chaleur like he was some kind of dark angel descended from the heavens, not a potential killer who had arrived uninvited to. Baron, Devyn's voice cut through the hallway like a blade. A word, in private. It wasn't a request. Patrick's jaw tightened. He gestured sharply at his staff, a silent command to disperse. But even as they scattered, he caught several of them, stealing one last glance at the king. Unbelievable. They sat in Patrick's private study. No guards, no witnesses, just two men and the ghost of a murdered girl between them. The older man had expected threats, interrogation, perhaps even violence. What he had not expected was the silence. Devyn simply sat across from him and waited, those golden eyes patient and watchful, giving nothing away. The silence stretched until it became unbearable, until the Baron found himself speaking, just to fill it. I wasn't a good father to her. The words cracked on their way out. His hands, once steady enough to sign treaties and command troops, trembled where they rested on his desk. I was cold, distant. I treated her like an asset to be managed, not a daughter to be loved. He looked up, and his eyes were wet. When she submitted her name as a candidate for your bride, I didn't ask if it was what she wanted. I just saw the opportunity, the alliance, the power. Devyn said nothing. He watched, listened, assessed. A month ago, he would have seen only a broken man trying to deflect blame, would have dismissed the confession as strategic weakness. But Bailey had changed things, changed him, made him see that people could be more than their worst moments, that grief could twist even the strongest men into shapes they didn't recognize. At the court, Devyn said quietly, "You accused me of murder." The older man flinched. "I know. You know our laws. Speaking against the king carries a sentence." "I know." Patrick's voice had started shaking. "I was mad with grief. I wanted someone to blame, someone to punish, and you were—" He stopped, swallowed. "You were easy to hate." The silence stretched between them. "I could have you thrown in the dungeons," Devyn said. "Executed. Our laws are clear." Abigail's father closed his eyes, nodded once, accepting. "But I will show you mercy. This once." Patrick's eyes flew open, his body jerking in shock. "In return," Devyn continued, his voice cold and precise, "you will never speak of me or my wife again. Not publicly, not privately, not at all. You will mourn your daughter in silence. You will support the investigation, and you will trust that I will find whoever did this and make them pay." Patrick could only stare, disbelief first, and then, slowly, the first fragile stirrings of hope. His voice broke. "You would spare me. I give you my word. Justice will be served for Abigail's death." Devyn held his gaze. "If you know anything that might aid in finding her killer, speak now." "There were rumors," Patrick said slowly, heavily, "before she submitted her name as one of your bridal candidates, before any of this." Devyn went still. Rumors of her being seen with a man, someone inappropriate, someone she should not have been associating with. The older man's jaw tightened. "I dismissed them at the time. thought it was gossip, jealousy from other families who wanted their daughters chosen instead. A name? No. Patrick shook his head. I never had the chance to investigate. And then she was gone, and I assumed, he stopped, I assumed the rumors were irrelevant, that she had simply run from you, a man, someone inappropriate, someone who watched her too closely. He stood. If you remember anything else, any detail, no matter how small, you will contact me directly. You have my word, Your Majesty. The Baron rose as well, still pale, still shaken, but steadier than before. And thank you for sparing my life. The reports kept coming. Devyn sat in his Hartford safe house, surrounded by documents about a murder investigation that was going nowhere, and read update after update about his wife. The diplomatic function had been a success. Lady Celine was telling everyone who would listen about the three kings who had watched over the new queen. The staff had warmed to her, not just warmed, but actively adored her. The cook had saved her chocolate torte. The gardener had started cutting flowers for her room each morning without being asked. The territory was talking about the king who called his brothers to protect his bride, about the queen who smiled through humiliation and won hearts anyway, about Bailey. She was becoming visible, and every report that confirmed it made his jaw tighten another degree. He shoved back from the desk and walked to the window. Hartford spread out below him, city lights glittering against the dark, a world that didn't know it was being ruled from the shadows, a world that didn't know a killer walked free among them. The investigation was a dead end. Every lead dried up before it could be followed. Every witness had nothing useful to offer. Amos Carp smiled, his too smooth smile, and promised progress while delivering nothing but polished reports, full of empty words. The fox guarding the henhouse. Devyn's hands curled into fists. He wanted to drag Amos into a room with no windows and no witnesses and get the truth the old way. He wanted to stop playing politics and start breaking bones, but he couldn't prove anything, not yet, and moving too soon would tip his hand. So Amos kept circling, kept smiling, kept leading an investigation designed to find nothing, his fists clenched, his knuckles cracking, as he imagined Amos circling Bailey, and a memory came to him, unbidden, the Baron of Greenwich, calling out to him just as Devyn had stepped out of his house, uttering words in a voice that was made hoarse by grief and impotent rage over the murder of his flesh and blood. You must find him, Your Majesty. Make him pay, because I have a feeling he is out for you too. So find him, before it is your own queen he takes away next. Devyn pressed his forehead against the cold glass of the window. Bailey. He could still feel her. That was the problem. 5 days away. And he could still feel the softness of her skin, the warmth of her breath, the way she'd looked at him after he kissed her, flushed and dazed, her lips parted, her eyes full of hope. Hope in him, for him. When had he started caring whether she hoped? He thought of the way she'd defended him at court, standing in front of a room full of powerful people, calling him sweet, talking about puppies and blizzards and little girls, escalating into increasingly ridiculous specifics, until the whole room was laughing and the Baron's accusations had dissolved into irrelevance. He thought of the way she'd hidden under a blanket afterward. Bailey has left. There is only blanket. And he'd laughed, actually laughed, for the first time in years. He thought of the way his chest went tight whenever she smiled, that real smile, the one with the dimple she didn't know he tracked, the way he couldn't stop looking at her mouth, the way he'd called 3 kings, his brothers, his equals, and asked them for a favor because the thought of her alone among wolves had made him want to burn the entire party to the ground. She was under his skin, in his blood, wrapped around every thought, until he couldn't think straight. She was his weakness, and someone out there, someone who had already killed a woman under his protection, knew it. The territory was talking about her. Celine was spreading stories. The staff adored her. She was visible now. A target, a pressure point that could be exploited, threatened, destroyed to bring him to his knees. She was his, and he couldn't even keep her safe. The thought made him want to put his fist through the glass. Find him. Before it is your own queen, he takes away next. He couldn't protect her, not like this. Not while she was beloved, visible, the darling of the territory, not while Amos was circling. And the investigation was stalled. And the killer was watching, waiting, planning. The only way to protect her was to make her invisible again, make her hate him, make everyone think she meant nothing, remove the target from her back by removing her from his side. He hated it, hated every part of this plan that was forming in his mind, hated that he'd let himself care enough for it to matter, hated that he'd been so stupid, so reckless, letting her in when he knew better. He'd spent his whole life building walls, learning not to care, turning himself into something cold and sharp and untouchable, because caring was weakness, and weakness got people killed. And then Bailey had appeared in his chapel, confused and terrified and impossibly soft, and she'd looked at him like he might be worth trusting, and he'd let her in, stupid, reckless, the most dangerous thing he'd ever done, because now he had something to lose, and losing her, watching her body carried out of a dungeon, the way Abigail's had been, knowing he could have prevented it, knowing he'd been too distracted by the way she smiled at him to see the danger closing in. He would not be the Baron, weeping over someone he'd failed to protect, begging for vengeance, because he'd been too blind to see the threat until it was too late. He would not stand over Bailey's grave. He knew what he had to do. It would destroy her. It would destroy him, but she would be alive. Devyn turned from the window. He had calls to make, orders to give, a stage to set, and a heart to break. Chapter 14. I want to make him proud. That's the thought that gets me out of bed each morning while Devyn is away. Not just survive until he gets back. Not just don't mess anything up, but actually, genuinely make him proud. I want to see his almost smile, the one where the corner of his mouth twitches, and his eyes crinkle just slightly. And he looks at me like I've surprised him, like I'm a puzzle he wasn't expecting to enjoy solving. I want to make him laugh again, that real laugh, the one from the blanket incident, the one that transformed his whole face and made my heart do something completely irresponsible. So I throw myself into being the best queen I can be. I learn the staff's names, not just Mrs. Lime, but everyone. Thomas the gardener, who has 3 grandchildren and grows prize-winning dahlias. Arlene the cook, whose chocolate torte recipe has been in her family for 4 generations. Connie and Josie, the maids who always work together and finish each other's sentences. I ask about their lives, their families, their hobbies. I remember the details and ask follow-up questions the next day. And slowly, the distance closes. The staff start seeking me out instead of avoiding me. Their shoulders relax when I enter a room. Their smiles come quicker, easier, the kind that crinkle at the corners and reach all the way up. Mrs. Lime brings me tea without being asked. Thomas waves when I walk past his roses. Arlene, formidable, terrifying Arlene, who previously acknowledged my existence with nothing more than a curt nod, actually winks when she hands me my tort. Winks. Arlene. I spend a full 30 seconds, convinced I hallucinated it. The staff are talking, Mrs. Lime tells me, over breakfast. On day 3, her voice is warm, in a way I've never heard before. About what you did at the party. What I did? Held your head high, smiled through the wine incident, laughed off the pronunciation mistake. She pauses. Made friends with Lady Celine, who has been singing your praises to anyone who will listen. I think of Celine, her bright eyes, her cheerful confidence, her utter lack of filter. Of course, she's been telling everyone. Celine probably has a newsletter by now, a podcast, possibly a documentary in the works. She's also been telling everyone about the 3 kings. The corner of Mrs. Lime's mouth curves. How they watched over you all night. How Devyn called them personally before he left. My cheeks flush. She told people about that. She told everyone about that. The maids have been swooning for days. Mrs. Lime's almost smile deepens. Apparently, it's the most romantic thing they've ever heard. I press my hands to my burning face. Great, wonderful. The entire territory is swooning over my husband's overprotective tendencies, and I'm going to die of embarrassment before he even gets home. But also, he's going to be so proud, right? I imagine telling him, imagine his almost smile, imagine him pulling me close and murmuring something possessive and French against my hair, while I pretend to be annoyed and secretly melt into a puddle of feelings. I've been rehearsing what I'll say when he walks through the door. Something casual, breezy. Oh, hello. I've just been running your household and winning hearts and being generally magnificent. No big deal. Okay, maybe not that, but something good. Something that makes him do the almost smile. Day 4, I call him. He answers on the 3rd ring. His voice is clipped, professional. How is everything? Good. I curl up on the window seat in our bedroom and tell him about the chocolate tort, about Arlene's wink, about Celine's apparent PR campaign. Silence. You're popular, he says. His voice is strange, flat. Apparently, I laugh a little, waiting for the warmth, the almost smile I can hear in his voice. Mrs. Lime says the territory is talking about what you did with the kings. More silence. Devyn, I have to go. His voice is curt now, closed. I'll be home soon. The line goes dead. I stare at the phone. Did I say something wrong? I try calling back that evening. He doesn't answer. I try again the next morning. Straight to voicemail. He's busy, I tell myself. He's investigating a murder. He's dealing with territory business. My stomach cramps. It's a familiar feeling. The same twist of dread I used to get when Hart's office door would close and her voice would go quiet. The same sick certainty that something bad was coming and I couldn't stop it. No, stop it, Bailey. He's just busy. This isn't like before. But my stomach doesn't believe me. Day 5. I hear the commotion first. Doors opening, footsteps. The low murmur of voices in the hall. He's home. My heart leaps. I'm out of bed before I've fully processed what I'm doing. Throwing on a robe. Running my fingers through my hair. The cramp in my stomach loosens. See? Everything is fine. He's home. I'll tell him about the tort and the wink. And he'll do the almost smile, and Mrs. Lime appears in my doorway. Her face is wrong, pinched. The pleasant mask she always wears has cracked, and underneath is something that looks like dread. Your Majesty, she pauses. The king has requested your presence in the library. The library, where he holds formal meetings. Now I start toward the door. I was just going to. I'm afraid the king is explicit in his command. Her voice is gentle, too gentle. The entire staff has also been summoned. The cramp comes back, sharper. What's going on? She doesn't answer, just looks at me with wet eyes. I reach for her hand, squeeze it, try to smile. It's okay, I tell her. Whatever it is, it's okay. Her face crumples, just for a moment. Then she straightens, nods, and gestures for me to follow. No, I think. No. The library is full. Every member of the household staff stands in neat rows. Arlene with her strong hands folded. Thomas the gardener, dirt still under his fingernails. The two young maids that always work as a pair, shoulders touching, faces pale. The guards who've started nodding at me in the hallways, all of them silent, watching. And at the front of the room, standing behind a massive oak desk, like a judge about to deliver a verdict, is Devyn. He looks wrong. Same sharp jaw, same golden eyes, same perfectly tailored suit, but his face is stone, cold in a way I haven't seen since those first days when I was a stranger in his chapel. And he looked at me like I was a problem to be solved. No. My feet carry me forward anyway, toward him, because that's what I do now. I go to him. He's my husband. He kissed me breathless before he left. He called 3 kings to protect me. Whatever this is, whatever's happening, I can fix it. I just need to reach him, touch him, make him look at me. 2 guards step into my path. I stumble to a halt. They don't touch me. They don't have to. They're a wall of black suits and broad shoulders, blocking my way to my own husband. Devyn, my voice comes out small, confused. He doesn't acknowledge his name, doesn't acknowledge me at all. He's looking through me, past me, like I'm not even there. I've summoned you all here, he says, addressing the room, to discuss the conduct of the Queen during my absence. Why is he being like this? It has come to my attention, he continues, his voice flat and cold, that during the diplomatic function, the Queen demonstrated a fundamental lack of understanding regarding proper protocol. What? She allowed herself to become a target for public humiliation. I try to step forward. Devyn, please. The guards shift. A hand lands on my arm, not rough, but firm, holding me in place, like I'm a prisoner, like I'm not fit to approach him. Why? My voice breaks, and it takes a moment before I can try again. Why are you being like this? I search his face for any sign of the man who cupped my face in his hands, who studied me like he was memorizing every detail, who kissed me like he was staking a claim. There's nothing, just stone, just ice, just a stranger wearing my husband's face. You have embarrassed this household, this territory. You have embarrassed me. Please, the word tears out of me. Will you? There is nothing for you to say. I try to pull free of the guard's grip, try to reach Devyn. If I can just touch him, just make him see me, hold her. 2 words, quiet, final. The second guard takes my other arm, not rough, almost gentle, but immovable. I'm held in place, like a criminal, like someone who isn't allowed to be near the king. Around me, I hear soft sounds, sniffles, muffled sobs. The staff, they're crying. Arlene's broad shoulders shake. Thomas stares at the floor, jaw tight, eyes wet. Connie and Josie cling to each other. Mrs. Lime stands rigid, tears tracking silently down her cheeks. They're crying for me. I try to catch Arlene's eye, try to smile. It's okay, I want to tell her. It's going to be okay, but my face won't cooperate. And my eyes are burning and focus, Bailey, focus. Photographer brain, frame the shot. The rule of thirds would put Devyn's face, Devyn's cold, empty face. It's not working. I think of Olympus bewitched, not to escape. I don't want to be Blair anymore, but I think of her story, how Mr. Handsome pushed her away, how it looked ruined, how she kept hoping anyway. She was right in the end. Maybe the tears come anyway, silent, unstoppable, streaming down my cheeks, while I stand there, held by guards, trying and failing to hold myself together. No one moves to help me, because Devyn is watching, and his eyes say, "Don't." I stand there, held by guards, tears streaming, the entire household watching me break, and Devyn, my husband, the man who called 3 kings to protect me, the man who made me believe I might actually belong here. His face remains stone, but his hands are fists at his sides, knuckles white, trembling with the effort of staying still. I don't see it. I'm looking at his face, searching for any sign of warmth, any crack in the ice, any proof that the past weeks weren't a dream I made up. There's nothing, but Mrs. Lime sees. Her eyes flicker to his hands, then back up. Her brow furrows. She knows what this is costing him, but I don't. I can't see anything past the tears and the humiliation and the shattering of every hope I'd let myself feel. Devyn opens his mouth. "You are unfit to be my queen." Someone gasps. Someone sobs. I can't breathe. "You are hereby banished from my presence." The room spins. My knees buckle. Only the guard's hands keep me upright. What do I do now? Chapter 15. The limo is taking me somewhere. I don't ask where. I can't even find the energy. The guards deposited me here after Devyn's final words, opened the door, guided me in with hands that were almost gentle, closed the door behind me. No explanation, no destination, just the smooth hum of the engine and the blur of trees outside the tinted windows. The leather seat is cold against my back. The AC hums at a frequency just below hearing, raising goosebumps on my arms. Amber light filters through the tinted glass, turning everything sepia-toned, like an old photograph, like a memory already fading. I should care where I'm being taken. I don't. My eyes are swollen. My throat is raw. I've cried so much that my face feels like it belongs to someone else. Puffy and hot and wrong. "You are unfit to be my queen. You are hereby banished from my presence." The words keep echoing, over and over, a loop I can't escape. Something catches my eye, a glint of light from the built-in cabinet beside me, absently, more out of reflex than curiosity. I reach over and open it. A book, small, leather-bound, sparkling faintly in a way that seems almost deliberate, like it wants to be noticed. I pick it up. It's warm, body temperature. The same impossible warmth I remember from another book in another place, a lifetime ago. I flip to the back. There's a book plate, elegant, gold-edged, Library of Hue. My breath catches. I open the book. The pages are blank at first, creamy white, empty. Then words begin to appear, not printed, not typed. They bloom onto the page like ink spreading through water, written by an invisible hand. A choice, Bailey Sutton. More words appear. A. Turn to the next page, to return to your old world and begin again. B. Close the book and remain in this world. My hands tremble. Go back. I could go back to my old life, my old world, before Devyn, before the wedding, before I learned what it felt like to be seen, really seen, by someone who looked at me like I mattered, before I learned what it felt like to have that taken away. My heart is raw from all the aching. My eyes are swollen and aching, just as bad from all the tears I've cried. But I love him. Even now, even after everything, I love him. Surely this is all a misunderstanding. Surely there's an explanation. Surely the man who called 3 kings protect me, who flew my mother across the country, who kissed me like I was the only thing in the world worth having. Surely there's still hope. I start to close the book. A cat darts across the road. The chauffeur slams the brakes. The book flies out of my hands. It lands on the floor of the limo, splayed open to the next page. Oh dear, I think. New words appear on the open page. Oh dear, the book writes back. The decision has been taken out of your hands, literally and figuratively. The text has me scrambling for the book, but my fingers pass through the pages like they're made of mist. In the count of 3, the words continue. You will find yourself. 3, I think desperately, back in your old world. 2, where a new beginning awaits. 1, whoa, the limo is gone. I'm standing in Love's studio, and I'm wearing a wedding dress. The familiar space surrounds me. Exposed brick walls, high ceilings, natural light streaming through the massive windows, cool and clean, maybe 5,600 Kelvin, daylight balanced, the way Heart always insisted. The smell of fresh flowers and expensive perfume, the soft click of a camera shutter. I know this place. I worked here. I stood behind that camera for years, invisible, capturing other women's happiest moments, while I disappeared into the background. But now I'm the one in white, the one in front of the lens. White. I'm wearing white to my own wedding. In Devyn's world, I wore black, stood in that chapel like a ghost, a death omen, while everyone stared. But here I look like a bride, a real bride, the way I always imagined it. The thought should make me happy. It doesn't. And the one behind the camera, beautiful Bailey, just gorgeous. I know that voice. Marilyn Hewson lowers the camera and beams at me. Marilyn, my high school bully, the woman who walked into this very studio with a designer engagement ring and a smile that said, I remember exactly who you are. And isn't this fun that Marilyn is now the photographer and I'm the bride? What is happening? I reach for my phone. It's in my hand somehow, tucked against my palm, like I was holding it before I arrived. The screen lights up, and I see a photo, a man. My lock screen is a photo of a man with his arm around me, and we're both smiling, and he's beautiful, but not like Devyn. Devyn is sharp edges and golden predator eyes. This man is softer, warmer, thick blonde hair that catches the light like wheat in summer, hazel eyes with laugh lines at the corners, features that are elegant but approachable, the kind of face that makes you feel safe, not seen through. He looks like the hero of a different kind of story, the steady one, the kind one, the one who stays. He looks familiar, very familiar. My breath catches. My hand trembles so badly. The phone nearly slips from my grip. I swipe through my messages with shaking fingers, texts between me and this man who calls me my love and sweetheart and signs his messages with a simple P. His contact name, Paul Theodore. I nearly drop the phone. Paul Theodore, as in the mysterious detective from Olympus Bewitched, the book I've listened to 100 times, the hero I've swooned over since the first chapter when Blair called him Mr. Handsome, and I completely understood why. That Paul Theodore. I look at the photo again, the golden hair, the hazel eyes, the elegant, approachable frame. It's him. It's definitely him, and apparently he's my fiancé. You two are so perfect together. I look up. Marilyn has lowered her camera and is gazing at my phone screen with a wistful expression, not mocking, not cruel, genuinely wistful. I've seen how he is with you, she continues. The way he looks at you, like you hung the moon. My heart clenches. That's exactly how Devyn used to look at me before. I clear my throat. How is he with me, exactly? Marilyn sighs. He adores you. Can't take his eyes off you. Her expression flickers. I wish I could say the same about my ex. They've broken up. In my world, my original world, Marilyn walked in here with a designer engagement ring. She was getting married. She was the bride. Amos, Marilyn finishes, and the fiancé's name is Amos. That can't be a coincidence. It can't. I'm so sorry about your breakup. I manage. Marilyn shrugs. But there's pain behind it. Don't be. I had a lucky escape, honestly. My college friend Abigail, I nearly fall out of my heels, did some digging. That's when she discovered what he really is. Marilyn's voice hardens. He's made a living out of sweeping women off their feet. Gets them to take out loans for wedding surprises, romantic gestures, whatever. Only the surprise is that he runs away with the money and leaves them with a debt they can't pay. My blood runs cold. Amos, an artist, preying on women. Same name, same pattern, different world. Heart's voice cuts across the studio. Marilyn, I need you over here. Marilyn winces. Excuse me, please. Yes, of course, I say in a daze. She hurries away, and I collapse onto a nearby couch, my wedding dress pooling around me like a white cloud. Maybe I really was meant to come here. Maybe Huey brought me back for a reason. But is Amos here like Amos there? Is he just a con artist in this world? Or something worse? An assistant appears at my elbow, young, nervous, holding a delicate teacup. Tea, Miss Sutton. You look like you could use something warm. I stare at the cup. Steam curls from the surface. The liquid is amber gold, catching the light. Tea. Some distant part of my brain fires a warning. Tea at Huey's. Tea before everything changed. Tea that tasted like belonging and felt like being unmade. But I'm exhausted, hollowed out. My throat is raw, and my heart is in pieces. And someone is offering me something warm. I take the cup. I drink. It tastes like, oh no, that familiar warmth spreads through me, starting in my chest, radiating outward. I need air. I set down the cup and walk toward the door. My legs feel strange, heavy and light at the same time. The studio blurs at the edges. I push through the door, step outside, and the world is wrong. The light is different. That's the first thing I notice. The cool, clean daylight of the studio is gone. Out here, everything is bathed in amber, golden warm, like late afternoon sun, filtered through honey. The color temperature has shifted by at least 1,000 Kelvin, and my photographer brain latches onto that detail, because if I think about what it means, I might scream. Same streets, same storefronts, same Providence architecture, but there are flags, banners hanging from lampposts, snapping in the breeze. 4 colors, 4 territories. The crest of the Southern Territory, Devyn's territory, repeated on every corner. A man in a black suit nods at me as I pass, respectful, almost deferential. He has an earpiece, a military posture, royal enforcer, not hiding, not lurking in shadows, standing in plain sight like it's the most natural thing in the world. Another one, across the street, touches his earpiece and speaks quietly into his sleeve. A sleek black car glides past, tinted windows, the kind of car that costs more than my apartment. A small flag on the antenna, the Southern crest. I know these signs. I've seen them before. This New England is under the territory of kings. I'm not in my old world at all. I'm back in Devyn's world. But when? How far back did Huey send me? And then I see her, Mrs. Lime. She's walking toward me on the sidewalk, market basket over her arm, silver hair pinned in that familiar elegant twist. Same face, same posture, same everything. The amber light gilds her, makes her look like a figure from an old painting. Mrs. Lyme, she stops, looks at me with polite confusion. I'm sorry, do I know you? How do you know my name? Of course, in this timeline, we haven't met yet. I'm a stranger to her. I trail off, my eyes catching on something in her basket. A newspaper. The date visible on the front page. I read it again. The date is one day before I first appeared in Devyn's chapel. One day before the wedding that started everything, which means Devyn isn't married yet, and Abigail is still alive. Chapter 16. The other kings were already waiting when Devyn arrived. The forest convergence point looked the same as it always did. Ancient trees, mist curling between them, amber light filtering through the canopy in slanted columns, the kind of wild beauty that made humans feel small and insignificant. His soldiers had secured the perimeter. No hikers would stumble upon them today. Quinn stood like a statue carved from ice, silver blonde hair catching the weak sunlight. Sky leaned against an oak with deceptive casualness, golden and warm, though his eyes were anything but. Wolf paced at the edge of the clearing, a predator who couldn't stand still. They'd all felt it, the summons that wasn't a summons, just a shared knowledge, bone deep, that they needed to be here now. We saw it. Sky's voice was uncharacteristically grim. She went back to her old world. Devyn's blood turned to ice. He had asked for this. He had planned for this. Hurt her to keep her safe. Shattered her in front of his entire household so thoroughly that she would have no reason to stay, no hope to cling to, nothing left but the door Hugh offered. So why did it feel like his chest had been hollowed out with a rusted spoon? The Bailey here, Quinn said quietly. No one remembers her anymore. Of course they didn't. This was the cost of being marked by Hugh. You didn't even have the right to grieve, because the people around you had never seen what you lost. His staff would go about their duties with no memory of the queen who'd learned their names, who'd made Marguerite wink, who'd defended him at court, with escalating tales of puppies and blizzards, until even his enemies were laughing. Bailey Sutton had never existed here, only to him, only in his memory, where she would live forever. Violet eyes and secret dimples, and the way she said, "You're blushing," right before he kissed her to shut her up. Why did you send her away? Wolf's voice was a low growl. Did she turn out to be one of the others? The others, nameless beings that wanted to destroy worlds for the sake of destroying, passages carved out of sacrificed blood. They weren't like Devyn and his brothers, who'd been brought through Hugh to fill a need, to protect, to serve. The others came through different doors, darker ones, and they left nothing but ruin in their wake. Abigail had been killed by such a one. They'd known the moment they saw her corpse. The markings on her body weren't just violence, they were ritual, and whoever that man was, whatever he was, could have set his sights on Bailey next. No, Devyn's voice came out rough, scraped raw. She wasn't one of them. She was. The pain hit all four of them at once, sharp, piercing. The same pain they'd felt days ago, when Bailey first arrived in this world. The pain that meant Hugh was moving, shifting, rewriting. They checked their watches simultaneously. Time had moved backward again. 6 days. Wolf's voice was grim. Abigail is still alive. Sky's tone was musing, calculating. Quinn said nothing. He only looked at Devyn, pale eyes steady. No need to voice what they all knew. Still alive, Abigail meant still engaged Devyn, for better or for worse. The other kings left, not physically. Years of bearing Hugh's mark had unlocked certain abilities, and one of them was this. Their souls could see and speak to each other without being in the same place. The forest dissolved around Devyn as they withdrew, leaving him alone with the trees and the mist and the weight of what he'd done. He should be glad. His old life was back, uncomplicated. No wife who made him laugh, who made him blush, who defended him like a warrior and hid under blankets like a child. No soft violet eyes looking at him like he might be worth trusting. No weakness, but all he could think about was her. I had no choice, he reminded himself. A broken heart heals. A broken neck doesn't. Being spurned by your husband is always a better fate than having your life taken by something that wears a man's face, but isn't one anymore. He'd done the right thing. The right thing had never felt so much like dying. Till Devyn tapped into his kingdom-wide surveillance network the moment he returned to the estate. Cameras first, a quick confirmation that Abigail was alive. There she was, in her father's manor, trying on wedding accessories with a maid, breathing, moving, unaware that in another timeline, her body had been discovered in a dungeon, cold and still, and marked with symbols that made even hardened soldiers look away. He should stop there. He didn't. His fingers moved across the controls, pulling up feed after feed, searching for the telltale sparkle that marked where Hue touched the world. The shimmer was subtle, like heat rising off summer pavement, like light catching on water that wasn't there. Most people couldn't see it at all, but otherworlders could. Otherworlders like him, like Bailey. He found her near the local market. His heart, the heart he'd spent years convincing himself he didn't have, clenched so hard he couldn't breathe. She was wearing a wedding dress, white silk pooling around her feet, her dark hair tumbling over her shoulders, her face pale and confused as she spoke to white. She was wearing white. In his world, white was for funerals, for death, for endings. But in her world, in the world she'd come from, white was for weddings, for beginnings, for hope. She looked like a bride, a real bride, not the black-clad stranger who'd stumbled into his chapel like a beautiful omen. Mrs. Lime. Bailey was talking to Mrs. Lime, who was looking at her with polite confusion, because in this timeline, they'd never met, and Devyn watched the exact moment Bailey realized where she was. When she was, her face crumpled, just for a second, just long enough for him to see the devastation before she pulled herself together and said something to Mrs. Lime that made the older woman's brow furrow in concern. He should pretend he'd never seen her. He should let her go. That was the plan. That was the point. Hurt her so badly, she'd leave and never look back. Keep her safe by making her hate him. Instead, he found himself moving through the estate, down the stairs, out the door, moving with an urgency that was almost clumsy. And Devyn Chaleur was never clumsy. He was precision and control and deliberate efficiency. He did not stumble over thresholds. He did not take corners too fast. He did not chase after women who were better off without him. And yet, when he reached the market, she was gone. He scanned the crowd, the vendors, the side streets. Nothing. No wedding dress, no dark hair, no violet eyes. A door began to sparkle. Not a real door, a space between two buildings that hadn't been there a moment ago, shimmering with that unmistakable light. Hue, opening a passage for him, or perhaps laying a trap. With Hue, you never really knew. He stepped through anyway. The space beyond was small, intimate, warm light, velvet armchairs, the smell of old books, and something sweeter underneath. It looked like a reading nook, a sanctuary, the kind of place someone like Bailey would feel safe. On a small table in the center sat a book. Leather-bound, midnight blue. Silver lettering on the spine that caught the light. Even though there was no visible source, Bailey Sutton. The life she might have lived. His jaw tightened. He should leave. Should walk out of this pocket of Hue and never look back. What good would it do? Seeing the life she could have without him, the happiness she deserved, the safety he could never provide. But his hands were already reaching for it. The leather was warm under his fingers, body temperature, alive. He opened it. The first page showed her in a wedding dress, not the crumpled silk from the market footage, a different dress, in a different place. A photography studio with exposed brick and high ceilings, and natural light streaming through massive windows. She was smiling, actually smiling, with the dimple he'd memorized showing on her right cheek, and beside her stood a man, golden hair that caught the light like spun sunlight, chiseled features, elegant and powerful, hazel eyes warm with adoration. As he looked at Bailey, his Bailey, like she was the only thing in the world worth seeing. The caption beneath read, Paul Theodore, Greek god masquerading as human, Bailey's fiancé. Devyn stared at the words. Read them again. Greek god, 10 years, navigating Hue's impossible geography, 10 years of otherworldly politics and shadow kingdoms and dreams that connected 4 kings across impossible distances, and apparently Greek gods were also just walking around, getting engaged to photography assistants from Rhode Island. He turned the page, and the knife went deeper. Paul Theodore, known to Bailey as Mr. Handsome since the first chapter of Olympus Bewitched, an audiobook she has listened to 117 times, her comfort, her escape, her door out. When the world becomes too much, she fell asleep to his voice, dreamed about his rare smiles, swooned over his magnetic hazel eyes and quiet intensity. He was her book boyfriend before she knew book boyfriends could become real. Devyn's hands had gone white-knuckled on the book's edges 117 times. She'd listened to this man's story 117 times, chosen him over and over. Every time she pressed play, every time something bad happened, every time she needed to escape, he turned another page. Paul calling her my love, Paul calling her sweetheart, Paul looking at her like she hung the moon, not with the cold assessment of a Mafia king evaluating an asset, but with open, uncomplicated adoration. Paul's voice, calm, gentle, steady, the kind of voice that soothed instead of commanded, the kind of voice that would never call her unfit in front of a room full of crying servants. Paul saving her, deflecting danger with one hand, while holding her safe with the other, powerful and protective, without being destructive, without being dangerous. Paul, who was literally a Greek god, who could not lie to her the way Devyn just had. The pages kept turning. Devyn couldn't stop. Every image was a fresh wound, every word a reminder of everything he wasn't, everything he could never be. Paul was patient where Devyn was impatient, warm where Devyn was cold, gentle where Devyn was intense, golden where Devyn was shadow. And Bailey had chosen him, not once, not accidentally, not because she'd stumbled into a chapel wearing the wrong dress at the wrong time. She had chosen Paul Theodore 117 times before she ever knew he could be real. Devyn Chaleur had been the route she refused to read, the dangerous one, the one she avoided. And now he'd confirmed every fear she might have had about him. He was the dangerous choice. He had hurt her exactly the way she'd probably always suspected he would. He turned to the final page. The next time Bailey returns to her world, it will be her wedding day. She will marry Paul Theodore. She will be happy. She will be safe. She will be loved by a God who has never made her cry. The book fell from Devyn's hands. He stood in that pocket of Hue, surrounded by warmth and soft light, and the smell of books that Bailey would have loved. And he understood this was what she deserved. Someone who didn't break her heart in front of the entire household staff. Someone who didn't make her cry. Someone who could protect her without destroying her in the process. Someone she had already loved for years before she ever stumbled into his world. He wasn't competing with just another man. He wasn't even competing with a god. He was competing with her heart's first choice, the one she'd picked 100 times over, the hero of the story she'd used to escape every time life became unbearable. Paul Theodore was the love story Bailey wanted. Devyn Chaleur was just the one she'd gotten by accident. A bitter laugh scraped out of his throat. Why hadn't Hue just told him straight? Why the games, the doors, the books that showed him exactly how inadequate he was? If the universe preferred a literal god for Bailey, it could have just said so, could have kept her from ever stumbling into his chapel in the first place. But no, Hue had let him have her, let him marry her, let him fall so completely that he couldn't breathe without thinking of her, and then shown him this. The door behind him shimmered, an exit, a way back to his world, his territory, his still living fiancé, who wasn't Bailey and never would be. He didn't move because there was one more line of text appearing on the book's final page, ink spreading like blood, words forming that hadn't been there before. Unless Devyn's breath stopped, unless you fight for her, unless you become someone worth choosing, unless you prove that the dangerous choice can also be the right one. The words faded as quickly as they'd appeared, but Devyn had already made his decision. He was a man who decided. That was who he was, not brooding, not conflicted, not hesitating while he wrestled with feelings. When he wanted something, he took it. When there was a problem, he solved it. And he wanted Bailey. He wanted her more than he'd ever wanted anything, more than his territory, more than his crown, more than the safety of walls that kept everyone at a distance. She was his wife, his queen, and he was going to get her back, even if he had to fight a god to do it. Chapter 17. Okay, Bailey, focus. I'm standing on a sidewalk, in a wedding dress that isn't mine, in a timeline that shouldn't exist, talking to myself like a woman who has completely lost her grip on reality. Which, fair, the light here is wrong again, too warm, by at least 500 Kelvin, like shooting through a gold reflector no one asked for. My photographer brain keeps trying to color correct this world. It never works. Mrs. Lime has already disappeared into the crowd, probably grateful to escape the strange bride-shaped person who accosted her outside the market. I don't blame her. I wouldn't want to talk to me either right now. Focus. What matters? 1. Find out the truth about Amos. 2. Save Abigail's life. 3. Go back to my old world. Simple, clean. A nice little list that doesn't include anything about golden eyes or French vowels or the way he said, "You are unfit to be my queen," in that flat, terrible voice, while the staff cried and my heart. Nope, not thinking about that. And if I'm very, very blessed, maybe Hue will be merciful and wipe my memory clean. When this is over, maybe I'll wake up in my tiny apartment with no recollection of underground weddings or mafia kings or what it felt like to be held by someone who looked at me like I was worth keeping. Maybe I won't even remember falling in love. Maybe I won't remember getting my heart broke. Is that Abigail? I blink, rub my eyes with the heel of my hand, blink again. Honey blonde hair, catching the afternoon light at what my photographer brain automatically identifies as golden hour, that perfect 5 p.m. glow that makes everyone look like they belong in a magazine. Delicate features, luminous skin. She's walking down the street with a shopping bag swinging from one arm. And she's alive, and I can keep her that way. I start walking, then walking faster, then... Okay, running is a generous term for what I'm doing. It's more like aggressive waddling, because wedding dresses were not designed for pursuit. And these heels are actively trying to murder me, and I'm pretty sure I just stepped on my own hem. I stumble, catch myself on a lamppost. A man walking his dog gives me a wide berth. I'm fine, I tell him, with as much dignity as I can muster. This is normal. Brides chase people all the time. He walks faster. Abigail turns into a bridal boutique. The bell above the door chimes as she disappears inside. Perfect. A bridal boutique. At least I'll blend in. I follow, yanking my skirt up so I don't trip again, and push through the door. The interior is all soft lighting and champagne-colored walls, warm color temperature, maybe 3000 Kelvin, designed to make every bride look radiant. Racks of white gowns line the walls like a ghost convention. The air smells like gardenias and new fabric and the faint chemical sweetness of dress preservation spray. A saleswoman looks up at my entrance, takes in my disheveled dress, my wind-tangled hair, my slightly manic expression, and her eyebrows climb toward her hairline. I gesture vaguely at myself. Long story, very long, incredibly long. You wouldn't believe how long. She nods slowly, the way you nod at someone you suspect might be about to do something alarming. Fair enough. I spot Abigail near the back, being ushered toward a dressing room by another attendant. They're discussing veils, lace versus tulle. The attendant is holding up samples, while Abigail tilts her head, considering. This is my chance, probably my only chance. I wait until the attendant steps away to fetch more options. Then I move, trying to look casual, like I'm just a normal bride, browsing normal bridal things, and not at all about to corner a stranger in a fitting room. The dressing room door is slightly ajar. I slip inside, catch my heel on the threshold, lurch forward, grab a curtain for balance, and end up face to face with the woman who was supposed to marry Devyn Chaleur. While tangled in a curtain. Fantastic. Really nailing this whole competent heroine thing. She stares at me. I stare at her. Her eyes, blue-gray, the color of an overcast sky, go wide with shock. Excuse me. I know this is creepy, I say quickly, trying to untangle myself from the curtain without making things worse. I'm making things worse. I know how this looks. If you don't leave this instant, I'm going to call for help. Please don't. I'm so sorry. The curtain finally releases me, and I stumble back, nearly knocking over a decorative stool. I just need to talk to you. Do you have any idea who I am? Her voice is shaking, but there's steel underneath it. Who I'm engaged to. My stomach drops. Who she's engaged to. Devyn, right, of course. In this timeline, they never married. He never carried me through a chapel, never looked at my mouth, and then back up like he couldn't help himself, never whispered French vows against my skin, while the world dissolved into warmth and wonder and, stop it, Bailey, stop. I know this is going to sound unbelievable, I say, and I'm grateful. My voice comes out, mostly steady. But I'm from the other world. Abigail stops. Her mouth, which had been opening to scream for help, closes. She looks at me, really looks, for the first time, not at the crazy bride who just invaded her dressing room, but at me. I'm not crazy, I add quickly. I swear I'm not. I know how this sounds, but so am I. I blink. What? I'm from another world too. Abigail reveals, in a high-pitched rush. I know you're not crazy, because I'm the same. For a long moment, neither of us speaks. The dressing room suddenly feels very small. Two otherworlders, standing in a bridal boutique, both carrying secrets that would sound insane to anyone else. The world I came from, Abigail says slowly. My father was a violent drunk. He'd come home angry and stay angry, and my mother and I learned to be very, very small. She pauses. Here, he's just cold, distant, a workaholic who buries himself in business, so he doesn't have to feel anything. Her voice drops. All I ever wanted was a father who actually saw me, not an asset, not a tool for alliances, just me. A hollow laugh escapes her. Stupid prayer, right? Some things can't change, no matter which world you're in. Oh, I know that story. I lived a version of that story. My father's voice shaking the walls, my mother's silence filling all the spaces in between, learning to read moods, like sailors read the sky, learning to disappear when the storm was coming. You're also, I hesitate, not sure how to say this without my voice cracking. You mentioned you're going to marry one of the kings. Abigail lets out a small, startled laugh. Imagine my surprise when I found out I was engaged to a Mafia king. I was single in my world, completely, utterly single. And then I wake up here, and apparently I'm about to become royalty. Did you ever write any of this down? I ask. The otherworlder stuff? Abigail shakes her head quickly. Never. Too risky. I kept a journal, but she shivers. If someone found it and read that I thought I was from another world, they'd lock me up, or worse, use it against me. Smart. Paranoid, maybe, but smart. Her smile fades. But I have to warn you, there's this guy from my old world. Amos? Her eyes fly wide. How did you know? I think we're from the same world. The realization settles over me like a cold blanket. I know Marian. Abigail's face darkens. So you know how Amos stole her life savings? I didn't, actually. It's his pattern. Abigail's voice has gone hard. He's good at sweeping women off their feet. Makes them feel special, cherished, like they're the center of his universe. And then he convinces them to take out loans for wedding surprises, romantic gestures, whatever story he's spinning that week. Only the surprise is that he disappears with the money and leaves them drowning in debt. My stomach turns. That's genuinely horrible. Like finding out the cream filling in a beautiful pastry is actually rancid. When I saw him here, Abigail continues, I recognized him immediately. Same face, same charm, same wrong feeling in my gut. She takes a breath. I've been trying to figure out what he's planning, watching him, but I can't prove anything yet. Does he know that you're watching him? I don't think so. I've been careful. Abigail's fingers twist together, but there's something different about him here. Something more, the way he looks at me sometimes. She shudders. I can easily imagine him causing trouble on my wedding day, showing up where he shouldn't be, watching, and if I'm right about what he is. She doesn't finish. She doesn't have to. The wedding day, on the original wedding day, the day I stumbled into the chapel and saw a woman in white fleeing through a hidden door. I assumed she was running from Devyn, from the marriage, from the terrifying Mafia king who'd caught her trying to escape. But what if I was wrong? What if Abigail wasn't running from Devyn? What if she was running from Amos? You never told me your name, Abigail says, pulling me back to the present. It's Bailey. Bailey, she tests the name, then nods like it passes inspection. Well, Bailey, I know this is last minute and horribly shameless of me, but she bites her lip. Do you think you could come to my wedding? Her wedding, to Devyn. I'm going to watch Devyn marry someone else. Something in my chest folds in on itself, like origami made of hurt. I need someone to keep an eye on Amos, she continues, oblivious to the small internal crisis I'm having. Someone who knows what he is. I don't want to worry the king. I don't know how to explain Hue, and I don't want to lie to him either. But if someone could just watch, make sure Amos doesn't try anything. She looks at me with those rain-colored eyes, and I see it now. The fear she's been hiding beneath the poise, the loneliness of being an otherworlder with no one to confide in. I know that loneliness. I promise. I'll pay you handsomely once we're married. Abigail adds quickly, whatever you want, name your price. I don't want her money. I want her to live. I want to rewrite the ending I saw in that dungeon. Abigail's body cold and still, her honey blonde hair matted with blood, her rain-colored eyes open and staring at nothing. I want to give her the future that was stolen, even if that future is with him, even if watching them together will be like swallowing broken glass and smiling through it. Okay, I hear myself say, I'll be there. Abigail's whole face transforms, relief and gratitude, and something that looks almost like hope. Thank you. She reaches out and squeezes my hand. Her fingers are cold, trembling slightly. Thank you, Bailey. You have no idea what this means to me. I squeeze back, and I don't tell her that I've already watched her die once. I don't tell her that the man she's about to marry held me like I was precious, looked at me like I was the only thing in the world worth seeing, and then destroyed me in front of everyone who'd started to believe I might actually belong. I just smile. I'm getting really good at smiling when everything hurts. Epilogue. It's the same cavern for our second wedding, but this time it's Pastor Jim who marries us, and unlike before, there are more people in the crowd that I know, and all of them makes my heart feel so full. My mom, Christine, is dabbing her eyes like always. Abigail is with her father, and they both look so happy. There's everyone from home too. Mrs. Lime, Cook Arlene, all the maids and the guards, the other Mafia kings, and Celine, who winks at me as she catches my bridal bouquet, which causes her guardian to betray his emotions for the very first time with the slightest of winces. I didn't think life could get any better after this, except it does. I'm not sure how this is even possible, but when Devyn says he's prepared something special for our honeymoon, this can't be true, I whisper. It is. I can't believe my beloved Mafia king of the South has just flicked me on the forehead, and it stings. Do you believe it now? He drawls. Or would you like me to do it again? I believe you, I say hastily, and I do, really. 99% of me knows this is real in the only way that people marked by Hueys can experience, but the 1% of me is just gobsmacked, like wide-eyed, open-mouthed, unable to breathe kind of shock, because, seriously, how in the world are we in Silver Mist, as in the very same coastal town in Maine where Olympus Bewitched takes place, as in the same magical town where the mist never quite lifts and the light has a silvery quality that makes my photographer brain itch for a camera. And look, isn't that Panda's Diner? As in the same diner where Blair and Paul first. Oh my gosh. I look at Devyn. He nods. And I nearly squeal. The couple seated at the counter is really Blair and Paul in the flesh. I can't believe, my world has suddenly turned dark, with Devyn covering my eyes from behind. I think you've already stared at another man long enough, Your Majesty. Oh, this man is just too cute. When he lifts his hands, he's already standing in front of me. Eyes on me, Queen. This is our honeymoon, in case you forgot. It's my king's turn to grunt, and my turn to surprise him as I raise myself on my toes, cup his face, and stop his words with a kiss. 3 months later, the balcony off our bedroom overlooks the kingdom. Amber light spills across the landscape. Always amber, always warm, like this world refuses to color correct itself, no matter how many times my brain tries. In the distance, the city glitters, a sprawl of lights and life and people who have no idea their king is standing on his balcony at midnight, arms wrapped around his wife, like she might float away if he lets go. Devyn's chest is warm against my back. His hands are clasped over mine, both of us resting them against my belly in the cool night air. And that's when we both feel it, a flutter, tiny, impossible. How in the world? Devyn goes completely still, even as his hands remain on my belly. And then we feel it again, a kick from within me. We move at the same time, Devyn spinning me around, even as I'm also quickly turning to face him. Did you feel that? We say the same words at the same time and laugh also at the same time as both our eyes start to sting. It can't be, he says hoarsely. I can't. I told you, I can't. But I'm thinking of Hugh, of the surprise I accidentally chose, of Devyn's own words. We will never have children here, in his world. But Silver Mist isn't his world. Silver Mist is somewhere else entirely. A pocket between realities. A place where the rules are different, where mist and magic blur the edges of what's possible, where Huey's surprises have room to grow. Another kick, stronger this time. I love you, I whisper. I love you, he whispers back. The kingdom glitters below us. The amber light spills across the world, and somewhere, in a bookshop that exists between realities, I imagine Hugh is smiling. Surprise. The end.